You are indeed first. Also live on the YouTubes, man. Here. Doesn't have to be disrespectful, though. It doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be this way. It never has to be this way. Or that way, I suppose. Whichever way. Fuck it, we here? coffee time. I'm gonna move over here, huh? Okay. All right. Let's talk about this morning. Things that happened last week, over the weekend. So much. What's up, Kiva? For you guys that don't know, I am live on YouTube, doing both Twitch and YouTube, as I mentioned before. Try to get Monday coffee talks on both platforms. Probably do the curated, edited versions at some point. But in the meantime, here we are. So, what's up, Big James? Morning. Yeah, man, we here now. Doing both YouTube and Twitch streaming. What's up, C4? We here. Look at that. We here, using my general verbiage. Now Silent can rest his case. Because we are here. Right, doggy? Right, Leo? You here, right, Leo? Yeah? Where's your ball? Alright, hands right there. Am I excited for Save the Wolves? Of course. Of course. Yes, doggy. My dog is excited too. Right, Leo? Up. Get down. Come on. Out. On out. This? Alright, cool. Still waiting on the bar trailer, aren't we all? Wanted me to comment on what tweet? Made a tweet? I feel like I've been using Twitter pretty heavily as it stands, brother. I think I've been using Twitter very, very heavily lately. Very, very, very heavily. Yes, Leo. You need to go outside, buddy? You go pee? Alright. Yeah. Alright, let's go. Thought if Prince would put himself in the game before that. Twitter working me over. No, I just feel the need to just speak out because, you know, the same way how, you know, we have to speak out and tell the developers that, you know, they're wrong and, well, we want what we want. Well, I'm gonna be not the corporate hammer. I'm definitely gonna let people know, like, what you think isn't as simple as what you think it is. But, you know, it is what it is. You go out, buddy? Come on, son. What's good? Yo, give me 2 seconds. It's gonna be a little bit longer than 2 seconds. Doggy's looking at me. He needs to go out. Come on, let's go. Up. Go. Let my doggy out. Be like 2 minutes. I'm gonna reheat my coffee while I'm at it, so 2 minutes. Sit tight. Like a daycare. Complete. Alright, we back. And my coffee's hot now. Alright, cool. But wait, all good. It's about legacy games. I see. Well played. That definitely is my dog. Alright, let me put YouTube chat over here on the other monitor so I can see everything. Alright, cool. Alright. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Alright. What's for this event? Is this the showcase? No, not really. I talked about it yesterday or the day before, I want to say. The showcase is cool for what it is. I mean, they chose people. More marketing. You know? More marketing. It is what it is. Don't really have much to say. I'm happy Cuddlecore is in it. You know, she's able to get in there and play. Got some lady representation in here, which is great. So it's cool. It's cool. Okay. So, man, I feel like the people already talking about Fatal Fury. Do we skip straight to Fatal Fury, man? Is this what we want to discuss? I feel like over the weekend I already went ham on that shit. I got enough tweets and stuff like that happening where it's like, bruh, I don't know what else to say. I think, was the audio low? Is the audio low? In what sense? Oh, okay, wait. I think I see why. My mic is low. I forgot. So, my fault. That's on me. The reason why it's low is because after stream, you know, my stream. So, for those that on YouTube, you didn't know, but my stream died yesterday because of internet. And, what's it called? So, I decided, screw it. I'm gonna still play Assassin's Creed, but I'm gonna go lay down. So, in an attempt to do all this, I grabbed my mouse and sat it down in my bed. I had my headphones on while I was playing, and I forgot that I lowered down my Glow XLR audio. That's why it was low. Just because I have fiber doesn't mean it won't go down. And it wasn't even down that long. It went down for maybe a couple hours. But it didn't matter. I was playing Assassin's Creed. I didn't even think about it. Yeah, sorry for that. Yeah, that was why. That was why. So that's on me. But just because you have fiber doesn't mean you're like immune from drops. It just drops way less. But with that being said, yeah. So, all right, good. If we gotta put real people in the game, they gotta look less janky than Xanadu or some updated version of Shaq Fu. Do we cut straight to the chase and do Fatal Fury already? I'm telling you, man, like, I guess it's because I've been covering Fatal Fury a lot. I guess people just want more, you know? It's like, I don't know what to say. I'm like the only other content creator that's like being objective about it. Everyone else is just up in arms, ready to fucking go fight SNK, and it's like, I look at it from the standpoint of, okay, if you want to speak your mind and tell the devs how you feel, that's fine, but there's a way to give criticism, and there's a way to not give criticism. You know what I mean? Like, it's very easy to just talk your shit. It's so easy. It's so easy. It's so easy. This shit sucks. Fuck you, SNK. This isn't my game. Fuck off. I'm not buying this game. I don't care about this game, and I'm gonna tell everyone not to buy this game too. Alright, cool. You've done your due diligence. Now what? It's not gonna stop people who want to play it from playing it. And at some point, you'll eventually come around and then play the game. Or if you stand 10 toes down, then just don't play. There's nothing wrong with that. You know? Like, you know, people always say they're gonna return their games, they're gonna do this and they're gonna do that, and still end up, you know. It's just gonna be the same. It's gonna be the same story, but like the difference here is like the game's not out yet, and we're just looking at those figures too heavily. It's like everyone forgot about the game. Like, how can you forget about the game when the game's sitting right in front of you? Well, I'm not playing it because Ronaldo's in it. Okay, you don't have to then. That's fine. In fact, you can just ignore Ronaldo. Well, I can't ignore Ronaldo. He's in the game. Well, I mean, why act in outrage like you just like, you know? Like, I'm only, like, for real, I'm only defending it for the sheer fact that, like, this could just not have happened, and we could just not have it. You know what I mean? Please don't boycott, talk in a civil manner. Hey, man, I don't expect people to be civil, that's fine. But, like, the reality is, like, you can't expect, like, you want, think of it like this, right? Imagine yelling at someone and asking for you to change what you want to, like what you're doing, and expecting that person after you bitched at them to listen to you. Now that doesn't mean that the consumers don't have a point, but there's a way to go about it. And if you really think complaining at them, like cursing them out in their face and stuff like that's going to change anything, is they're people too. They're just going to get angry and not listen to you. So it's like, pick your poison. And for that regard, in terms of being a TO, like if you think they're not gonna buy it, then just wait, hold off. Like at the end of the day, like you have the ability to do as many things as you want, right? If you want to TO the game, you don't have to. You can wait. You know what I mean? Just wait, James. It's not that hard. But then it's gonna be like, well, if I miss out on the big boom of the game, then that's gonna suck. Well, welcome to business. Do you take the risk or do you not take the risk? And I keep saying the same thing over and over again. Like, I'm literally only speaking from being someone who worked in marketing as a 9-to-5 job. That's the only reason why I put myself in the middle ground. And I'm trying to be objective. The thing is, I get killed for trying to be objective all the time about games. Because people want it to be black and white, and it's not black and white. The bottom line is, do you spend the money or not? That's the only black and white part. How they go about it isn't black and white. How they garner their audience isn't black and white. There's generic steps and general steps that they use. They use all these things in their marketing campaigns and their marketing tactics. But like, if you're not willing, and you don't have to agree with everything. That's just it. Like, that's what I keep telling everyone. Like, you don't have to agree with it. You're not obligated to agree with it. But to act as if like SNK did not expect some kind of shock value from this situation, you'd have to be like so far removed from like understanding that. And that's why it's like it's turning into like, this happens to every game. Oh man, Street Fighter 6 is coming out. It's probably gonna suck because Capcom has a history of sucking. Therefore, Street Fighter 6 is gonna suck. Game comes out, plays the first beta. Oh man, jury's broken. Drive Impact is broken. They need to take DI out the game. DI is so broken. Why? And then all these videos about why DI is breaking Street Fighter 6, why DI is broken. Game ain't even out yet. Didn't even look at Perfect Parry yet. But, you know, DI is the problem. You see what I'm saying? It's a constant. It's just a constant. Doesn't matter what it is. Tekken 8's coming out. Oh no, Heat. Oh, Heat. Guilty Gear came out. Oh man. The thing is, the one thing I'll give Guilty Gear in comparison to most other games is like Guilty Gear just didn't know what the hell it wanted to be. And so when you had players who were helping them test the game and they asked for active feedback and they chose not to listen, that's where it gets a little iffy. Because they had time to take in feedback before launch. And they took in some feedback and they took in whatever feedback that they deemed was necessary. So at that stage in the game, what can you that's all they can do. And they can't please everybody. It's like, well, you didn't make this game for me. You're not pleasing me. Well, what do you want them to do? I'm boycotting it because this isn't the same thing I came up with. You're right, it's not. And it's like that with anything. People act like it's just video games. I'm a big Transformers fan. I'm a huge Transformers fan, right? Ginormous Transformers fan, dude. Favorite freaking Transformers still Galvatron, Megatron, Soundwave. You know? Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Right? I can sit here and watch how they did Transformers dirty and with all these horrible movies. And guess what? They still got paid for. They still got funded and people still went to go watch them. How they were able to keep making money off those movies is pretty astounding if you think about it. And they still kept making them. How many like 3D Transformers movies are there? And now they are trying to rebrand after all the Michael Bay stuff with Bumblebee, and now the other one with, what was it, Mirage? And then there's a Transformers 1. Like, now they're doing justice to the series after all these years. You see what I'm saying? Like, no matter what you do, no matter how hard you slice the pie, when some entity gets in control of something, they're gonna do what they deem necessary. You know? Then when you get technical too, I'm a big comic head too. I look at all the stuff done for the MCU and I'm like, you know, X-Men started out pretty good, right? Then I see X-Men 3 when they go to the, I always bring this up. X-Men 3 was the one thing I was like, yo, they're gonna finally give Cyclops the thing, they're gonna give him his due. They're gonna introduce Mr. Sinister, they're gonna do all this stuff like this, because this is Cyclops's, you know, this is his journey, right? Wrong. Incorrect. Sorry, bro. We take him out the frame. By the way, this is a Wolverine movie, by the way, in case you didn't know. And they push all this shit on Wolverine. Like, everything is Wolverine. Everything is Wolverine. Everything is fucking Wolverine. Wolverine shows, t-shirts, and then I know someone in chat's gonna gimmick me and say, but Wolverine's popular, or some stupid fucking meme. I'm not gonna lie to you. I know someone's gonna say it, right? But the amount of how many X-Men are just as popular, or if not even more popular than Wolverine, is actually insane. To just to burden everything on Wolverine. It's pretty stupid. Right? And then we go to the Wolverine movies that are all bad, right? Like, I could say the only good Wolverine movie is probably Logan. Logan's the only one I can say with a straight face as a fan is actually very good. The one where he was like in Alpha Flight as Weapon X, and introducing Gambit into Weapon X. What? Why was Gambit in Alpha Flight? Excuse me? What did he have to eat? Gambit had nothing to do with Alpha Flight. Zero. But he was there. And you know what I had to do as a fan? Accept that this is the MCU and this is how they intend to do stuff on the theaters as opposed to the books. And then the MCU fans tell you, yay, comic book guy, yay, whoa, this is for us. You see what I'm saying? No matter what, there's always going to be something. Up until recent times where they try to quell the divide. And I think that's kind of what's happening here with all these games. They're not trying to have a divide between like longtime fans and like new fans. They're trying to have a good middle ground where everyone can be happy. But it's not, that shit don't come easy. You're always going to have some disparity. This is what it is. As a community leader and someone who plays these games from this company to stay connected to people I've known for decades, I'm worried my community shrinks instead of grows. Like, I've known you since the 13 days and that game means a lot to me. I'm mad the game's global match remake is floundering. I mean, to be honest with you, I look at it from the standpoint of like, all right, every company does whatever they deem necessary, right? And for what it's worth, if 13 global match is not that good, they can always fix it. It's up to them if they choose to fix it. Do I think that it was a miss? Of course. That's one of my favorite KOF games. But my thing is, I'm not going backwards. I'm only going forward. I can play all these old games at any given point where I want to, but I don't care to do that at this point. It's there for those who want to. And if they can't fix that part of the experience, all you can do is hope that they do. And if they don't, you have all the right in the world to be upset. I don't blame you. I don't blame anyone for being upset. You know? The thing that irritates me about Bayformers is they killed Autobots who had screen time, who weren't Optimus or B, to try and force the audience to feel something. Yeah, of course. I think in one of the movies they killed Jazz, and I'm like, what the fuck? Why would you kill him? He's so, like, integral. And then, like, other characters, I think I used to get mixed up between I used to think Scourge was Galvatron, and the way they designed some of the Transformers is just weird. The Megatrons, the Decepticons just have a specific look. They're all just silver and metallic. Meanwhile, all the Autobots have color. It's like, what the fuck, man? Like, I had my gripes, but my thing is, I'm a partial fan. I try to just be like, for me, things just aren't as black and white. I can be upset about it, but like, I try to understand that there's a reason to why they're doing what they're doing. It could be a developer, it could be whatever. It doesn't make a lick of difference. Like, I've been waiting for a new Ninja Gaiden for years, right? They threw Ninja Gaiden 2 at us again, and like, here it is in Unreal 5, and I'm like, I bought it, frame 1. You know, I got my hands on it, frame 1. I still played it, ran through it for stream just to see what it looked like, and it's beautiful. But like, I still want NG4. Now there's a new NG game coming out. Was it Ragebound? I'm super happy for that. But it took so long to make a new one, but I had to wait. Now, is this game gonna deliver? Do I have a reason to be skeptical about it? Maybe. But I think the problem is, like, there's too much skepticism on every little fucking thing. It could be like, we changed the punch in this game. You changed the punch? You changed Ryu Standing Fierce? What do you mean you changed it? What do you mean you changed it? Capcom, what do you mean that you changed Ryu Standing Fierce? Why is it changed? Why can't it be this way? I don't understand. It was good this way. Why'd you change it? Like, dog, fucking relax. Like, everyone's up in arms. Fucking relax. They arrive in time for the coffee talk. Just in time, Dave. What's up? It's like, there's reason for, like, there's a cause for concern, but people create pandemonium. You know what I'm saying? Like, people forcefully create pandemonium. You don't have to create pandemonium. You don't have to create chaos. You can just chill. But because people feel the need, because sometimes, and I still believe this, there are people who just are on the internet just forcefully starting shit. They just forcefully do it just to make it more difficult for people. And it's like, why? Like, and then what ends up happening is it's just all these things that happen, right? They like flounder all through like social media, like, oh, this is bad, and then that's bad. And you know what ends up happening? What happens, you guys, every time enough time has passed? This was actually great. I wish it didn't die. Man, remember the good times? Remember when everyone hated this? Nah, this actually was peak. Why can't you appreciate it when it's out? Why did it have to take you a millennia to realize like it was actually good? You know what I mean? Some things over time are still not good, right? But you can learn to appreciate them. But there's, at this point in the game, in terms of Fatal Fury, just Fatal Fury alone, right? Because it's a lovely topic of discussion over the last weekend. The game is good. Like, no one's talking about the game. You're just talking, you're focused so heavily on these two assholes when the game is in front of you. It makes no sense. Remember the fuss about the changing kill and heavy punch? That's true. My thing is, like, a video game is in front of you, and literally, if these two figures are what's going to hold you back from playing the game, you truly should reevaluate what you care about in life. To think that you're sticking it to the man because you don't want to play a video game because two figures are in it is pretty bad. And then to blame and go out and say Saudi Prince this and Saudi Prince that, yeah. But remember, and I'm going to keep bringing it up every time when people bring up the Saudi Prince and shit like that, remember, the Saudi Prince and etc. have their hands most likely in Tekken. You already see it in freaking SNK, and they're now in Capcom with Esports World Cup. What are we going to do now? What do you do now? Do we boycott everything because they're involved? What now? Literally, what now? What now? What do you do? They're here. What are you gonna do? Like, literally, what are you gonna do? Quit everything? Let's say the Saudi Prince has his hands in, like, I don't know. What's a beloved? Let's say the Saudi Prince has his hand in Final Fantasy. Are you done with Final Fantasy now? Is it over? Now the Saudi Prince and etc. have their hand in Square Enix. Now what? I mean, now what? Are we done? Do we quit? Do we boycott? What do we do? You know what? I'm not playing, bro. You know what? That Saudi Prince guy, I'm not about that. I'm out of here. Screw it. Cool. I keep saying the same thing. The Prince is gonna ruin Mario Kart. Oh my god. Mario Kart finna be ruined next, man. I can't wait. I think what's not understood is that they're investors. And I had this long, for those of you on YouTube, you weren't here for it. I probably should have dual streamed it to YouTube, but I don't have a thumbnail made, but whatever. Point is, as you guys know, and I said it countless times here on YouTube, I worked in marketing for a long time. Even to the point of becoming a marketing lead for a company. Because my understanding. And it's truthfully why I get so irritated. I'm irritated because like I know so much about it that like if I didn't, it'd be one thing if I didn't know, and I get it. You used to do that, so why does it make you upset? It's because like when you work behind the scenes and you know how it operates and people don't, a lot of these things are almost like expected outcomes. Am I still doing Guilty Gear analysis? Not at the moment. Prince will invite Bernie Sanders for F-Zero. I hope y'all are ready. Don't forget Spin Salmon owns 96% of SNK, 10% of Nintendo, 60% of Capcom, and 10% of Koei Tecmo. Coincidence? Yeah, but like what's not, and what I tried to quell here, and I'm glad you said that, the trepidation is their involvement, right? They're investors. They have every right to be involved. How much of their involvement depends on them and how they feel about the involvement. There's not much you can do about that. That's like if some big entity becomes the investors of like, again, if they became the investors of Square, right? And the next Final Fantasy is taking place in the desert. You're gonna be like, see, I knew it was them. It's their fault. Is why this Final Fantasy is taking place in the desert. What the fuck kind of radical statement is that? Like, that's pretty radical. You know? It's kind of crazy. Now, I think it's more so like when you think about it from a grand scheme of things, right? They're most likely using, like, all right, take for example, we'll just use it this way. Let's say they wanted to get Ronaldo, right? Let's say SNK tried to approach Ronaldo. SNK doesn't really have too much to stand on in order to get Ronaldo. So if the Saudi Prince is the reason why they were able to get Ronaldo, I don't see the problem. Additionally, the DJ. All right, the Saudi Prince is known for shaking hands with the DJ. Okay, cool. So he helped get him to get people like Steve Aoki a part of this thing, right? He helped cut the workload down because that's just using your resources without having to like, that's using your resources and what's available to you as opposed to not. So it's like, why is that deemed negative when they can skip some hoops to get certain people to be involved? They didn't have to go through this long process of like going through. So take for example, when we did this on the stream, let's say that they went through BTS, just to book a concert is minimum 500K. All right, so you use, not only do you have to go through the label, you gotta go through the BTS agent, you gotta do all this extra stuff. There's a lot of legwork in between before you can get that involvement. So what do? Like, you have to realize, like, it's more about utilizing your resources than not. You know what I'm saying? I think people especially understand that my disgust comes from one singular person perverting the art and medium to enjoy and to appease one person. I don't think, I don't know. I don't know. I don't see it. Right? Like, that's capitalism. I mean, okay, so ask yourself, as a reminder, you know the Yakuza games got renamed, right, to Like a Dragon for a reason. And it's because of the use and the likenesses of actual Yakuza, amongst other things. You guys know that, right? Just putting that out there. So if there were Yakuza that were funding Sega, and you didn't know about it, that's okay. But then let's say it was front facing that the Yakuza was actually fronting Sega money to publish those games. Then what? Oh man, Yakuza blood money, dude. I don't support that. You still gonna play those games or no? Right? Like it's just out of like, there are things that are out of your hands. Like, you have to understand, I hate to say it this way, but like, you can argue with me all you want. This isn't an argument for me. You gotta go argue to the businesses. You know? It's fine. And even forgot that thanks to the Prince investment and due to the company's business type, we have Ken and Chun-Li and Fatal Fury. True. It's thanks to the investment that we even have a game. That's true. I think for our card, that's Fuma's theme. I'm not telling you not to oppose. I'm not. See, that's the thing. The problem with the most people the vast majority of people will hear someone like me speak the other side, and they're like, "You're telling me to shut up. You're telling me to like drown my voice out. You're telling me I don't have a choice. That's what you're telling me. You're telling me I can't speak out. Speak out. Go ahead. That's fine. No one's telling you not to speak out. Go ahead. Show your distaste. But there's a reason why things are being done. And if you can't accept those reasons why things are being done, that's your problem. You know? The point I'm trying to make it worth it. You know what? I'm gonna be real with you. I don't give a fuck. I'm still gonna speak. I'm still gonna say, just like if you have the ability to speak your mind, I'm gonna speak my mind. And I don't give a fuck if someone's watching me right now and is like, oh, look at this guy, he's a shill. You know what the reality is? How long do I have to wait for a Fatal Fury game? I had to wait this long, right? How long is it that you have to wait for something, right? People get involved and get something that you enjoy made, and then you're like, oh, well, at what cost? At the cost of the identity of the IP? What do you know about the identity of the IP outside of the fucking developers? Like, what does any person know about the fucking identity of the IP outside of what you remember it as and what they presented to you when you were playing? Go ahead, say I'm funded by the Saudi family. Guess what? I'm not. Go ahead. Go ahead. Good shit. Yes. Give me all the Arab money. Yes. Meanwhile, I sit here as I am now, right? Like, don't be fucking radical, dude. Chill. Fix your face. I'm being for real. Cause see, that's part of like the discussion that gets fucked up, right? Is when people turn into like memes. Like, have a serious discussion for once. Be actual adults. Like, chill out. Seriously. Like, acting as if like, it's like, okay, so where is that money supposed to come from? Like, where's the money supposed to come from? Who's investing the money into these things? You? Where's your $1 million tycoon? Where's your $1 million investment? Where's that money coming from to invest in these things? I'm just curious. You. Everyone has so much to say, but has no bread to put up. That's the crazy part. Everyone has so much to say, but has no bread to put up. You got a lot to say, put the bread up. Well, I am putting the bread up, you know, I'm buying the product. I'm talking about pre-release. That's what I'm saying. People care so much about morale and principles, and they realize how much blood money their favorite things have. I strongly suggest live in a forest or jungle without anything. For sure. I'm just saying, like, for all the stuff that's being stated, how How do you think these companies even came to be? They are investors. It's very clear that all these games, all these companies have investors. And it's like this part, it doesn't matter. Everyone thinks that the way that the companies make money is the products alone. Right? And if that's the case, like, where is the funding for any company coming from outside of initial profits? Investors. How are you supposed to get the big businesses? How are you supposed to get the big business freaking buildings? How are you supposed to get the work environment for your employees? Where is it coming from? Where is it coming from? Oh, you think it's all coming from your pocket? You think your pocket's the only place where they get money from? Seriously? Like, come on now. Serious? Most games that take the shareholder route become worse. Really? I won't argue that you don't need a big business to make a good video game. You need a good development team. But if you ever want the ambitions to go past what your pockets can't fund, you will need help. That's what it boils down to. You will still need help. You will still need help. Like, I'm not against like the notion of you don't need a big company to make something good. Arc System Works has been around for a long time making a good Guilty Gear. It went up until recent when they decided to do what they're doing now. Now you can argue, well, they did that, but that wasn't because of the investment of the Saudis or there's this, that, and the third. It's like, so now it's okay if a Japanese company does it and switches it up. It's like, to me, like the goalpost keeps getting shifted. Then it's like, oh, well, well, they didn't use these living people and threw them in the game. They've been throwing living people in video games for a hot minute. That's why you couldn't get Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII, because GACT is freaking Genesis. Like, come on. Like, it's insane. It's not so much that they have the money to, if they have the bread to put up to make the game. It's like, all right, okay, here we go. Fine, right? We'll take it from the standpoint of what blowback for any product is always expected. That's the funny part. Like, you guys think for 1 second that a marketing campaign does not have an expected like negative to like a like to dislike ratio under consideration? Is that what you think? You think that they were doing this and expecting everyone to be sunshine, rainbows, and lollipops? It's like that no matter what game. It's like that no matter what product. My issue here is like people are literally acting as if like they are not aware of what's happening. Like people are acting like Oda has no control over the product or the project itself, or SNK as a company has no say over things. That's not the case. But then again, I could also be wrong because I don't know, right? But one thing is for certain, in interviews, this dude has stated certain things. So it's like, all right, bro, if you don't support this, you don't support that. I pray that whatever product that you enjoy is not funded by something that came from quote unquote blood money. You know what I'm saying? I promise you. Like, what was it? Wasn't there like a dude at Papa John's that's like racist or whatever, and people are still buying Papa John's? Why has Papa John's not gone out of business yet? Stuff like that, just like it gets me. Like, and it's like, yeah, my morality won't get me. I don't fuck with that, and you still eating Papa John's. It's like, this stuff is just silly to me. Ooh, what's this? I work for paralegals who start businesses and corporations, and it's wild. My CEO pays a monthly check that I send out to an investor. It is what it is. Yep. I don't think that I can complain about Salvatore's as moves aren't. Reminds me of the bar and Drake's push-up sketch euphoria about pulling shit up. I see. Like, my thing is, people are arguing with me as if like it's my thing is, it's like this by popularity thing. Like, you're going against the herd, bro. You're not supposed to go against the herd. It's like we wouldn't have differing opinions, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not here to, like, my thing is, I'm not here to change your mind. I say educate yourself on, my thing is to educate yourself on marketing before you start saying wild shit. Like, it's like, you don't have to agree, I'm telling you. And I keep saying the same shit, you don't have to agree. But my thing is, don't try to like ramify me or try to knock me down because I share a different opinion than you. I'm still gonna play City of the Wolves regardless of how you fucking feel. Like, no matter how you feel, I'm still gonna play the game. I'm still gonna cover it. And you know what? Your favorite content creators are still gonna cover it, and they're still gonna make their YouTube videos despite that. Because guess what? They don't care about that Saudi shit either. They're gonna state their opinion, and they're gonna be like playing Terry Bogard in TNS, playing Rock in TNS. Man, can I win a tournament with freaking T-Zoc? They're still gonna do it. They're still gonna do it. It doesn't make a lick of difference what you say. It's gonna happen. You're not changing anything. You're not. It's happening as we speak. Do you want to go to YouTube and go look at it right now? It's still right there, dog. Like, it's not unheard of. It's still gonna happen. Until I see people who actually talk all this crazy talk, not play the game, it's all just this. Because you're still gonna buy it. You're still gonna play it. You're still gonna support it to whatever capacity. I hate to say that. Maybe with me saying this, you probably will change your mind. Maybe you won't. But you know what the reality is? Most likely, people are still gonna buy it and they're still gonna play it. Just like how much they're boycotting Tekken and they're boycotting Street Fighter and they're doing this, that, and the other, and people are still playing it. People are saying they're not gonna go compete at Esports World Cup because of the Saudi inclusion. They're still playing. It's like, it's cool to be edgy and stuff like that right now. Express your opinion. Look, man, you speak with how you act. You act the right way, as in, don't buy the game at that point. That's what you have to do. If you really feel that strongly about it, don't support the streams, don't support the content creators. In fact, if I even remotely see a fucking diaphone video if I see a Terry Bogard or a Rock freaking tutorial from anybody that has well over 50k views, everything you just fought for was for fucking nothing. All of this was for nothing. I'm just being real. I'm being honest. The guest characters are not a reason to stop you from playing a video game. The Saudi their inclusion as investors should not stop you from playing something. If you feel like you have this moral, ethical fucking high ground that you stand on, I'm telling you right now, there are so many companies built off of some real jacked up stuff. There are some real jacked up things out here in this world that people are behind, and you have no clue, and you will never know. You will never know. Just because these people are up front and front facing, it doesn't mean that the worst intentions are involved. The issue is, you guys think that there's this horrible intention happening here. There wouldn't be an Esports World Cup helping these players eat if they did not do what they were doing. That's what it boils down to. You didn't have to just wait for Capcom Cup. TWT could barely... The second year of TWT, Rongchu won the same amount of money for winning the whole thing than he did to go and move around. He won $8,000. YouTube, if you guys didn't know this, Rongchu, the guy who just won TWT again, when he won in Tekken 7, he only won $8,000. That's how much it cost for him to travel around to play in the damn thing in the first place. How did you do all that and only get your money back? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. It doesn't add up. Someone has to invest the money to help the people survive. But it's always, oh, well, it's this, it's that. No, dude, I don't support that. If freaking Yakuzas were over here supporting Capcom this entire time, you would never know unless they came out and they said it. You would never know. It's only because it's front facing is why this is a problem. That's why a lot of investors and CEOs lay low. They lay low for a reason, and they use people to stand in the front lines. I won't say they use people, but like there are people who represent companies. Okay? For those of you that don't know this, listen to what I'm telling you, especially YouTube. Hear me out. Marketing guy talking to you here, right? These people legitimately, as CEOs, they have people that are front facing to protect the company. Because there are some CEOs that they move and they just want, people actually are legit want to kill them. There are people who legit want to kill them. Why do you think people like Suge Knight had all these freaking bodyguards when he was moving around for real? He knew people wanted to kill him. They know these things. That's why you think there's bodyguards? Why do you think that they have, tinted windows, tinted limousines, tinted cars, all this stuff like that to protect these figures who are in power? Because it's their business. They don't want to be front facing and have people attack them. That's why there's military. Think about it. You don't think it's any different with businesses? That's crazy. We should be discouraged from having different opinions. I don't think any of us are wrong, just vastly different opinions for vastly different reasons. I know too much from having military clearance. I won't shit on a man for their opinion on a video game and a company. I mean, that's the problem. The vast majority of people, when you like, oh my god, it's like, it's very different when you sit in, like, I tried this before, and the thing about it is you don't have to care. But if you were sitting in a marketing meeting, you couldn't give a value. You couldn't sit here and try to come up with a good marketing schema. You couldn't. Not without some kind of experience, especially with something as big as Fatal Fury. But everyone acts like, my thing is everyone acts like they know what's right for it without sitting on the other side. When you have to make those, sometimes like you think, like when you work a normal job, you do things you don't want to do. Maybe some things you're not proud of either. Like I don't know if everyone that works as a janitor is proud of being a janitor. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. You know? Yeah, but like, and that's just it, right? Like if you canceled your pre-order, see, and my thing about that stuff is, it's like, you should feel loud and proud either way it goes, right? If you say, I canceled my pre-order, I don't support this, cool, respect. All right, totally respect it. Or you say, I'm still gonna play the game anyway, cool, that's totally fine. Like, my thing is, like, neither side is hurting. Neither side's hurting. Like, the people who want to play the game, they'll be fine without you. You see what I'm saying? You're just one less person to play with, right? And no one's going to care, right? Nobody. Move on. That's okay. And there's nothing wrong with that. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's not even to be mean. It's just, it's okay. If you want to pre-order your game, pre-order your game. You know, if you want to cancel your pre-order, cancel your pre-order. You know what I mean? I secret level clearance to form my opinion, but I get that they found an opportunity to get in, repair their image, and make some bread.
How you doing?
I get it, ain't.
Never forget about that.
Let me see.
That's all we got.
I get it, ain't. I get it, but I ain't forget certain stuff. I would never get on y'all for loving that you finally got a game. Man, you know it has backing now. I get it. It's hard, and everyone knows for sure. I think that's what it is. Like, I have literally, like, for what it's worth, I definitely have, I guess the best way to put it is, like, when they brought Transformers back, I went to see it front and center. Right? I went to see it front and center. Was I 100% happy? Not really. Was I happy no less to see Transformers on the big screen again? Yes. For sure. Like, it's not even just like, yo, my fandom takes over my logic or my reasoning. You know what I mean? Seriously. Toriyama had to die for me to get some Dragon Ball. I'm telling you, man. I just can't wait to see what happens in the future. I'm telling you. Seriously, man. Like, and I apologize for, like, I know, like, YouTube, you guys don't really see me when I'm like lax and edited videos, but like you're seeing me here live, and it's like you see my like response for a lot of this stuff. It's like, I don't know, it's just been a big topic of discussion. Like, it's so hard sometimes to like read things such as like the one I went off on earlier today, where they're like, I wish you understand that you're not going to get the retention that you want. You're not going to get people to stay with the game and this, that, the other, because Fatal Fury is too hard and marketing, this, that, the third. It's like, dude, natural peaking interest. It's crazy. It's like, dude, every sense of marketing, like, what is natural marketing? You know what I mean? Just word of mouth, and these people spend all these years making this game, and then naturally you just figure out about it. You think word of mouth is not enough to get any video game where it belongs? No product either. So it's like, when you think about it, all these programs that are out here, right? Content creator programs, social media influencing programs and stuff like that. I'm in a bunch of them. Because it's front facing, it's to help promote the product, it's to help get this in the hands of more people, with people that they trust and that the people trust. You know what I mean? But the reality is like, even that is looked at as negative, because you get an opportunity for yourself and then people see it as negative because, oh, well, you're helping them. Oh man, you support the suits, man. You're not one of us. You're like, that just diminishes all the work that said person put in all this time, all these years to make it far to work with these companies. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of crazy. Natural marketing is putting the game on Steam without a demo, or with a demo out, and you're still hoping that someone comes across it. You're still, and even then, to put it on Steam, if I recall right, does cost money, which is still, and putting it on Steam is still a form of advertising, right? But what I'm saying is like, but like, you do realize like ads and promotion come in different forms. So like, if you don't showcase the game at a trade show, that's considered, natural advertising. Like, I mean, literally, natural advertising is putting something out there with no advertising. You know what I mean? Ronaldo is not worse than DJ. Ronaldo's not worse than DJ. Seriously. It's not. I say that because he has real rape allegations against him. Okay. And so do people at Riot Games, and so do people at Blizzard, and so do people at insert game company here. I'm not saying turn a blind eye to it. I'm saying tell me what else is new. I'm just saying tell me what else is new. If you want to bring that up, tell me what else is new. Should we turn a blind eye to it? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, okay, I don't want to say and what's your point? I'm saying, like, these things unfortunately happen. I don't want anyone to ever have to deal with that at all. know. But like, there are just, again, there are things that are front facing, and if you really want to go after those front facing things, I mean, it's up to you. I mean, you would never know that the developer making said game had any allegations like that either. Again, there's so many things that are like in the forefront that like it's like people aren't allowed to change. Or I mean, if you're allowed to have revisionist history, why are not people allowed to change? So let's say those allegations are true, right? Is he not allowed to change? Is he not allowed to like readjust his life at that point? I'll put the shoe on the other foot. Let's say it was you. Then what? Are you not allowed to make a change? Are you just supposed to be looked at as some kind of creep in society? Are you not allowed a redemption arc? Make it make sense. Do all people who go to jail are they not allowed a second chance at life? Because it sounds like you're condemning, if you ask me. Now maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here, but that's what it seems like to me. I could be wrong. But there's so much like extremities, man. It's super extreme. All these extremities are crazy. That's true. I do believe that there is definitely privilege involved there. I think, but my thing is like, all of these things don't have anything to do with Fatal Fury. You see what I'm saying? Like, all these things are outside of fucking the scope. Like, listen to me. Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves, has nothing to do with anything outside with fucking Ronaldo. Fatal Fury is Terry Bogard, Rock Howard, Geese Howard, Mai Shiranui, Kim Dong-hwan, Kim Jae-hoon, Hoka Tomorrow, Freeman, Kevin Ryan, Gato Futaba, Hotaru Futaba. This has nothing. This scope of Fatal Fury has nothing to do with him. Nothing. Associating the outside things with Fatal Fury is horrible. Because there's enough people in the gaming industry that have done all kinds of jacked up stuff, and you're not condemning them. Well, if you're condemning them, hey, guess what? They're still in there. They're still doing what they're doing. Those things have nothing to do with the scope of the game. The scope of the game has nothing to do with that. Like that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. You're at that point, you're just cherry picking what you want to build another narrative and find a reason to not play something. So it's like okay, we can take it to an extreme, right? If you want to talk in extremes, right? Think of how many people have been like upset that they're like, oh, and this is a super left field one, but this is another one. It's like they've been including more same gender, I'm saying, relationships in video games, and even switching things up, right? Completely making Bridget, for example, full on trans instead of just not, right? Is that bad? No. But bad optics because Guilty Gear now has a trans person. Bad optics because Guilty Gear now harbors trans characters. You see how dumb that sounds? Like does that even make any sense? What's wrong with that? Oh, well, I don't support this because what? Because why? Did you have any intention of playing Bridget and Testament anyway? No? Then why the fuck do you care? Like, stuff like that makes no sense. That's like superhuman. That's like inhumane, bro. That's like, you see how dumb it sounds and how extreme that is, but that's how people take it. You know what I mean? But like, I understand, and not everyone shares that sentiment, so don't take it the wrong way. All I'm saying is like, that part of the game is too minuscule. That doesn't matter. The game is more important. I understand that lore is important to some people, for sure. It's like if Street Fighter 6 was to add Kanye West as a playable character, it's their choice, but not necessarily one that the common person can make a logical connection into. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense in sense. It's one of those Ninja who asked for this, but okay. Ooh. Again, this is just to add to the combo. Yeah, right. I said it earlier too. It's like, hey, guess what? Lil Wayne was part of the promotion, but people just turned a complete blind eye to it. They're like, well, he wasn't put in the game. Yeah, but they used hip hop and freaking rap pop culture as a part of the game and the game's main aesthetic. And that's why I'm like, what's wrong with you people? They're still using these things here, but because it's not in the game, it's okay. So it's okay to have like, I don't know, man. It's like I said, it's like changing the goalposts. It's no different than like games like RE5. Man, they're in Africa, but they're killing black people. They're in Africa. Of course, they're gonna kill black zombies. You know? Like, that, look at where they are. But this is mass genocide on a video game scale. It's a video game set in Africa. SNK pay a good amount of money for Cristiano Ronaldo, expecting to be top tier, maybe win the Evo. I mean, this character would be so annoying, probably. Okay. I think when the Saudi Prince is a playable character, I think that's when you have to really worry. You feel my pain? It's just... I think I'm telling you now, I don't blame anyone for feeling the way that they feel. Like, regardless, I don't blame anybody. You have to remember, I don't blame you. You have all the right in the world to feel like they don't care or this, that. Like, you can feel that way. But when the product is in your hands and you play it, you can't say the game wasn't made with love or anything like that. You can't say the game wasn't made with this, that in mind. You're just looking at one facet of the game, and it's like, well, they said this wouldn't influence this, and they went against the word, and they went against this, and they went against that, and blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, humans are fickle. And so are you, because you're human. I don't condone it. I'm not saying you should support it either. I'm just saying that's human nature. All I can say is, and I keep saying this over and over again, I think at this point, for me, as long as I have a Fatal Fury I can play, I'm okay. If they chose to not do this, that's fine too. And let's say they canceled the project. Then all people are gonna say is, man, they just didn't have to do this. If they did this, this wouldn't be this way. And it's like, well, you don't know that. It's just hyperbolic at that point. You know what I mean? Right, I said Heihachi was dead. I mean, we thought Bison was dead too. Yeah, here we are. Contradiction is definitely part of human nature. But I think, like, I keep saying the same thing in every other post, every other time I talk about it. It's like, people are upset about guest characters, and people are upset about, it's like, to me, it's like, pick your battle, dude. Are you upset about guest characters? Or are you mad about this? Are you mad about that? Well, I'm mad about all of it. All right, well, thankfully Street Fighter doesn't have it. All right, and then when Street Fighter adds, like, some, I mean, it's not like they haven't done it before, but let's say they add some figure into the game, and it's like, damn, this shouldn't be here, man. I don't agree with this. It's like, all right, well, you don't, but it's here. What are you gonna do? Stop playing? You know, I'm gonna stop playing because that Japanese Yakuza guy had influence. Okay, cool. I keep saying it's nothing's gonna change. says every game community complaining about theirs, but it's different for different reasons. But at the same time, devs for each community game handle the situation differently. Yeah, they all do. I think it's like I keep saying, the only reason why I get it in like agitated is because like I've seen this across so many different platforms and how it gets treated, how people treat it. It's like, I'm cool with the crossover collaboration if there's a skin. I'm cool with that too. But why not put the character in the game? Oh, well, it's a fictional character. It's cool. Don't put real people in the game. I don't want a real person in the game. I don't want to play this real person. Okay? Some people do. No one's gonna buy the game because this person's in there, and then you go look at their Instagrams and you see how all these people are supporting it. It's kind of crazy. It's like it's just backwards. But again, this is why I don't like talking about it, because I just feel like no matter, it's not like I'm afraid to have the conversation. That doesn't scare me. I think it's there's like, no matter what, people act like there is no middle ground. It's either you stand on this side or you stand on that side. And like the ones that stand on the opposite side of the dare I say, the magnum opus, you know what I'm saying, with the masses, if you stand against the masses and you stand against, it's like you stand against like so many people. And the headaches, and it's like, it's the same argument over and over again. I've had people sit here in my comments telling me shit like, yeah, I bet the Saudis are paying you. It's like, what the fuck, stupid shit? What the fuck did you, like, how dumb can you possibly be to think that the Saudis are paying me to speak? Like, you'd have to be like smoking the most high top shelf. You must have reached to the top of the shelf, and whatever was up there, you had to smoke that. And in fact, you probably inhaled the dust that was up there too as you got there. Like, you literally had to smoke the most highest. You know? You think I'd be here on YouTube if they were freaking paying me, dog? Is that what you think? Like, come on now. You think I'd be sitting there arguing with your ass? The middle ground is put the DLC as guest characters, not base roster, and then you get mad that you have to pay for them. Think about it. Now you gotta pay for them. I don't want to pay for that. I'm not paying for that as part of my season pass. Like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. It doesn't matter. You're just gonna be mad you had to pay for them. So now they're just base roster. Just deal with it as base roster and move on. Like, I think, and I said this in the Brian F tweet, a good deal of the FGC does not know Fatal Fury at all, neither its roster. You probably know Terry, Mai, and Kim, maybe at best, and Geese at best, right? Ooh, time to get my doggy. Nah, he's gonna start barking in a second. Man, I forgot about me. Nah, he's good. I just think like waiting, like for me, I've waited a long time for Fatal Fury. You could say, well, you're getting what you want, so you're happy, so you're telling everyone to shut the fuck up because you're getting what you want. Not necessarily. I think most people don't even know half the roster. And people are saying things like, oh, I don't know, just announce them like, you know, like they're cool characters. Yep. because everyone knows that a 25-year-old dormant franchise exists. If it wasn't for Terry, people wouldn't even know. And the thing is, Fatal Fury's revival has started with Terry and Smash Brothers. Oh, but that's right. Maybe the Saudis had influence on Terry being in Smash too. Oops. Maybe the Saudi prince told, you know, Oda, hey, you should put Terry in Smash Brothers. Maybe he helped them have that. Maybe he helped them make that happen. I don't know. That could be a thing. Just speculating. Clears, doesn't it? He's a guest character there, right? It clears. Doesn't that clear? So, how else do you market these characters? Like, how else do you market? How do you market something? It's like a reintroduction of the product into the space. It's still a well-known franchise amongst the fans. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, like, in knowing that, I don't know. I just feel, I don't know, man. I'm just indifferent, dude. At the end of the day, I'm just indifferent. I want to see it be successful, and I think it will be successful. I think no matter what, it will have a sense of success. It might not be like the success that maybe they would want. I'm happy there's at least a Fatal Fury though. If it dies, well, I guess it dies. And then SNK is just gonna learn their lesson. Well, I'd imagine if this game doesn't sell well, we probably won't get the rest of their projects. You know? Everyone agrees that they're a waste and they could put in ducking. I'm telling you right now, and I said this in my last stream, there's a large chunk of people that don't even know who the hell ducking is and don't give a shit about ducking. I care about ducking, but I guarantee you look at his design and you're like, who the hell is this character? Most people still like generic Karate Man Ryu over ducking, and his way more unique designs. But I'm telling you, not very many people care about him. Yamazaki, maybe, but most people don't even know Yamazaki's from freaking Fatal Fury. They all think he's from freaking KOF. So, you would be right if, see, you as a fan know that these two characters are from Fatal Fury, but most people don't even know Yamazaki's from Fatal Fury. They just think, oh, he's from King of Fighters. What's up, Kensou? But like, complaining that you won't get your favorite characters to come back, you may or may not. I'm not gonna lie. Trust me. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, there are some characters I wish would come back in Street Fighter. But hey, I'm over here looking at, like, you know, Bison again. You know, I don't know who the hell Aki was. But here she is. I don't know who Marissa is. I don't think she's that interesting at all. You know what I mean? And I'm being facetious about this. But you know, like, I'm just saying, like, for me personally as a fighting game fan, I'm just happy to see new characters in general. Viper next season, yeah, they said that in Street Fighter 5. You know, they also said a lot of things. My thing is, this isn't new. You know what I'm saying? Like, this isn't unheard of. Yo, when Sakura is probably season 3. You mean to tell me I gotta pay for Akuma? He prints money. And he's been a guest character in like every other Capcom game, so yeah. You definitely gonna pay money for that motherfucker. So I'm saying, like no matter what, I honestly feel like Tekken fans are just not realizing what the DBFC community had to deal with. The only difference is DBFC has close to zero transparency with changes in communication. Tekken has the transparency but don't give a fuck. Maybe. But it's like I said, I'm saying this on both platforms. Like, I'm just doing my best to be objective about a lot of stuff. I'm objective until something turns me away. right? Because just like how everyone is allowed to have a revisionist history, I'm allowed to change my mind and change my stance on things too. Whether or not people had the stance at first is irrelevant. If I draw a conclusion, it's because I had to draw a conclusion. You know what I mean? I can think for myself. I don't need to follow the herd. $59.99, you're getting your first wave of DLC included while providing new characters and guest characters to SNK really showing love. That's right. People act like they're paying. Some people are like, yo, it's a $70 game. It is a $60 game. It's like this is exactly what they did with Sam Show. If you get the game early, you get everything. You get all of season 1 straight away. It's not the first time they've done it. And they did it with KOF also. I think if you pre-order it or you buy it early within that time frame, and you get everything. Well, at least season 1. I can appreciate your objectivity and you being thoughtful about the topic based on your experience and expertise. Yeah. Like, it's really it, man. You might need to make more coffee, big dog. I'll just say, like, I'm telling you, man. You want to see if you guys want to see what we did. Do you want? Actually, hold on. I'll do this for YouTube. All right, YouTube. Hold on. Let me do you a solid. I'm gonna bust out my OneNote that I had from the other day. Right. I'm gonna bust that out real quick, and you can see what we went through on Saturday, just real fast. I'll try to make this short and sweet. I'm going to show you the difference between mind you, I'm not dogging Street Fighter 4, but I just want to show you the difference in the marketing campaigns between Street Fighter 4 and Fatal Fury in particular. I don't mind putting these side by side. Hopefully I don't get cooked here. All right. So these are like some marketing schematics. So again, this is what I used to do for work. I'd have a OneNote and just kind of just go through things. Okay. All right. You have all this stuff which you would consider marketing outlets between things that they're related to fighting games, boxing, MMA, wrestling, you know, crossover games, Tekken, Street Fighter, Virtua Fighter, gamers that you're trying to reach, fighting games, FPS gamers, racing gamers, blah, blah, blah. Some market research based on Capcom, Kenny Omega, and Xavier Woods. You can advertise with wrestlers. New territory goals, music between rock and EDM, because SNK games don't have hip hop in it, much less jazz. It's somewhere between rock and EDM. Maybe pop culture, use K-pop, give or take. General sports, basketball. We're not bringing back Lucky Glauber. Football, we're not bringing back Brian Battler. Soccer, we had a list of potential candidates. Okay, we got Ronaldo. Ronaldo agrees, we work with Ronaldo. We also thought about volleyball, baseball, tennis, and car racing. Music campaign. Each DJ, we get a group of DJs to create EDM music for the game. Guidelines. DJ creates one song for the game. Each DJ can use the song in their DJ sets when on traveling and on tour. In addition, they must use promotional Duck King animation and the SNK logo when using said track to aid in the promotion of the game. DJ project should be overseen by DJ and approved by SNK sound design team to ensure the quality and integrity of the game is upheld through this sound design. Potential DJ list. And we figured Salvatore Gadachi is our frontman, and frontman has a chance to be in the game since we need one rep. He's also in charge of finding the DJs necessary to be in the game. And then these are the mock-ups. Ronaldo for sports, Salvatore for music, wrestling, New Japan Wrestling between Hiroshi Tanahashi and Momomoto. Jeez, I can't talk. Right? In their little cosplay promoting. And the boxing match is in London. And they also advertise it through QR codes. We also have TV commercials, which just came out. The TV commercial came out the day after we went over this. The anime that they intend to do. They're partnered with RedBull, doing RedBull animation, RedBull advertisements, excuse me. Then we talked about food and food campaigns when we'd launch it, right? Food marketing research. The city did it with Nissan Noodles. They did it with Evo Japan. They did it with Jump Force. Tekken World Tour. All right, Street Fighter did it with whoever this was. I forgot who. You know, they also had a collaboration with Samurai Showdown and Nissan Noodles, so we saw that. Then we got into jewelry, right? Seiko, big propellant, right? Soul Bad Guy watch, you know, could be a Terry Bogard watch. Street Fighter, Tekken, right? There was also perfume. There was Cool Water for Street Fighter, perfume for Strive, perfume for freaking Xrd. You know, more of this. Eye drops, collaboration with Roto Z and freaking Street Fighter, video game collaborations, which we talked about earlier. There's shoes, you know what I'm saying? Socks, candy, hats, jackets, posters, and what Oda wanted, right? So when people say, oh, the Prince or these people are being in there, my man said Michael Jackson, Sylvester Stallone, Bruce Willis, Jackie Chan, Expendables, the entire cast of the Expendables. Now, imagine being at the marketing team, and mind you, this was like a day's worth of work. We didn't even finish. This was maybe 3 to 4 hours worth of research, and we didn't even finish the campaign talking about like the food campaign, right, for the noodles. Well, I kind of finished it on my own, and you think about it. Now think about that. See how, like, you see how much thought is put into this. Then not to mention, then one of the things was, the bottom line was, how do we market the game to the gaming audience at large for Fatal Fury? And this is all what chat gave me that day. But this is a never-ending question that has infinite answers. So with that being said, as you can see, this was just 1 day and some change, not even a full day's worth of work. Do you think SNK? Oh, my bad. I forgot. My fault. I forgot. Now, my fault. I forgot to do this. We'll come back here, and I'm going to show you what was done for Street Fighter 4. This is Street Fighter 4's return. Different time frame, but I just want to show you the difference in scope. The arcade game, right? And they have status cards, which I have right here because I went to Japan and I have them. So in before someone tells me something wild, because I did participate in one of the last Street Fighter 4 tournaments in Japan called Togeki, and me and my team went, and one of these cards was for me to play in the arcade, and one of them was to play on the cabinet because they provided me with one, right? So with that being said, okay, this is part of this game's campaign, right? I'm gonna keep going. Then the arcade setup, if I recall right, we dialed it down. The arcade setup for 4 cabinets with the Vulix Reds was $50,000 for a 4-player setup. So most arcades had 8, anywhere from minimum 4 to 8. So 50K to 100K, and those would get rented out on top of the board, right? So the Taito Type 2. So all that together was 50K. Moving forward, so there's also the console port, the PC port, right? And then there was the GameStop tournament that they had for 1 year. Then they had an animation project, right? 2 animation projects, one for Street Fighter 4 and one for Super Street Fighter 4 to promote Juri, right? And then, oh my God, console, I should put that here. Launched February 17th in 2009, right? And then they made The Legend of Chun-Li. Launch February 27th, my birthday. Now you're probably like, where are you going with this? Part of the budget for Street Fighter 4, with their investors, the investors invested the money into making the game with Oda and company, with Dimps, and it cost The Legend of Chun-Li $50 million to make that freaking whack-ass movie. That movie on its first night made only 1.5 mil. The grand total of money that movie made in the box office total was 12 million. Look at how much they're in the hole. They're in the hole like what, 38? 38 just to break even. That's a lot of money to lose. And I said this to the stream before, and you wonder why Street Fighter 4 did not have another arcade port after the first one. It's because of this freaking whack-ass movie. Then they brought it back with Arcade Edition. And then they had Ultra in 2012, right? Then look at the promotional avenues that they did. San Diego Comic-Con, E3, PAX East and West, Wizard World, Tokyo Game Show. Even in SBO, these are tournaments, it doesn't really matter. They're only major memorabilia with posters, t-shirts, and keychains. So, this is the marketing campaign for one of the most widely appreciated fighting games, especially for like kind of sort of, I guess you could say, revitalizing the genre. And this was as good as they did back in 2009. This is the majority of this is like the extent of their advertisement. And some of their biggest advertisements was GameStop and The Legend of Chun-Li. I got you, KT, 1 second. So as you can see, like the scope of this is way different. Now, I'm glad that you said this. In the night, oh, this is beautiful. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, this is beautiful. I was waiting for someone to say this. Someone on YouTube is Charlie222. In the 90s, you don't have all these promotion for Street Fighter 2 or Fatal Fury 2 or Fatal Fury 2 and Fatal Fury Special. Just a good game, and this used to be the two most successful era for fighting games. That, my friend, is where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. And here's where I was hoping someone would do this at some point. So excuse me for a second. I'm gonna crack my knuckles for this one a little bit here, and I have to crush your hopes and dreams on this one a little bit, because if we were to do the exact same thing and say Fatal Fury 2, Fatal Fury 2 has multiple TV animations. It has what, 2 movies and an OVA, right? Fatal Fury the motion picture. There's like 2 or 3 different things for Fatal Fury in terms of that, right? I know for sure there's an OVA. Fatal Fury the motion picture, Fatal Fury the movie. So there's like 3 animations of some kind, if I recall right. Right? Then the manga, and then all the ports for the game. Yeah, no. They sold OSTs. The ports of the game are just as much as the same as Street Fighter 2, if not more. But that's my point, James. To say that like these things didn't have that kind of promotion, right? Street Fighter at the time had Street Fighter 2 the movie and Street Fighter 2 V, right? Meanwhile, Fatal Fury had its animations, right? And it had its manga, and multiple mangas at that, and all the multiple ports between Fatal Fury, like you videos, like TV shows, like not TV shows, but TV commercials, all those different commercials with all 3 different heroes that were filmed. No. It was a good game, but to say it didn't have any kind of like major promotion, nope. They had just as large marketing campaigns. This is after the release of the game. Do you not think for 1 second that was not part of the game's marketing campaign? What makes you think that they made the game first and then decided to do all that? That's not true. They don't just make a game and just, you know what, now that the game is successful, now we're gonna make a movie. No. That was already consideration. When it comes to these kinds of things, they don't just make these things after the fact. It might take time for them to come out, yes, because of proper funding, animation, and development time. Yes, that takes time. So it would appear as if, oh, it came out after the launch. Of course, it's after the launch. Of course. But to say these things weren't already in place, no. Like, they were definitely in the background building all this stuff. This is the same type of, basically this is the same thing that was ran for most of the games back then, is my point. They had sequels for the game, they were building a franchise, yeah. Fatal Fury 2 and Fatal Fury Special was featured on like so many different consoles back then. So like, I feel you. Street Fighter 2 is in 1991. The movie is 1994. So what makes you think for 1 second that they had no intention of trying to do that prior to? How long do you think it took that movie to be made? How long do you think that movie took to be made? did the movie just come out in just 1994 and they filmed it in less than a year? Like, that's my point. All these things were considered heavily long before. So like sitting here telling, I'm sorry, there's video game adaptations of things only come about during that time frame with things like Double Dragon, Mario Brothers. Those were the only things that came out that had stuff like way after the fact. And even then, the Double Dragon movie that came out, they made a deal with SNK, and there's a Double Dragon fighting game that was on the SNK hardware that's featured and advertised inside the movie. Which means that was already thought of. So I'm just saying. Also, we're talking 1993. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, from a marketing standpoint, this isn't something where they're just like, yo, this game was successful, let's make a movie. This is stuff that was considered long before the success of the game. The success just propels it. So that's like my point. Now, let's not cover this. Who or what do you consider as the actual target market for SNK fighting games in general? And do you really think they have a gap on growth or a cap on growth, or do you see untapped market somewhere? Ooh, okay, big loaded question, and I have a big loaded answer. Okay, so I think SNK's market isn't really that much different than, say, Capcom's, right? Hence the reason why there's Street Fighter characters in the game, right? They're trying to capitalize on whatever audience that they have on the Capcom side while still appealing to their. It's like there's so many audiences, right? If you think about it, there are people. I guess what I'm trying to say is there's so much to be said here. Like, you know how they'll say like, oh man, they're not really gonna get sports fans to play this game because of Ronaldo. Yet there's so many people in Latin America that like soccer, and there's a soccer character in the game, and they're gonna play him because not only is it Ronaldo, it's a soccer character, right? They are trying to get the youth that don't have an arcade. There's that too, but like the arcade isn't even really considered here. The arcade is only considered in Japan. That's why there's Street Fighter 6 Type Arcade. You don't hear about Type Arcade in the US because we don't live in Japan, so we don't care about the arcade version, you know? But like in regards to like who else are trying to go after, like look at the way the game is designed, right? The game has a comic book style. So for those people who like American comic books, because American comics is like the biggest push here, they're looking for people who like American comic books. They're looking for people who like Street Fighter. They're looking for people who like sports, soccer. Like, think of it this way, KT. They're looking for Street Fighter players. They're looking for old Fatal Fury fans, new KOF and or old KOF fans that have never played Fatal Fury. All the people that already like their games, they're already going after them. The Capcom heads, the people who like sports, the people who like EDM music. They're going after people who like boxing, the people who like wrestling. Look at all these markets that they're dipping their hands into, right? Now the argument here is how much turnover of that is going to happen. I think the turnover rate is something that's very hard to compile, right? Because you don't know the person buying the game is a wrestling fan, a soccer fan. You just know a transaction was had. You see what I'm saying? You know? Like, you get what I'm saying? So like, if you think about it, if they're fighting in this arena, because like, take for example, let's say the next guest character is Reina from Tekken. They're trying to pull from the market from Tekken, you know? And like, there's nothing wrong with that, because again, why not pull from pre-existing fighting games? You know? KOF All Stars, hell, they could bring in The Rock. Who wouldn't like who wouldn't want to use The Rock? But then they're just like, oh, well, it's not Dwayne Johnson. It's just The Rock. The Rock from WWF. It's still Dwayne Johnson. But whatever. What's funny lately is when a game either gets delayed or canceled, but all the other promotional materials and products that were planned to coincide with the release come out, like Halo Infinite. Man, Halo Infinite. Don't get me started on that game. But like, you see where I'm going with this, KT? Like, because like when you consider marketing, you're not just touching one audience. But it's very difficult to quantify whether or not this person was from they bought Fatal Fury from. It's not like they're selling Fatal Fury at like the boxing event. They're not selling Fatal Fury at the sporting events. They're not selling Fatal Fury at the EDM concerts. They're selling Fatal Fury at the stores. You know, they're selling it online. They're selling it at the Amazon. They're selling it, you know, wherever you can buy Fatal Furies, where that's it. But it's not like when you buy it, right? You're like, credit card or your debit card says wrestling fan, soccer fan. You know what I mean? They can't quantify that. There's no real way to quantify that. That's why when people say, I hate to say this like this, but they make baseless claims like, man, how do you know these guys that watch, you know, wrestling is gonna buy the game? I don't know. How do you know the people who buy all the wrestling games are all wrestling fans? You don't know. You're assuming that it's all wrestling fans because it's a WWE game. So the assumption is everyone that buys this game is purely WWE fans, when that's not the case. So that's why it's too difficult to just quantify one singular thing, you know? The ones that can figure it out make the bread. Bingo. You're like, on Saturday, some people were getting it. Like there's a bottom line, and like, you gotta think of it this way: in order to make income, you have to cast your net everywhere, right? So if you only cast your net, let's say you only cast your net to just gamers, right? Think about it. All right, that's it. That's your market. But like, there are a lot of people that are gamers that only play fighting games. There are a lot of people that are gamers that only play action games, and so forth and so forth. So while you can appeal to them, if that demographic of people does not like that style of game, they're not going to participate. They're not going to partake. Maybe at best their favorite content creator can convert them, or an advertisement can convert them, or Salvatore, or Duck King, or Terry, or or some character can convert them into being someone to buy the game. The next part, people, which was I just went off on Twitter about recently, is they're like, oh, player retention. There's not a single game in existence that does not fight with player retention. Not one. Like, some people will buy a game, play it for like a month, and never play it again. Especially if it's a multiplayer game. They'll be like, oh man, did you play, like, oh my god, Halo Infinite, bro? Since someone mentioned Halo Infinite, people played that game for a short period of time, myself included, and then I was like, okay, this is it, I'm going back to Apex. What's holding me here? Nothing. Right? Or let's say you're playing Halo Infinite and you actually like Halo Infinite, and then like, think of a game that came out at that time. Let's say Spider-Man PS4 came out. You're gonna sit there and grind out Spider-Man PS4 and forget all about Halo Infinite. You might turn it on from time to time, but you have nothing to hold you there. So now you play Spider-Man, now you're done with Spider-Man. Do you care about Halo Infinite now? You know what, I kind of want to go back and go get, you know, Diamond Rank. Then you go get your Diamond Rank, and then, ooh, Nier Automata or Nier Replicant just came out. I guess I'll go play Nier Replicant. Then you put down that game and you go back to this game. You see what I'm saying? Like, people constantly flip-flop between games. No, there isn't a singular... There are hardly that many singular games where people just never stop playing. You see what I'm saying? Like, that make sense? Like, it's silly. So if you feel like that, like, that's the part that gets me. They're like, they're not gonna hold them there. People have a shit attention, like, they have shit attention spans as it is. And it's not to knock anybody, because I like playing multiple games too. We can go through my Steam library of all the shit that I own that I haven't even played yet. Okay, we can even take it back to my PS4. I can take it to my PS2 games. I still have plenty of PS2 games I ain't played, PS3 games I ain't played, and my 360 library I ain't played, but I bought them because I want to play them at some point. You know? Where I have mixed feelings. SNK promote legacy and the history of the game, and now the game lacks so much of this. I don't agree. The same with Street Fighter 6. With Metro City, you have no Final Fight characters and no Street Fighter 3 characters. Elena's coming, so that doesn't hold true right there. And Metro City characters, they're inside of World Tour as of right now. And technically speaking, Metro City character includes Luke. That also includes, oh, I don't know, Kimberly. So I don't know, maybe. You already have you have essentially 2 Final Fight characters. Because technically speaking, Luke is a Final Fight character. Technically speaking. But I digress. We got these collabs going with influencers for them to play the game. Play the game at that event and never play it outside the tournament. Maybe 2 of them stick to the game. Yeah. I think that's like, look at what happened recently. Like, remember when Street Fighter, they did Jake and Bake? And he was promoting like Akuma, and people were like watching his stream. He knows jack shit about Akuma. He just let the computer just play, and it's just like. So I'll talk about that too, because some of, if not the majority of marketing teams they're not in touch with the communities of people that play these games. If this was an in-house marketing team, it might be different. But because the majority of marketing teams are outsourced, they know jack shit. They're paid to promote. They just need to see numbers and who's not a brand risk, who has big numbers. It's that simple. I'm one of those people that would most likely hire the guy because that's what I'm told to do, right? If I had my way, even though what I'm told to do is this, I would still bring up, hey, this person is heavily rooted in this community and we can get a bigger uptick, not just through the support from the community from pushing and propelling this person up, right? We can gain more even outside of that. Because if you have a hodgepodge mix of inside, let's say in-house players and out-house players, you can have that mishmash that you need to promote and grow. Because at that point, the people who do play the game and promote the game through content and whatever means necessary, you can get them to work with the people who don't do that. And then that creates a good semblance of collaboration. That's a better sense of collaboration outside of, okay, you have numbers, you have numbers, you have numbers, you have numbers. You guys have nothing to do with this product, but we're gonna put you on because you have numbers. You see how ass backwards that sounds? And I don't defend that in marketing. I don't. Even when I was doing it, I didn't like that either. So when we would do stuff like that, I would work really hard to be like, no, let's do it this way, to try to work within our current clientele or work within said parameters, as opposed to trying to go outside of these parameters that don't make sense. But the reality is, once again, I'm gonna keep telling you guys over and over again, these companies are these are marketing companies that are outsourced by the bigger companies. They pay them to do the marketing while the company focuses on the business. Whatever happens here with this marketing thing is only so much of it's like a drop in the bucket. Whether this campaign is successful or it fails, how much does this hurt our bottom line? Not that much. All right, whatever. That's how some of the companies treat it. That's why I'm trying to tell y'all, like, it's not as black and white as like, oh, well, we don't like this and we don't support this. It's like, dude, if this fails, it's a drop in the bucket, because what, like, their expected gross income is different from what they're losing on the marketing budget. The marketing budget's already set in stone, right? If the marketing budget goes over, they'll probably cut funding for the remaining parts of it to focus on other areas. If they deem it necessary to refund it and add more to it, they will. But the budget's already there, and you have to come up with things within that budget time frame, within the time frame and the budget. You see what I'm saying? That's why I said when we were doing this on Saturday, I was like, we didn't even talk about the budget necessary to do certain things. I brought up budget when we talked about BTS, because BTS, when we looked it up, was $500K just for a concert. So you can only imagine having BTS as a part. Let's say BTS was a part of City of the Wolves and they were one character, and you can control them all as like a, you know, pseudo puppet character or whatever, right? Not only is it just only one thing and they only make one song, that kind of goes against, like, in some ways it can be seen as it kind of goes against how you would use your budget. That's an ineffective use of your budget. Literally, in business, you don't just take all of it together, right? You don't take all of your budget money and be like, yo, just slap it on this big guy. Yo, this guy's gonna sell it. I'm telling you, dude. Like, yo, this guy right here, yo, BTS, they got it. I'm telling you. That's not how this works. You have to spread out that budget money properly. Otherwise, mismanagement of your budget money is going to look bad on you. And I'm telling you guys right now, as someone who worked in marketing between Twitch and YouTube, listen to what I'm about to tell you. When you do a bad marketing campaign, it shows because it's part of your resume. And you can't put that on your resume. You can't be like, yeah, I helped with the McDonald's McRib comeback. And the McRib comeback marketing campaign was dog shit and no one liked it. And it isn't that no one liked it because the sandwich was bad. No one converted into buying the damn sandwich. They just kept buying Big Macs. And you were brought on that, and you were brought on for that. That's a big company, and that's a big project, and that project is cooked. You see what I'm saying? So at that point, kiss your career. It's gonna be hard to find work. I won't say kiss your career goodbye, but it's gonna be really hard to find work after that. McFlamed, exactly. There's definitely better ways to communicate collabs with influencers. So if the goal is viewers, it's not that hard, for sure. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you think about it, Ronaldo and I Show Speed on a stream, or doing multiple collaborational things with Kai Cenat on just throwing it out there, bro, that'd be like the biggest. I'm gonna be real with you. That's bigger than anything Maximilian can do, and that's not a knock towards him. Max is huge, but I'm telling you, I Show Speed is gonna do more for the game than Maximilian could. Now, Maximilian will do what he can in terms of like doing what he normally does. This game is pretty cool. It has its issues, but you know you should still ultimately play it, and he's gonna play it too, right? Which is dope. There's nothing wrong with that. Of course, Max is most likely going to support Fatal Fury anyway, right? But like when you get outside people like I Show Speed sitting there with Ronaldo playing the game with Ronaldo, the amount of people that's going to go buy that game most likely after watching that stream is really high. Will they stick with the game? Who knows? That shouldn't be your concern, right? If they do, that's cool. If they don't, it is what it is. But like, you don't have to let that be your concern. You know, you intend to play the game, you keep playing it. Because the majority of people who play Street Fighter 6, like, because when people say like the retention of the players, or they might not stick with it that long, I mean, the sale is what matters. I hate to say it this way, but the sale is what matters the most in business. The retention is up to the player and how long they can keep their attention span towards whatever's happening in the game. AKA, let's say, I don't know, let's say for some reason Speed ends up being in the background of like Ronaldo's stage. That's huge. It would be great if they stuck with it, because that means people purchase the next game. But you gotta think of it this way, right? And I'm gonna tell you from experience, a lot of times people buy games and they only play them only like amongst their friends, right? So it's a fighting game, right? So most of these people don't have aspirations to go online and get better. They just want to play they just want to go like play the game with their friends. That's it. They have no aspirations of jumping online. They might jump online and be like, damn, I got messed up, man. You know what? I'm not even gonna play rank no more, bro. They be like, man, I jumped online, man. I thought, you know, I Show Speed was playing the game, so I decided to get the game too. You know what I'm saying? And Speed, you know what I'm saying? Speed got me to play. I mean, he was doing the, you know, the Ronaldo stuff. You know what I'm saying? And like, I thought that was really cool. So like, I bought the game and I picked Ronaldo, and I was trying to do what Speed was doing, but man, that shit hard, bro. And they play amongst themselves, they play online, they talk shit like it's Call of Duty, and they cut the game off. They're gonna treat it like COD. The average person is going to treat Fatal Fury like COD, but that's okay. You see what I'm saying? Like, the reality is this is part of gaming, and that's okay. If they want to treat the game like COD, that's fine. Where they jump on, they play with their friends, talk shit, turn it off, that's fine. That's okay. They don't have to play with the rest of the community at large. Their community is their friends. You see what I'm saying? Their community is their friends. They don't have to they don't have to like work within the community at large. In fact, most of them probably won't even care about, like, let's say Esports World Cup, or they don't care about SNK World Championships. Maybe, just maybe, Speed decides to watch it because let's say Speed gets invited to help announce for it. Like, come on. I Show Speed says, yeah, man, I'm working with SNK. I'm out here with Ronaldo. It's him and Ronaldo, you know, stanched up with the Fatal Fury thing in the background. Stop it. That will do that. That's going to do numbers. You could say, well, from a viewership standpoint, that's cool, but they're not buying the game. The viewership and the eyes on is what matters. That's part of the advertisement. Speed is now, at that point, Speed is now a part of the advertisement for Fatal Fury. Indirectly. And that's one of Speed's favorite, you know, sports players, is Ronaldo. But, you know, What can you say? Fatal Fury is not Fortnite or multiverses? I mean, sure. I mean, Fortnite is like the most one of the most successful video games in history. I wonder why. I'd say retention is more important in free-to-play games that are mostly online. Sure, because they're free-to-play, right? When a free-to-play game loses its player base, that game is dead. When a pay-to-play game loses its player base, yeah, it could be dead too. But the game in itself did get a return on the investment, whether it's big or small. Even if they give the product a purchase in 2 hours, that's a W for sure. But that's what I'm saying. Like, and then people say things like, "Oh, well, the game's losing its integrity." No, it's not. It's just getting bigger. Like, do you want it? Like, in my opinion, it's like, do you want it to stay underground where no one can see it, but you? I'm sorry, that's not the goal of any company. that's like you know, the job you work for, man. It's just us, y'all. It's just us. Do you not want extra help to do the work? Nah, man, it's just us. Do you want anyone to know that you have a business? Nah, man. We're gonna keep this underground, you know. We're gonna go by, we're gonna knock on doors, we're gonna tell, hey, look, you guys need your chimney clean, dog? And man, we got you, you know what I'm saying? This is, you know, Vader Inc. We here, you know what I'm saying? We out here, dog. Let's get it. You'd have to be, once again, smoking top shelf to think that that's how that works. Businesses grow to get more notoriety for a reason. Like, you have to be smoking some top shelf if you really think that the goal is to not grow the business. The goal is to not advertise your product and your services to the masses so that you can turn a profit. You work for the people and you turn a profit to keep paying your people and your business, to keep your business afloat. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, exactly. It has to be the best top shelf. Even Snoop can't buy it. Exactly. Mantis, exactly. It has to be the best top shelf, or even Snoop Dogg can't buy it. So that's what I'm saying when they're like, yeah, man, it's losing the integrity. When people say that, that means you're content with things being underground. You want things to not have some semblance of popularity. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that there are some things that have definitely gone hollow due to corporate quote-unquote influence. I would tell you that is true. I don't really argue that too much. However, there's this thing called money and people need it. You can say, oh, you're selling out, you're doing this, you're doing that, you're not one of us, man, you gotta stay underground with us. That's not how this shit works. That's not how this shit works. Underground Fight Club ain't a thing no more, dude. That was a thing in the 90s. The 90s ain't here no more. Gotta get past that, to be honest with you. Yeah, but I mean, but you're also arguing, hey Charlie, you're also arguing with like, so what you're telling me is Ronaldo and correct me if I'm wrong here, Ronaldo and Salvatore being in the game means the game is bad. Is that what you're telling me? Did you like the beta? If your answer to you liking the beta is yes, and their inclusion is no, it's okay to not like them. But the game in itself is still good. So it sounds like you're at odds with yourself and not the game. You're at odds with your own personal morality. It's not the game. Because if the game is fun and you enjoy the game, it doesn't matter if those two are in the game. I'm selling my soul because I bought the game that has these two evil guys in it. Man, this sucks. Whoa, it's me. No, I'm doing it wrong. Somehow, some way, I'm doing it wrong. I'm supposed to be pure and like the game the way it was before where no one knew about it. Support Mark of the Wolves. Don't support City of the Wolves. City of the Wolves is pure, unadulterated, unfiltered Fatal Fury gameplay. You're not supposed to play this new one that was made to make money. No, come with me and I will show you light. No, dude, sorry, that's not how this works. You're not some underground hero trying to save the day with the older versions of the game. People are not going to go back. They're going to only go forward. Just saying. A lot of people just grow the fuck up. Like the gameplay, great, play it. Don't like it, Great, move on. It's not that hard. It really isn't. How can I ever? right. I have to do the Keanu. How can I ever be the greatest Crusader if I don't tell everyone to play? You know, dude, this game right here, man. Oh, that's terrible. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, man. You have to move forward. You have to move forward. You know what, man? Fuck that new Street Fighter 6 shit, man. You got to come back here where the real Street Fighter players play, man. We're at Street Fighter 2, man. Here's where it's at right here, man. We're right here at Fight. We're here at we're here live over here at Fight K, bro. All 25 of us, man. We're here, dude. You gotta get over here, man. You want to play real Street Fighter? We're playing it right here. You want to play real Fatal Fury, bro? We're right here in 5K. We're playing over here Fatal Fury 1, man. All right, you can only pick Joe, you can only pick Terry, and you can only pick Andy, bro. Only these three, dog. That's it. If you want to play the other characters, you gotta play the Super Nintendo version. But that version's not original, man. That's not the original. The original hardware is right here, my brother. Right here, brother. This is the one you want to play right here. Only these three players. Only these three. You can't play anyone else. You better get good with your Joe. Because I'll tell you what, the tier list right now. Listen, the tier list right now in 2025, man. Andy Bogart, that's the best character, man. I'm trying to tell you, bro. You gotta play Andy, man. But only one of us can pick Andy because there aren't alternate colors. So it doesn't work. Only one of us can pick him, okay? Like, please, dude. Spare me. Spare me. Spare me. We're not going backwards. We gotta go forward, man. I'm sorry. We have to move forward, man. If it doesn't move forward in the direction that you don't like, if it moves in the direction you don't like, you don't have to play it. You can speak your mind, and that's cool too. Trust me, I'm with you. You know, how to move forward the time you have. There's two characters in your face online. What's the point to play Fatal Fury if the content is not Fatal Fury? Huh? What? Is Terry Bogard not playable? Is Rock Howard not in the game? What? Hold on, let me go to SNK's website real fast. Let me see how many celebrities are in the game. Oh, that's right, only 2. Whoops. But there might be more, I don't know, right? What? Go look at the trailers. Are you serious? What? Who is Ronaldo fighting? Only himself? Huh? Are you serious, big dog? Move forward. Move forward. I'm working on my best. Macho Man. Man, hold on. Don't let me do that. You know what? They're gonna include Macho Man next. Macho Man, Randy Savage, brother. Oh yeah, we're playing Fatal Fury, City of the Bulls. Oh yeah, brother. Oh yeah. I'm here to hit you with the burn knuckles and the crack shoots. We don't rise and tackle unless we play Rock Howard. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah. Let me stop, dude. You gotta move forward, doggy. I'm sorry, man. You got to. You got to. Oh man, I gotta fight Ronaldo. Yep. That's like saying, man, I'm playing Street Fighter 6. Man, Street Fighter 6's integrity is screwed because Terry and Maya's in the game. Forget the fact that Ken's still top tier. Forget the fact that JP's still top tier. Forget the fact that all the other characters you're likely to see other than just Terry and or Maya. Like, come on. Fix it. Fix your face. You got to. You gotta fix your face. It just sounds like you're just being unreasonable. To be honest. It's hard to tell anymore if the beta is a good test of the gameplay of the game anymore, since people love the Street Fighter 6 beta and now they complain about the game to no end. They complained about the beta? DI scrubby. DI go. Are you, bro? Do you really want to have some fun and go on YouTube and go type in DI Street Fighter 6 Drive Impact? I'm willing to. You know what? Street Fighters. Let's have fun. Fighter 6 Drive Impact, ruining the game. Let's see how many videos we find. Let's see. Ghost made a video years ago, how to stop losing to Drive Impact, reacting to Drive Impact, dealing with Drive Impact. React to Drive Impact. Street Fighter 6 Drive Impact is one of the best mechanics in fighting games. Why Drive Impact needs a nerf. Let's see here. You will not like Drive Impact in Street Fighter 6. You don't need Drive Impact. Why Drive Impact is breaking Street Fighter 6. Why Street Fighter 6 sucks. Because of Drive Impact. Like, just come on, man. Come on, dude. It's a big why Street Fighter 6 sucks. Why Drive Impact is a bad mechanic that rewards bad players. Wow. Are Drive Impact and Drive Rush bad for Street Fighter 6? Like, come on, dude. Ah! They complain so hard about this mechanic, dude. It makes no sense. There it is. DI hurts the integrity of the game. Modern controls makes it so scrubs can beat pros, etc. Revisionist history is a terrible disease. It is, dude. Imagine if one of your close friends faced Ganachi. Yo, if Duck King gets in the game, I'm gonna play both of them. My thing is, I want to see, like, for me, I want to see things like this, mostly because what it does is it connects. I think what people are forgetting is this kind of stuff connects the real world to these video games. I get it. It's weird, right? Don't you think it's weird that when people, like, when they make a video game based on real, you know, was it nonfiction, right? Nonfiction is real life, right? Fictional, let me see. Nonfiction is real characters, right? Yeah, nonfiction, right? When they write games about non-fictional characters, they're like, that's not accurate. No, Mr. Developer guy, that's not what happened over here. When I read over here, when I was reading the books, this is what was really supposed to happen. Why did you change it? That's not what really happened. Isn't that what's happening right now with freaking Assassin's Creed Shadows? That's not what really happened with Yasuke and Oda Nobunaga. That's not what the Japanese history books say. It's a fucking video game. Why does it matter? No, that's not true. No, that's not what happened. No. Roman Reigns didn't do that in the WWE for real. That's not how it goes. But then get happy about things like Dragon Ball, where they're like what if scenarios. Well, stop. That's not how this works, Mr. YouTuber streamer guy. No, this is fictional, so we can always play around with fiction. You don't make any sense. You don't make any sense at that point. Leave my tribal chief out of this. Ask my tribal chief too. These people, these are my people because they acknowledge me. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. That'll put me on Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns is cool as fuck. I like Roman Reigns. I think he's cool as hell. Straight up. The tribal chief? Hey, that boy King in in Tekken 8, that's the tribal chief right there. These people, these are my people. You get there with the microphone. That's a tribal chief right there. People complain about realism, but hype up Call of Duty like war, like that in real life. I acknowledge my tribal chief. When I look at Street Fighter 6 beta impressions, it's people saying Street Fighter 6 is almost perfect. Street Fighter 6 is a real video game. It's everything I wanted. Okay. Now keep in mind, immersion. Some people have changed the titles of those videos, by the way, and changed thumbnails. Remember, they're YouTubers. You have the ability to do that. Not everyone kept their videos up the same. Always remember that. Revisionist history. Some people on YouTube actually go as far as to upload both a positive and a negative reaction to these things, and then scrub the internet clean of the bad one, and then change the title. Trust. I've been in the game with this YouTube shit for too long, man. I've seen enough. No Man in Wars, Halo jumping and shit. I'm just saying. But I don't know what else to say. But I can tell you for sure, I'm honestly at this point exhausted. Saturday I was exhausted talking about Fatal Fury because I'm just like, I'm over it. Regardless, I'm still gonna play. I'm gonna still make my guides for you guys on YouTube. I'm still gonna make my guides for you guys. I'm still gonna make my guides to help people. I'm still gonna do what's necessary, you know. You know? It's weird. It's weird. It's just weird. Hey man, if My Little Pony sells the game, let's get it. I mean, they made a My Little Pony fighting game, did they not? So at that point, you're right. My Little Pony has proven that you can make fighting them on it and they can make money. Them's fighting herds. So yeah, you'd be right. We could do that. We can run that. Like, we could definitely run that. We can run that. That's easy. It's proven. That is proven. We can definitely run that. That's not a problem. Easy clap. That's easy. They didn't, because they got cease and desist. They still made the game. But that's just it. If you want saying it, go make the game. Like I'm telling you, dog, like it's okay, man. I just feel like the majority of your arguments just hold very little weight, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I respect the fact that you feel strongly as a fan, and I do too. I really and truly do. You can argue, well, you don't seem like a real fan because you're okay with it. I'm okay with it because I want to see what happens with this game. I'm not that pessimistic like everyone else. I just want to see what happens. If this game is good and it stands the test of time, we're just gonna look back at this shit and we're gonna laugh at it. Because this is pretty irrelevant to the grand scheme of things. Because no matter what, it's always gonna go in a circle. At least with me, it's gonna go into a circle every time. Like I'm not gonna come around to your way of. I'm not gonna conform to your way of thinking, right? It is only because, and I keep saying it, if I was not on the other side of the fence beforehand, I would be just like you. I promise you, I would be just like you, big dog. But the fact is, I did it for a living. Therefore, I just won't, and I never will. Until I see a company outright do some real super duper shady shit in recent times, then I'll have more reason to like really go off. But I haven't hit that point. You know? I haven't hit that point where like some company's done some real like off the wall shady shit that I have seen in recent times where I'm just like, yeah, I just don't vibe with that. Outside of certain allegations, but like I look at it from the standpoint of like, these are people that are like, they try to do that with Marvel Rivals. Like they tried to cancel Marvel Rivals early on, saying, oh, these people were stealing information and stock something or other. And it's like, no, those are employees. That's not representative of the company. Like right before the game came out, people were trying to cook that game. It's like, come on, man. Like you have to understand, dude, like people go to extreme lengths because they don't like stuff. So like if you're it's like the same stuff I see on my channel on YouTube where they're like, oh, you just like fighting games now because they're easier for you so you can win. I've played the highest execution characters in almost every single fucking fighting game I play. I don't want to hear jack shit from any of you. Just because it's not here on YouTube doesn't mean it's not what I did. You know what I mean? Like, think about it. Nah, man. I'm sorry, Charlie Cat. Charlie, homie, you're just slinging mud at this point. A lot of your arguments just seem like you're kind of like an upset child about something. Or let me not say child. That's very facetious. Let me fix my face. You sound like a very upset fan. And if you think that pure SNK, and you're okay, that's fine. Your opinion is totally okay, dude. You can have your opinion. That's fine. You got it. I love streaming, but hate editing. Can I not be a YouTuber? No, just stream on YouTube so you don't have to edit. Do you not think the money washing is shady? there's shady business everywhere, man. There's shady business where you do commentary. There's shady business where you go work. There's shady business. There's money washing everywhere, man. I don't support anything corrupt. I'm making it clear. I don't support anything that is. I don't support things that push like corrupt. Anything that's corrupt. I don't support that. However, there's things that we don't know about that could be seen as corrupt, could not be seen as corrupt. And by that I mean you don't have optics on it. You don't know. So like, in my opinion, it's a thing of if I don't know, then it doesn't hurt me, right? Because as they say, what you don't know doesn't hurt you, right? And that is a fact. So if I have no clue that this is happening, say money laundering and stuff like that within a company, well, I guess it doesn't really affect me. It doesn't affect you until it does. I think if if it's seen as this is money washing, well, what can you do? The game's still coming out. You know, like the game is still coming out. So what do? I'm gonna cry out about it and say, well, I hate it and cancel my pre-order and start this boycott. Okay, cool. Those that are gonna play it are gonna play it. That's that. That's really just what it boils down to. Like, no matter how we slice this pie, we can go around in circles with all this however we see fit. I'm just a firm believer of no matter what you think in terms of like morality and like things in good faith, people have done like people have done way worse. And for what it's worth, even thinking about it now, the vast majority of people don't know. It's just under us. It's under the assumption that this is happening. And then you'd say, well, it's clear as day because these things are here. Okay. But until it's like you say, right? Until someone explicitly says it, it's just hearsay, right? Until someone explicitly tells you directly, this is it, all you can do is assume. That's it. I can do is assume. There's been so many derpy things added to fighting games over the years. I can never fathom having such an issue with something so small as when Blitz Tank and EDF Soldier, right? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, no matter how you slice the pie, like, you're not really gonna get me to get, like, I'm not gonna be upset. All I can say is, like, for me, it's been and I said it on Saturday too, like, I saw this before, but what was it, I think Perfect Legend was a part of this thing back when DOA 4 was out. Was that World Cyber Games thing was a thing. Once I saw that led me to believe that fighting games or video games as a whole could be something where you can make money off of. And I've always saw that as a cool thing. Even when I saw it with Super Battle Opera years ago when I went, the opportunities given to people and stuff like that. There's all kinds of things that can come about from this. And I think I'm more concerned about the opportunities that can be brought to this. I'm not on the inside to even know. But until I get there, I will never know. And maybe I'll never get there. But I'm not going to sit here and like let what I believe get swayed. I'll consider thoughts and opinions, but as of right now, until I see things for myself, it's not up until these things burn me is when I'll be like, all right, cool. You can argue and say, well, see, Mr. Streamer guy, we told you, we tried to tell you. It's like, well, I had to see for myself. Yeah, but there were all the signs on the wall. Ooh, that's what you believe. It's fun to me. This brings me back to when they actually did crazy things in fighting games. It blows my mind how people aren't getting it. Getting hit with mean nostalgia, laughing at it. Of course not. Because everyone's been waiting for Duck King. Right? So, in terms of sports washing, yeah, that's all I'm gonna say is that existed in the NBA, that exists in the NFL, that exists everywhere, right? We're like, hey man, you guys want to throw this thing so we can get more views? I think it was like in 2010 or 2011 when the Rockets beat LA. It's like, there's no fucking shot they had such a good fucking season, and the way that LA lost, that was like all over the fucking news. Where it's like, come on, man, we knew good and well that the Rockets were not supposed to beat fucking the Lakers. Well, they took it all the way to like Game 7 or some shit like that, and it was like, the Rockets? Not with that season that they had. Like, come on now. So many of my parlays got sold from bullshit. I'm just saying. All the sports betting, sports matches getting thrown, boxing matches getting thrown. Nothing. That's what I'm saying. It's like, why does everyone act like this is like some new shit? Like I said, I don't agree with it, but it exists. No. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm just saying, because this is what happened. This is what people are mad at. Oh, for sure. I understand that. But I'm saying, like, in the like, we can't remove them from the game. That's just it. Like, we can't do anything about it. They're there. I'm saying, like, at this point, that's the part of the marketing campaign, like it or not. You can hate it. You're allowed. I keep trying to tell people, like, you're allowed to hate it. Like, my thing is, I'm trying to get people to understand, I'm not oblivious to your point of view. I'm not unreasonable to the point to where I can't understand your point of view, because even when I saw Salvatore, I didn't have any intention of reacting in the first place. I was like, this looks weird. I don't really care to react to it. And then people on the YouTube were like, yo, Kensou, react to it. So I was like, all right, I'll do it because y'all asked me to, right? And people asked me very kindly. So I was like, all right, because of YouTube. So YouTube, you guys are the reason why I even have a reaction on this channel in the first place. So I'm like, okay, cool, I'll react. And my thing about it still remains it remains the same. I don't really care for Salvatore like that. He's helping market the game. That's all that matters. Do I care to play him? I'll play him for the memes. I'll play him for a video. But for the money, I'm playing Hotaru and Gato and Dong Juan. That's it. For my esports bag, I'm playing my characters, and that's it. I don't know what to tell you. that's how I feel. Like, but people are cutting this hard line in between the sand. You're either with us or against us. You either like us or you hate it. I don't give a shit either way. I'm just happy Fatal Fury is back. I don't like the rest of, like, for me, I'm just a fan. I don't care about the rest of that other shit. I don't like most of the arguments. I hear you, but I don't care nearly as much. But I'm also gonna be like, okay, we gotta stop with this, like, oh man, the Saudi this, the Saudi that, they don't know how to market their game. It's like, dude, you don't know how to market shit either. Well, I'm telling you, that's not what got me hooked. What got me hooked was, you know, the characters. Who? Terry. Anyone else? Rock. Someone else? Don't tell me it was Billy Kane. It definitely wasn't Billy Kane. You might tell me it might be Rock, Terry, or Mai, but you're not going to tell me Hokutomaru. You're not going to tell me Freeman. You're not going to tell me Kane. You're not going to tell me any of the Mark of the Wolves roster or any Fatal Fury characters what got you over here. That's not really the case. Some might tell you that, but the vast majority of people still don't know what Fatal Fury is, which is my point. I've been saying this entire time. No one knows what the game is. No one knows these characters. No one knows who these characters are. So the best way to, the unfortunate best way, arguably speaking, to get the game to be more noticed and recognized is to utilize characters and other things from other entities to help promote the game and its return. It's pretty simple. It's so hard to not understand that. But apparently, Guilty Gear using Aisha, Naoki, Street Fighter using fucking Lil Wayne, and all those rappers for the thing. It's like, dude, they're everyone's marketing in different avenues. Yeah, but they didn't put them in the game though, Kensou. That's the problem we have. I get that. I understand they're in the game. I don't care if they're in the game. As long as I'm beating that ass and they're not in my way, I don't give a shit. There's probably gonna be someone super sick with Ronaldo, and we're gonna forget about this. They're gonna be like, yeah, man, Ronaldo, that Ronaldo guy, man, what an asshole. Is that all you're gonna think about when you're playing the game? Seriously? Like, come on now. I've been talking about the reasoning why people are upset. I'm telling you, I've been doing this all the entire time. C4. So what's the argument, C4? It's unethical. The Saudi, which is it? Let me tell you what I've been hit with. Saudi blood money, Saudi this, Saudi that, right? They don't belong in the game. They're taking away character slots. Ronaldo's insert this problem here. What's next? What's next? Oh, and then people shift the goalposts. Well, I don't care about any of that as long as the game works. Make up your mind. Choose your battle. Oh, well, they could put in more old school characters. Okay. They're coming, and Mr. Big is a character finally in Fatal Fury. That's history. But we're so focused on Ronaldo, but we're not looking at how Mr. Big is featured in Fatal Fury. So what am I missing? I've just been addressing the sheer fact that these are marketing campaigns. You have a right to be upset. That's fine. But there's still a DLC pass. There's still characters on the way. There's still Chun-Li and Ken. Right? There's still Joe and there's still Andy. They should be base roster. They're not. And I'm sorry you feel that way. They should be. I don't really disagree. They're in the promotional art. But not all that's in the promotional art is going to be in there. Well, right. It's because at this point, C4, I'm kind of tired of talking about it. It's very, 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 like, it's been tiring. I spent literally 10 hours talking about it on fucking Saturday. And while I'm here to talk about it now, I didn't want to go at length with it here, but I should have known to not put it in the title because, of course, it was going to come up and it's going to be the first thing anyone ever wants to talk about. DJ Man, to a lot of people, just looks like a man using Fatal Fury to up his social media numbers. Feels a lot more useless to people. You know, it would be really good if people would actually go to the Fatal Fury website and actually see that he was handpicked to do this, and he handpicked the DJs. Why don't you go look at the? See, that's the problem. Instead of arguing so much, why not you just go look at the website like I've been posting all over the place? For your complaints, you can look at the website where they announced that they were doing this with him. It'd be one thing if this was wrong, but it is a thing. My thing is everyone's complaints about stuff is on their website about why they're doing what they're doing. It's not like they're lying about it. Like, do you need help with that? I got you since we need help with that, right? We need help with that? No worries, I got you. There you go. There you go. Right here. Boom. Unfortunately, we don't use websites anymore. Is it good to read it up? Yeah. People don't read? It's on Twitter. People don't use websites? You sure? They definitely use Twitter. This was also on Twitter, you know? This wasn't just like, oh, on the website and the website only. Don't play dumb, because they definitely put it on Twitter. They definitely put it out there on Twitter that they did this. This isn't new. This has been put on Twitter. It didn't matter if you didn't go to the website to see it. They announced it on their website and on Twitter and every other piece of social media. So I'm just sitting here and I'm just like, what are y'all talking about? The arguments are so silly when they keep telling people what they're doing and why they're doing it. But I'll read it off for you because apparently we need that. 11 well-renowned DJs, 19 stage rocking tracks. SNK is joining forces with 11 talented DJs for Fatal Fury to the Wolves, inspired by the game's call to rev it up. 19 new tracks centered around the world and characters of Fatal Fury to the Wolves. New tracks centered around the world and characters. One more time. New tracks, 19 tracks, music, 19, 1 from 20, 1 up from 18. Centered around the world, Fatal Fury, and the characters of Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves, the video game, will appear as stage music in the video game. These tracks are sure to amp up the exciting gameplay and while basically the hype of the game. Players can also listen to the collaboration music at their leisure by using the in-game jukebox mode. All right, it's going to be a matter of time. It's going to be a matter of time before this is on Spotify, because guess what? All of SNK soundtracks are on Spotify as we speak right now. The majority of them, right? So let's make sure we understand that. Okay, I got you, Kenny. Boom. Salvatore serves as collaboration music advisor. Taking on the crucial role of carefully curating and coordinating this ambitious effort is acclaimed DJ Salvatore Ganacci, who has made sure to deliver an experience that every Fatal Fury fan is to enjoy. Original tracks from Ganacci himself, an artist known for his music style, will also be featured in the collaboration. This dude was in charge once again for handpicking these DJs. Afrojack, Final Fantasy 15. I don't know the rest of these guys that much, but I'm sure that they've done some great stuff, right? Oh, that's right, Steve Aoki, who also did stuff for Street Fighter. What are we talking about here? Confused. They're trying to promote this game through Instagram. I keep telling you guys this. I said this the last time, but it's like I feel like I'm talking to a wall. But that's okay. I mean, if you want to isolate the sports washing, all right, man. I don't like, listen, all I'm telling you is this. All this is conspiracy. This is conspiracy theory about whitewashing, money washing, and blah. This is tangible. This is tangible. I can show you this. You can't show me that it's sports washed. That's what you can't do, right? You can't physically show me proof that this is that. You can say, well, the Prince of Saudi Arabia shook hands with Ronaldo. That's the only thing you can give me, right? That sports washing, is it? Listen, I don't care about it in sports. Does it relate to Fatal Fury? That's all. At that stage, C4, show me where it relates to Fatal Fury. Show me where it says this related to specifically this video game. I don't care about it being done while it's happening in normal sports when normal sports is happening. I need it to relate to this. I don't care about that other part. You can say, well, based on this is probably what's happening. Okay, that's a great assumption. Cool. Again, I don't care about that. I'm only talking specifically about the marketing campaign. You can tell me how much. Yeah, so if the Prince got his two favorites in here, hey man, he's using his resources. Okay, he influenced the stuff and the game is here and these two characters or these two dudes are here. All right. Do you play it or do you not play it? Pick one. It's not hard. Like, that's my thing. Like, any and all of this is not difficult. Just pick one. That's it. Just pick one. It's okay. $18 days into, yeah, I know, right? Sorry, YouTube. I'm neglecting you guys a little bit. I apologize. My bad. It's true, 18 days. My thing is, would you rather the game just not exist based on your righteous criteria? You putting up the cash then? See, Mantis, you get it. Who put up the bread? I want to put into perspective. Yes, they're taking up 2 spaces, but you are also getting 5 characters in the DLC. You are. Yeah, if you pre-order the game, the season 1 pass is there. It's for free. It's baked in with the cost of the game. Okay, so I feel like at this point, Charlie homie, you're just being unreasonable, and I think like you just don't want to be reasoned with. You want to be right in this discussion, and it's okay. I respect it. You just want to be right. I'm cool with it. If that's how you want to be, that's fine. But at this stage, at this point, it's pretty redundant with you in this discussion, big dog. If you use a person who is sports washing in a game that's sports. As I said before, I'm only upset about the marketing portion. That's it. Whatever. In terms of sports washing, whatever. All right. That's just gonna be. I hate to like feel like I'm not trying to dismiss you, but I just read it and I'm just like, okay. All right, cool. I get it. I'm mad because this guy's washing the game. All right, cool. Cool. We here. I just care about the game doing well at this point now. Everything else is irrelevant. I'm still gonna be a fan of the game. I'm still gonna be a fan of the series. I'm still gonna put forth I'm still gonna put forth the game. I'm still gonna play it. I'll still travel, do what I can, make content. Hopefully people support it, and I'll still be here trying to do what I can. You know, I did the same shit with Strive until it turned me away. This ain't gonna be that much different. You know. So how much you think the moveset of Andy and Joe will be updated? Probably a good amount. Internet tinfoil versus reality. Yeah. I mean, I just feel like, I mean, don't you think it's kind of interesting, right? Like, it's very, you know what? Let me pull attention away from Fatal Fury, right? Just for a second. At what point is it bad for, we'll use a person. At what point is it bad for a content creator in particular to sell out? What is considered selling out? Is selling out working with, let's say for example, I get to work with SNK on the game. Well, a hypothetical, right? Am I selling out because I get to do that? Am I selling out because I get a better way of life? Is that a reason to be happy for someone for advancing? Or is it you should have went through the long, hard, you know, quote unquote, the long, hard path where you had to work hard to get there and whatnot? What if making all this content got me the ability to work with them and be able to do something, right? Am I selling out at that point? Or any company for that matter? Am I considered a sellout at that point? Or am I just doing my job? Or I'm trying to like what does that look like? So that's also for you guys. Right? Not at all, but as of chronically online, you are. I see. Are you selling out by doing something immoral? Nah. Let's say it's not immoral. Sell out. Betrayal of one's principles for reasons of expedience. So when you sign a contract, is that considered selling out? See. Is it against my principles? Nah, it wouldn't be against my principles. See. So I'm curious. So, like, do people view content creators as sellouts because they get to work with because they get to work with like game companies and stuff like that? Would you consider, like, say for example, is a content creator that works for, let's say you're in a content creator program, are they considered sellouts because they're in a content creator program? Right? Let's use that for example. Is that considered selling out? I'm just curious. Because you're fighting a good fight and single-handedly taking down these companies. I see. That's why I always fuck with you. I can't that's one of the few reasons why I always fuck with you, no matter what. That man be objective as hell. That's the type of dude that'd be like, fuck you. Now let's go eat. You good? I'm good. All right, let's go chill. I'll always respect you for that. Sometimes on YouTube, but yeah, social rules shouldn't be seen the same way as a bull. Yeah, I caught that. I just didn't respond immediately. Content creators only become sell if they shat on said thing for so long, and all of a sudden it's good because they got paid for it. Yeah, I could agree to that. What's the sales numbers on SNK's IP Master Energy? Yo, oh my god, I'm gonna read that out loud. Yo, this is a good one from YouTube. I don't know how to pronounce it properly. Is it the Teo? I wish the sales numbers on SNK IPs matches the energy the FGC has for these two characters, but the numbers of KOF 14 and 15 say otherwise. That's a fact. Holy shit, that's so fucking real. Virtual Dapper. I got you on that. Hold on, let me hit you one of these. Virtual dap up. That's a good one. I give you that. I rock with that. I rock with that. 100%. And that deserved a virtual dap up. I don't think someone having an opportunity is immediately a sellout, but when there are negative situations for the thing they are in question for it, like if say them never criticize Street Fighter 5 netcode because he's getting Capcom money, that would be selling out. I see. Can go as far as someone wants to stretch it. If you run ads, that can likely be a sellout. Someone, that's true. So that's just where I'm kind of curious, right? Because like I asked that because when I see this stuff about being a shill and all this extra stuff like that, I'm just like, you guys just don't. It's so infuriating. I'd say of all of this, what's infuriating is seeing people say, yo, you're a SNK shill, not knowing the implications of what the hell they're talking about, or like how hard people like me have worked for SNK games to be featured in the FGC. You know? Everyone says they wouldn't do something when they can't count the zero in the contract. Principles normally have a price, and I ain't mad at someone changing their mind. That's true. That's very true. But like, you have to remember, like, especially you guys on YouTube, like, I'm not your enemy, right? I'm just kind of like the objective guy that's just like, okay, I see why it's whatever, let's move on. Because what's more important is having the community of people that play the game. Like, I look at the bigger picture. I think that's the difference between me and most content creators. I don't like to get hung up over these things. These things are like irrelevant to enjoying the product and enjoying and then growing the game, growing the community. I make content and do what I do because there used to be a void where these games had no people to support them. And even now, I'm still banking, if you think about it, right? I'm still banking a lot of my content creation on people supporting this game. This game getting bad optics already with just these guys, you don't think I'm worried about my fucking bag for this game? You know, but I guess I'm supposed to suffer. And then it's like, why doesn't anyone cover this game? Because you guys kind of shat on it. You see what I'm saying? Like, Fatal Fury has like one big shot right now, and it doesn't need to get shat on. Say your mind, speak your mind. I get you. I'm not even mad at that. I keep telling people that. It's like, I don't know. It's like people can't fathom the notion that there's someone that goes against them. But like, I literally only care about people playing the game and supporting it. Because as a content creator, you stake a lot of your career on each product, and each product has a shelf life, right? And if the shelf life of City of the Wolves, let's say, is only 3 months, well, time to move back to Street Fighter. And then they're like, why doesn't anyone cover SNK games? Well, think about it. You know, it's not the good way to grow the game with these two random characters. Yep. People said the same thing about Chang. People said the same thing about, you know, Duck King. And, you know, yeah, they still kept putting Duck King in the game. And you know what happened? They never put Duck King ever again in KOF after KOF 11. There's a lot of characters that didn't help grow some of these games. You'd be right. I agree. Mizuguchi being featured in Max Impact didn't help grow Max Impact either. In fact, people criticize Max Impact too. Well, who are all these characters? I don't understand. Why do you add these characters? Why is it not a team game? This doesn't make sense. Max Impact's whack. Only for Max Impact 2 to Regulation A to actually be one of the better KOF games. And then die almost instantly because of the console port. But that's a different reason. You know? I mean, I understand the notion of like, keep it, like, I think that's the part that's funny to me. When people are sitting in that position or like, yo man, keep it real, dog. Like, it's always funny to me when it's in a situation of, yo, you gotta keep it real. You gotta, nah man, you gotta keep it like this. And it's like, you're looking at everyone else that's over there making the money, and you're sitting here seeing where you're at, and you're like, yeah man, I'm with you guys. I'm keeping it real. How long till keeping it real keeps you broke? That's the real question. How long do you keep it real till you remain until you stop being broke? Right? And that's a very, 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 very difficult place to be in. How long do you keep it real and can keep it real, keep it real and keep it broke? You see what I'm saying? And that's a very, very difficult distinction to have. Narcissistic type of viewpoint, not gonna lie. Is it? You know what, man? I'm not gonna work for the man. I'm not gonna bother with that. I don't need to go get an education and go to school and educate myself. You know what I mean? So that's what it's like. I don't know. It's weird. You're always in a position. Because at the end of the day, I personally understand what it's like to not eat. I also understand that we're on the outside looking in. You're allowed to change your mind. Yeah, true. We are not here for money, but fun. The money for us is give time, buy the game. Not necessarily. I'm not biased at all. You're assuming I'm biased. Easy to say when your stomach's not sticking to your back. True. I'm just saying, like, I'm tired of hearing things like you're not a real fan or you're not a real this. It's like, dude, you have not even the slightest clue. You don't have the slightest clue. It's funny to me after all these years seeing all these people up in arms about Fatal Fury when no one cared about it before. That's what gets me. It's like, wow, you guys all care now? Fantastic. Beautiful. I'm happy to see we have more people that care. Man, it would have been nice to have this many people care that, like, if this many people were arguing about stuff this hard now, we could have had KOF and EVO so long ago. You know that, right? Literally, KOF could have been in EVO years ago. And there's 3 games I still think, and there's 3 games that deserve to be at EVO that didn't even get a fair one, bro. Real fans are hurt and you don't seem hurt. Alright. Alright. Sure. Sure. Literally, dude. KOF 11. You could have chose KOF 11, Neo Geo Battle Coliseum, or even Samsho Tenkaichi. There were 3 games. All 3 of them could have been put in, if not 2, and that would have been okay. But they didn't put it in because SNK. Not because they were bad games, just because SNK. Literally.
Come on. What's up, fam?
Like, make it make sense.
Never forget about that.
You know what I mean?
We got.
Think about it. They had a chance. They never did it. And like, people sit here and say real fans. You know how do you guys know what it was like for Evo to tell you to vote for your favorite game to be at Evo on shoryuken.com? For them not to put your favorite game in there, despite having the people vote for it? Rallying people to get on the website to get to fucking vote for it, just for it still not to be there despite it winning? Yep. Yeah, they don't know. I'm sitting here and watched it year after year. And can you imagine that they chose not to do it in the dark age of fighting games? In the dark age of fighting games, they still opted to not put in the games that still had games coming. Bruh. Oh, man. And you have to sit there and watch side tournaments for KOF that could have been on main stage. Side tournaments for Neo Geo Battle Coliseum that could have been on main stage. Side tournaments for Samurai Showdown. That was probably the coolest Sam show in existence, if you ask my honest opinion. I think Samsho Tenkaichi then is the best one. Personal opinion. But then I have to sit back and watch Japan play it for Super Battle Opera. And watch how so many characters get played and all this other stuff like that. And they're like, you're not a real fan. Like, fuck off. Get off your keyboard. Go do your history. Go do your history lessons, bro. I spent way too much time trying to get people to play these games, bro. Real fans are upset. No. New fans are upset. Not real fans. Granted, there are some real fans who are pretty upset too. You know? But, it's like I said before, I don't want to get into that. They're baiting me for these kind of reactions? Of course. But I think at the same time, I think what I'm not appreciative of is, and I'm tired of it, and it's gonna remain a constant until I feel it's otherwise. It's like I'm still gonna call you out for being a dumbass, because just because I don't have the largest audience like a Brian F or like a Maximilian, it doesn't mean I wasn't here. It doesn't mean I didn't put in any work or any effort. It's because we live in a time with content now, so it's very easy to be like, who? You know, if I was putting out content like daily for KOF 98, who's gonna watch it? Nobody. KOF 11, nobody. KOF 15, barely anybody. Get in there, get out, real quick. That's how it's been. They're getting entertained by it due to the heaviness of the whole topic. Oh, for sure, I get it. But I think at the same time, you have to address people. You have to address people. When you don't like it or not, whether you like it or not, sometimes you have to address people. Otherwise, they won't leave you alone. And the crazy part is, no matter what people say, like, this dude in my chat, Terry, we met each other through KOF 11. You know what I mean? We've known each other that long. At KOF 11's fucking 2006, dude. We used to play that shit at the arcade together. That is a fact. That is a whole fact. Me, him, and his brothers. We would be the only other people playing the games in the fucking arcade. So to me, it's like, what are you talking about? Are you serious? Are you kidding me? It literally used to be me, him, and his brothers. The tournaments, me, him, and his brothers. That's it. And some others who just entered just to enter just because whatever. But the real motherfuckers that were sitting there playing was me, him, and his brothers. And even then, he didn't play KOF 13 that heavy. It was me and his brother. He went on to do Marvel. So, like, I'm just not trying to hear it. Yeah, you're not supposed to do stuff, and otherwise you're called a shit. Exactly, it's pretty silly. Like, you can't, like, regardless of how people may feel, and they're like, oh, you don't gotta respond. No, it's because people think because you have content creator under your fucking belt, or you have these, like, you know, orgs or whatever under your belt, you're supposed to fucking play nice. No. I'm not gonna let you sit here and talk to me fucking greasy. I'm sorry. That's not how this goes. Like, you're talking to a person. I'm not under some organization where they pay me to not respond to you. I can choose to respond to you, and how I choose to respond to you is up to me. But, like, people have to recognize you're dealing with people. Whether you're a troll or not. Like, you need to understand you just can't just come around and just bother people. Just because you want to do it. And not get people to clap back. Now, there's other times where, like, you know, you have those trolls that came in here that I just completely just ignored and I don't really care for. That's fine. You know, I've been attacked for multiple... I've been attacked just for being black here on Twitch. Sorry, YouTube, you guys don't know about this, but it's been an ongoing thing, trust me. Like, I don't care about those people, right? And I humor it. And you know that, showbiz. I always humor that shit, because it's funny to me. You could be clapping back at AI, true. Oh, Augmentus, you know. I forgot. I'm gonna forget. But, you know, it's like, regardless, sometimes people need to understand, regardless. These days, though, I'm definitely careful about who I respond to. It's not everyone. Not everything and everyone deserves a response. But let me not get off topic here. The point of the matter is, even though that was supposed to be my last topic, this was the first topic. At the end of the day, no matter how you feel, Fatal Fury is going to do whatever it's going to do. If you play it, you play it. If you don't, you don't. I'm hoping and praying it has a good launch. I'm hoping and praying it has a good tournament lifespan. I'm hoping and praying it remains to be something of a force in the FGC. Hopefully. If it doesn't, well, I guess we're back to Street Fighter. And at that point, I hope that people get what they want if it doesn't do well. At the end of the day. Like, I hope each side, whether it's positive or negative, gets what they want. Hopefully, it's a good game at the end of the day and people enjoy playing it, despite this quote-unquote stupid drama. I think it's pretty fucking overblown if you're asking me. You know, but we live in a time frame where everything is overblown. Drive Impact is broken. Take it out the game. No one's crying about it now. So it's just a matter of time before people just forget about this and let it go. But if it gets brought up every time, that's gonna be sad. Yeah, Evo definitely has it at the third highest entrance, so that goes to show that all the stuff people are talking about is still kind of going to the wayside for the competitive because they just want another game to play. So. Well, the online can get fixed. The thing is, everything is in a fixable state. So, like I like to say about if you complain about online, people complain about Street Fighter 6 online, right? For what it's worth, and it's like the standard. I feel like either way it goes, as long as it works within the country, it's fine. They can fix it over time as things move on, because people traveled and played for Street Fighter 5 with some of the most dog shit online. That game's online is fucking abysmal. So it's whatever. As long as it works. And I hate to be like just accepting. And mind you, I'm not just being accepting of it, right? But like it already works well. They fixed the matchmaking. When it rolls back, but that's every game. That's what I'm saying. Like no matter what, rollback is gonna be rollback. It happens. It's just hopefully they can get it to a point to where it will roll back even less when you're having a bad connection, because the reality is a bad connection is still gonna be a bad connection. So like your experience is always going to vary. It's not entirely just the rollback netcode itself being bad, it's also their connection being bad. So Max Impact 2 was mad broken and ridiculously fun, slightly salty, rocks, Neo Raging, Stormers, and City of the Wolves. Yeah, true. I mean, I would have loved to have seen some of the Max Impact stuff that Rock and Terry had. Oh, I'm sorry, Wild Wolf and Max Impact 2 had. That character was insanely broken in what Max Impact 2, holy shit. You know, so regardless, I'm gonna be that guy. I'm done talking about that. I'm done talking about Fatal Fury. Please, no more. I'm over it. I want the game to come out now. I'm ready to just play. I want to talk about other things like Hotaru. I want to talk about Hotaru. I want to talk about Hotaru matchups. I want to talk about Gato. I want to talk about the characters. I don't want to talk anymore about the drama. The drama is just fucking stupid at this point. No more. No more drama talk. Please, spare me. No mas. I want no more to do with it. Please. No more. No more drama talk. Please. No more drama talk. I'm over it. I didn't even get a chance to talk about DMC. Luis Myron, yeah, cool character. Yeah, I'm over this topic. Please, don't us. Ugh. Please. Okay, DMC. I'm gonna talk about DMC. We talk about Daigo? Nah, we just talked. All we did was talk about fucking Fatal Fury. That's the last topic. I wasn't supposed to get, man. I still gotta go to the gym. Yeah, YouTube. So this is the whole thing. Like Mondays, I want to do these coffee talks with you guys alongside Twitch. I just need to get it to where I can see both chats. I really gotta talk with someone about that. But yeah, I want to talk about DMC. We gonna get to all the topics. Don't worry. Okay. DMC. Right. Yeah. So I finished it. I thought it was good. Like generally speaking, I thought DMC was really good. I think there's some things that could have been readjusted, but I'm not super nitpicky on it because I understand this is just their vision. So like, I didn't question it nearly as much as others. I think probably the only thing that to me that's a little kind of just, and I say a little, very, very, very little, kind of off, I won't say off-putting, it's a little jarring. Johnny Young Bosch as Dante is still a little weird. And I don't know if weird is the word for it, but it's just different. So I don't mind it because it's still Dante. It's just I'm used to hearing him as Nero. Yeah, Johnny Young Bosch did great. It's just hearing him as Dante instead of Nero is like, it's like Nero reciting Dante lines. So it's like after hearing Ruben Langdon all these years, it's like, this is cool, but damn, you know. My thoughts on Lady? I think they did a good job. My thing is, the reality is I don't have a problem with it at all. It's just, this is Johnny Young Bosch as Dante is still new. And that's with anything, right? Anything new is gonna be like kind of off-putting at first, you know? So it's really just that. I don't really have any other real gripes. Lady I thought was cool. I like how they gave her something more than just, Lady's like, and there's so much to say here, but not for non-spoilers, the way Lady was handled I thought was really good. I think that she has more purpose now. I think that's what I like, is she has more purpose. Reviews the Guilty Gear anime? I haven't seen it yet. It is hard to talk without spoilers, but I'm trying my best to not use spoilers because there's some people who haven't seen it yet. But I'll just say, like, I enjoyed it thoroughly. It's just Johnny Young Bosch as Dante is still new and foreign, so I would have to get used to it. That's really it. So I think the minute that you get used to it, it's not bad, because it's still the same energy, and I think that's the good part. Now, I will say, I think that thing was aggressively written, and it was written a long time ago. That's what I'll say. All the way down to the music choices, it definitely feels like something that was written and made a long time ago. It doesn't feel 100% like this is it definitely feels like something that was written a long time ago, basically. It doesn't feel like this was written like recently. It feels like they were cooking that, like Shankar, he was writing that for a minute. It definitely feels like he wrote that a long time ago and had that cooking and did a lot of changing up over time, and eventually when he got the chance to like kind of get it out there like that, I think that's where it is essentially. Does Dante have different VAs in every Devil May Cry? I don't think Ruben Langdon was on DMC 1, but he's been on DMC 3, DMC 4, DMC 5. And then DMC 2, Dante barely talks, so there's also that. But I think it's because DMC 3 did a really good job with Ruben and how they portrayed Dante is why people really love him. And 4, I mean, he's still Dante, but it's more of, I feel like, I guess the voice actor and the character are very synonymous. So people associate his voice with a cool character, you know? So, is this series better than the other DMC anime? Personally, while I like them both, I like this one more. Like, as a fan, like, I like that it goes 3, anime, 1, and then everything else, right? I think the original anime kind of does certain things right, But it's more like the original anime is just more like this is like what Dante did prior to game 1. There isn't really much other than just him just going on random hunts. That's kind of how I took it. For me, it was a little weird because like you went from having a very story-driven game into the anime, and it's like it's story-driven, but not as much as like it could be. It feels just like he's just going on random like demon hunts, and like you get random bits and pieces of the story, kind of like a Cowboy Bebop. Reno did his power well. True. This version reminds me a lot of the comic book, where like Pat Lee tried to do the entire game in 4 books, and that was very, very difficult to do. There's a lot of stuff that he cut out. This, because it's a reimagining and a new vision for DMC, is why I was more open to it. Kind of like DMC Devil May Cry, which I didn't mind DMC Devil May Cry in terms of its story, but I would definitely tell you the script is definitely something that needed some work. And that the script is definitely worth criticizing. But the game as itself is really good. But this anime, like, just down to the music choices, you can just tell it was written a long time ago. Was the DMC creator involved with this project, as in Kamiya? I mean, Capcom overseed the project. The thing is, people have to remember, like, Capcom was there to help them oversee it, no matter what. So Capcom had to sign off on all this shit. It wasn't like, all right, we give you the rights to use this and do whatever you want. They had to look it over. Kamiya doesn't fuck with anyone. True. That man on his own. But I think from everything that they depicted, front to back was good. I think it was good. I think the hard part, and I had to do this with MCU stuff, is like breaking away what you know of the original stuff, breaking away from the original source material to appreciate what they're giving you here. That's a difficult task for a lot of people to do. Like, it wasn't that long ago I had a discussion with some of the other fellas about how I felt about Avengers Infinity War, and how I didn't really like it as much at first, and I had to watch it multiple times to really, really appreciate it. But like, it is what it is. You know? But I would say, like, from what I've seen on Twitter in terms of the reception of the anime, so many people are upset, and I'm like, why are y'all mad? They did such a good job. Like, it just feels like you can't do anything. We made a new anime for this. It sucks. How? You know? But like, I know that they're comparing it to the original source material, but like, they did this before with DMC Devil May Cry, and like, the revisionist history was DMC 4 was better than this game, and it's like that game takes complete inspiration from DMC 4. You know? And yeah, I know they want a one-to-one adaptation, but like, that'll just never happen. I think I'm okay with like a re-envisioning, especially like, if you want my honest opinion, I think if Capcom chose to go this route with DMC, in terms of using this as like the new kind of timeline, it would be very different. I don't know if people would appreciate it, but it'd be very different. Yeah, the edginess is definitely a part of it, and I do see the, you know what? The dialogue sucks. I think the dialogue is very DMC-esque. DMC is filled with so many one-liners that it just kind of does exactly that. So to me, it's like, I don't know if everything is up for criticism. Everything's up for criticism. But like, you know, playing devil's advocate, I mostly don't see any qualms with the script as much. I don't think that I wouldn't say it's hurt too heavily by the script. I think it's the revision is what has more people upset. Everything I've read so far is just like, oh, it's different. It's not like this. It's not like this. It's not. It should be this way, and it's like it's not. They chose to revise it this way. So like, and that's the thing, right? That's where I think that's one of the hardest parts of these things, these adaptations, is like, again, it's why I try not to get mad about MCU, because I understand that this is different. I understand this is for the MCU. Like stuff like that. That's when I'm like, okay, I get you. This is how it is. This is how it is. Cool. I feel you. This is it. It's just really interesting to me how like people are cool with MCU, but then when it comes to like video game things, they're like, it's just not a one-to-one. Neither was the comment for the MCU stuff. But the MCU conceptually sucks. That I would disagree with. I think Marvel has done a good job in making the MCU more appealing. However, they definitely have some misses, for sure. Captain Marvel is one that rings a bell, like off rip immediately. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I think still to this day the best MCU movie is still Winter Soldier. I think that movie just captures everything perfectly for MCU. But like MCU adaptations, definitely, I think the majority, like the vast majority of people will be like, yo, you see that new thing MCU? Gas. This is gas. That's gas. This is gas. That's gas. And like, you know, I turn into a super purist when I see how much they've changed from the MCU, from the comics, and I'm just like, all right, I feel you. You know, that's why I appreciate things like WandaVision, because I think WandaVision does a better job of helping Wanda Maximoff as a character. Most people still don't even know that she's, you know, her and Quicksilver are Magneto's kids. They just think she's just Scarlet Witch. MCU's problem in general is making everyone have quippy humor. But I'm gonna argue that. I love that statement, and I'm gonna argue it with, that's also a sign of the times with people loving memes. See, that's part of the issue, is that people love the memes. So they're gonna try to find quippy moments and silly humor to play into the memes. That's the problem. It's because people like quick jokes. You have to, all that is a product of our times. That's also a product of TikTok. That's a product of short form media. And it just trails back even to when My Way was doing the Juggernaut bitch parodies, right? That was, imagine, the funny thing is, what was it, 20th Century Fox hit them with cease and desist and still use I'm the Juggernaut bitch inside X-Men 3? Or if it was X-Men 3, it was one of the X-Men movies. That was hilarious. Cease and desist. But I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. For real? My boy Randy Hayes had such a bright future. What happened? What happened to My Way Productions? Gone. Disbanded. Cease and desist. Damn. Here's what makes Marvel relatable to people who normally find sci-fi unrelatable. True. But like that, and then, you know, now the part where I would say when it comes to MCU, and this is kind of petering off away from DMC, but this is more so about adaptations. But like, I think the one Marvel movie in recent times where I'm just like, okay, I think this is too far, was definitely Black Widow. Black Widow started out as something badass, and then it was like, what the hell? Why did you Disneyify this? Like, holy, they Disneyfied this so hard. I don't know what to think, but all right, you know. Oh man, Spider-Man humor, Tony Stark's humor. Oh yeah, people love those characters. They ruined Taskmaster, bro. They ruined everything. It was like badass sniper, badass, you know. Oh God, badass Black Widow. I love you so much. This is the badass sniper. Ugh. But I'm just saying, like, this is like, these are also the reasons why people love it, is because they have the quippy humor. Right, Leo? Oh man, it's 3. Yo, let me go warm up my lunch. They love the quippy humor. Yo, talk amongst yourself real quick. Let me go warm up my lunch real fast. Something to eat, and then I'm gonna go to the gym in a little bit. Still got some time. Be right back, you guys. Great conversation, by the way. Great conversation. We're not talking about Fatal Fury. Yee! All right, got my lunch, brunch at this point. Yeah, I think staying on par with the talk about DMC. I think it's fine though. I think adaptations are always going to be difficult to do. I'm gonna be honest. Mad people are upset. I know it's gonna be upset. Too hard to get right. I'm definitely a shill. 100%. Everything I love, I'm a shill. But I'll just say I liked DMC. I think you should watch it. I gave it a 9 out of 10 personally. I think it's that good. That's right. But I'll say this though, Ace. I don't think I've ever given you a bad show to watch that I enjoyed. Never forget Vincenzo. Never forget. I love Castlevania. I just haven't seen the new one. I just haven't seen Richter Story yet. I just haven't watched the Richter Story yet. I hear it's kind of like in between, but I'll be the one to decide that. I don't trust social media. I gotta watch it for myself. I remember watching season 1 when it first came out. I wasn't even in Houston. It was around the time I went to Games Done Quick. Went to GDQ back in, was it 2017? Yeah, AGDQ 20, no, Summer Games Done Quick in 2017. Me and Shin David went. That shit was fun. Born Again? What's that? Daredevil? Oh, my fault. No, not yet. I don't have a Netflix account. I have to wait. Either I wait for Yaya or Ghost or something like that to watch it. My bad. Disney. I always forget. Cause I remember the first 2 seasons were over there. But no, I don't have a Disney. I don't have Disney Plus. So I'll probably have to watch it at some point. I care about Daredevil. What? I'll sail the 7 seas. Don't worry. If I have to. Bro, this cornbread is hitting hard. I'm just sad I have no butter to go with it, man. That shit is hitting different. Okay. Okay. I have. Just not the last episode. That shit's fire as hell though. X-Men 97? That's just mad good. Yeah, we can talk about Red Bull Kumite. That's the next topic anyway. I just want to finish this cornbread because it's good as hell. The right amount of sugar too. It's not super sweet. I feel bad for YouTube because they're gonna go back and watch the VOD and see like 3 hours worth of complaining about fucking Fatal Fury. I'm sorry, YouTube. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Nap, wake up and you eating. Yeah. I didn't eat breakfast. I don't eat breakfast. This is my lunch, bro. I'm eating before the gym. It's kind of bad for me. I'm going for the gym at like 5 o'clock. Anyway. Alright. Lunch consumed. RedBull Kumite. Oh man, the Ashton Hall. Yo, let me go get the what was it called? What's the name of the water? I actually want to do that for a skit one of these days. That'd be funny as hell. Straight up. Saratoga? Yes, sir. Time to go buy a $40 case of fucking water. Let's go. Just to do commercials. Or just to do freaking goofy ass skits. Let's do it. I'm here for it. Bruh. Oh. What was I gonna say? Yeah. All right. So at the Kumite, there was a lot of very interesting things that happened. For example, the grand finals was definitely interesting. We had Ryu versus JP. I'm sure most people did not have that on their bingo card. That's for damn sure. And then it being Ending Walker. Then Rashid and yeah, it was Rashid and Ryu. I say JP? I didn't mean to say JP. I think I said JP. By the way, Rashid. Rashid level 2 go burr. That shit definitely did go burr. Kinda not surprising. Ending Walker played really good. Big Bird played really good. All the players played really good, to be honest. There was a lot of interesting things that happened. Like, I don't know what to say. I'm not surprised when it comes to Rashid. Like, it's not like Big Bird didn't play the character. It's not like the character autopiloted itself. I mean, clearly there was a pilot. But, you know, that character's really freaking good, man. What's there to say? The character's mad good. I got your tail, Leo. I got your tail. Give me your tail. This dog's gonna fight the shit. You know what's funny? Normally dogs attack you for holding their tail. My dog never did that. Why? Because when I taught him about that. It's nice. But, big doggy. Yeah, definitely a good time to go to sleep because who wants to talk? Let me stop. Anyway, a lot of upsets happened during that bracket. I think. What threw me off was Ending Walker playing Ryu the whole way. I was like, damn, really? There's still some matches I didn't see. I didn't get a chance to see Daigo versus Noah. which leads me into that, which is Daigo said he's coming back full time. He's dropping. It sounds like he's either quitting streaming or he's gonna slow down streaming to focus on practice. I was like, what? We coming back now? It took Noah beating you to start taking it serious? Okay, love to see it. I think that's good. I think that needed to happen, unfortunately. Like, Leo, stop. Go sit down, sir. But I think that's kind of a good thing, though. It kind of put Daigo on notice a little bit. Noah definitely been calling him out. I should probably take a look at that match. Very curious how that went down. I haven't even seen it yet. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Real quick. Uh-oh. Alright, we're going to pause this. We're going to take a look at it. But they played online before.
Against me. He's my worst enemy.
Who's the Japanese
But
player?
Justin, back
You
in
know
those
what
days,
problem with him? That's Daigo, though.
back
Come
in
on.
those days, no one out
With Street Fighter
today.
6.
You think you can play neutral and solid and patient against Noah? Let's see. And you've never done it before. Okay. Here we go.
Ooh, the walk. Come
on.
Hey,
a whip punish. He got whip punish into fireball though. That was.
Yeah, he committed to the fireball.
That's Street Fighter 2. Yeah, boy. Come on. That's a legend. He got the 2-in-1, yeah? Yeah. Ooh, okay. Adamant flame right there. The plus frame with the backdash. Immediate escape from a defensive option point. That light kick so strong from Akuma. Okay, misses the perfect parry, but it's all good. Oh, how did he know about the neutral jump?
What a time.
Like, why would you do it there, right?
What did they catch? A sweep?
Yeah, the sweep.
Massive button.
Like the
Wake up,
came
Jack,
down with
though.
the roundhouse specifically. Nothing else would have caught it.
Surprise, surprise.
Why are you trying to check? Okay. No, he should have spent the level 1.
Okay. He put himself in the
Yeah, I would have spent the level 1. He's already dead.
Yeah, exactly. It had to work. He would have lost there.
You know what I'm saying?
But you know what? Noah doesn't get drive impact, right? That is the story of him. Drive rush suppressor. Yep. Just hit Daigo raw.
Wake up jab from Daigo. Making him big reads.
Yeah, big reads, and also Noah's. And again! He neutraled up the sweep again. What tape has he been watching? He's looking for something. He knows that the sweep, it's not even like a low forward. The sweep again. Bro, right? What are you looking
Damn, that hurt.
Oh, he's not dead yet. He has a chance. Uh-oh. Back throw.
Burnout.
All right, here we go.
Nice jab.
Jab pressure. That's a
What
spacing
a
trap,
jump.
100%.
Oh,
Because Daigo went for that sweep immediately after the fireball. I know he's in burnout.
That's
so
it.
obviously makes
That's it. It's a spacing trap. He's doing that sweep because I'm guessing Luke can't punish without level 1.
I'm going to be honest. I'm actually surprised that Noah studied some tapes. Damn right. But you know what? That's because his hero is Daigo. So, of course, he's going to watch the matches, all his matches, right?
And also, it's not a matchup he's going to get too much exposure on. Luke is so forgotten these days.
Yeah, that's true. All those Lukes in Japan, they all switch to Akuma. Yeah. Right? Using the medium punch, no bite. I like the plus frame. I like the challenge from Daigo as well, too. Using stand medium punch to get plus.
He's not been able to take a single drive rush so far. Noah's thrown him in the right time.
He's 43. Looking to bait again, goes for that new
Uh-oh.
jump, but Daigo.
Dark Noah activated. He's in burnout.
Yeah. But no meter, though. He's completely put Daigo off going for that as well, by the way. Nice.
Finds a way, Justin. He always finds a way.
Plus he tries to walk out and he catches him low.
Oh, almost right there.
Yeah, I love that.
Level 1.
No love ahead for you. Getting the drive gauge back.
Well. Oh,
Nice.
what a carry.
Pick up. I like the
That
conversion.
goes so far.
It's all
What
good.
a tech.
Fatal shot.
Great tech.
Yep. Do it again. Fatal shot.
What a DP.
Who may
Got
show
the
you?
bar left though.
Burn out.
No! The fireball game. This is where Daigo shines.
Oh, just missed.
Oh, the return fire on the jump. Okay, I feel it.
Sure whether the input was dropped.
I feel it.
On the DP, 'cause
Okay.
He was pumping as well. You saw that.
You saw him.
Yeah, that must have been a dropped input, boy, because he pumped that.
See, sometimes I feel like in that situation, when you know you can deal with
Good DP.
crouch heavy punch, right? Keep it easy. Keep it simple.
I actually find DP easier. He's got invincibility.
Throw.
Yeah, that's true too.
But honestly, that was just Shambhala. That was one of those good jumps that catches you out sometimes.
Ooh, they are whiffing.
Noah side. Again, I like
I'd have walked up for the DP. Ooh, demon flip dive kick.
Uh-oh.
Dropped it.
He thought it was an all combo.
Nice.
Side switch.
Yeah,
light
of course.
Kick. Oh, just straight for the
Bro, Daigo was pressing a button right there too. Maybe jab.
Again, Daigo caught standing up, trying to walk out of these strings.
Expensive from Noah, spending 3 bars.
Daigo attacking the drive gauge.
deep.
And that
Burns
is
him out.
burnout. But he's mid-screen.
Spacing.
trap.
Yep. Fireball trap right there. Plus frames on the standing heavy kick.
Daigo almost burnt out too. Tried to jump in. Was waiting
No
for the
messing around
fireball.
there. The OD DP getting the job done. Doesn't want to get stuffed by that early jump roundhouse or jump fears.
It's also a good read from Daigo.
Pull
Daigo
this out.
wants to Noah's jump in the first game.
He did. So
Right.
he was
So I got my YouTube chat here on the side.
He's the master. He's the master of the ground game when it comes to just fireball dragon punching.
He knows exactly what knows.
Oh my god, that angle was horrible.
Yeah, get off of me.
Make sure you connect again.
It's a conditioning at that point. First game, just pressing wake up, crouching light punches. Now he's using a lot more OD Shoryu, so
Yep.
he's literally conditioning Noah in the defensive situation right there.
Nice use of that stand jab to check
Definitely
that
one of
walk
the-
forward, walk back pressure.
One of the best of all time when it comes to just playing mind games with you on his defense.
Okay, Daigo not tapping parry there.
Mm.
A little bit
Far
too
away.
far. Yes,
Nice
I,
little stagger.
I love it. But you causing
Himself out.
burnout.
Hey, this is
The neutral jump on
another sweep.
Daigo sweep.
Do we buffer? Okay, this is where I want to see. Are you reacting to level 1 here? Okay, throwing the fireball.
Oh, he pressed the button.
Damn.
Made it.
I think maybe try to go for throw, possibly there.
What a call out from Noah. Great
yeah.
out.
Noah's the most dangerous when it comes to burnout.
Oh,
I don't think anyone else in the world is better than him in burnout.
No, he's so impressive. He's so consistent.
I mean, the character certainly helps though, because he's
He
very
sets it up
consistent.
specifically
Yeah.
for burnout streak.
Level
Okay, what are we gonna do with this? Wake up, low strong.
The late button.
Yeah,
He's ready.
nice
Side
switch
switch gets him out
Nice
of the
patience.
corner. Oh, there he's ready with
I
the
thought he
light
had a jump in there.
DP.
Yeah, I was
Nice
scared.
and late.
Yeah, he's going to come down on that light medium kick.
All right, that stay heavy punch was coming.
One parry too many. Great play from Daigo to bait it out. Missed
Pull
the
back,
stop.
walks straight back in and gets the throw. Plants him
that.
on his back, and he's keeping him in the corner. Daigo
Rack
not going
on.
for that sweep anymore.
Wow.
DPOS on Noah's side.
Didn't want, oh, actually not burning himself out.
No.
Oh, sorry. I
Come
spoke
on,
too soon.
come on,
It's Noah.
F-word.
It's
Right
Noah,
on
baby.
cue.
Commentator curse.
Right on cue.
Look, he's buffering to level 1.
Oh,
And that's why Daigo did.
is that chip?
Oh, he tried.
No! He didn't believe.
He didn't believe.
He didn't believe.
He didn't have a. He didn't have that.
Wow.
position break.
It's hard to put that.
Yeah.
That's something you don't have.
Wow. That was cutting it kind of close there, bro. I ain't gonna hold
He
you.
probably thought, okay, the fireball, he's gonna block it. Nice.
Big
That's gonna
bang.
hurt. Level 3 maybe? Attack the drive gauge, please.
One to make sure you
Yeah.
Yeah, he has to spin. It makes the most sense. Get a big ass life lead against Akuma.
Jesus Christ.
That's what you get for DP and baby.
Ooh.
Look at that.
But you know what? Daigo's gonna DP again.
Oh, Justin. This is why he's got your number, Justin. He knows.
You know?
And again, he's not committing to that cancel. He would have burnt himself out, and he doesn't want to.
Yeah, the trades, and Noah's down for trades all day. That's why he's
Relentless
swinging.
pressure from Noah here. Gets the light kick
Rip.
and the conversion. Noah, the prodigy. 2-1 up versus Daigo Umehara. And honestly, the attitude on this kid, the cojones.
No, it's beautiful right now. It's really beautiful because
Luke sucks though, by the way.
he's so like, oh my god. If he's probably thinking, man, if this was tournament, I would have put him in losers already. Right?
Well, he
2-1 on
can't
3.
afford to think that because we have more games to play, and Daigo is looking like he's playing at home on stream. He is super comfortable, and Noah is feeling every moment of it.
Did you see the third option Daigo put? Wake up throw right away.
Yep.
And it hit.
A lot of drops from Daigo as well, though. Missed that right drive rush sweep.
Yes, he did.
The normal as well.
I mean, Mai was played very heavily in this tournament.
Expensive, the
Nice
whipping.
whip punish. Burnout incoming.
I like the throw attempt right there. Standing
Hit.
heavy
Jump.
punch,
Not been
baby.
burnt out yet, though, so he's still in it.
Okay, another throw. Noah can get the hit. If he gets a hit for level 2, now he can't afford to throw. Oh, there it is! Spend it!
Oh wow.
Smoke, baby. Is it enough?
Is he dead? Oh, that motherfucker's dead.
Of course it is.
Bink. Dead.
Daigo Daigo walked into that standing light kick, and that standing light kick drive rush cancel has been doing so much work for Noah.
Such a great button. That was so clutch.
Because the thing about Daigo's neutral, even though it's like one of the greatest of all time, he's too confident with the wall.
He'll walk into
He doesn't stop. He advances a little bit too much. Okay, oh wow. Saw that?
Wow, what a defensive throw.
It was a Parry OS.
Yep. Okay, there is the drive impact, maybe. Drive impact, maybe right here. He doesn't have meter unless he's scared of Noah's jump. DP.
Yeah, drive impact anyway. Take the level 1. Yeah, take it.
Come on, Noah. You could have took the DI right there.
The DI,
You know
right, I
what?
agree.
No,
you're coming back.
You didn't need to do that.
He's Noah. He has to show.
That might have been the human habit.
Yeah, you know what I mean? He's trained that too much.
Come on. Now you coming in with no bar.
Yeah, that round was a wrap.
Oh, there it is, Logan, the stand light kick, but he doesn't get the combo this time.
Yeah, no, it's only +5s.
Yeah.
Has to be counter hit. But he can combo it normally anyway off,
Yeah,
off
exactly.
a light. He just needs to recognize where.
All right, we're back in burnout again.
Yeah.
But sometimes he wants to do crouch
very
medium
little
punch. He
reward.
wants to counter hit damage.
Oh, big drop.
Oh,
What
big
is
drop
this?
again.
That's unfortunate drop.
Take it.
It's all good. He probably didn't expect Daigo to do that, right?
Exactly. Out of nowhere.
It actually happened in the game before as well, where he got
Yeah.
like the drive rush and went for the crouch. So
Again?
he's obviously just buffering it as a way to get in.
Oh, wow.
Relentless pressure.
Yo,
Noah starting to.
Yeah, I'm starting to see what Daigo was saying.
that's the thing.
Like-
Daigo is not able to control, and like you said,
Like
before,
the
a lot of drops on Daigo's side actually. And
the speed and pace in which Noah's playing at now, once he gained momentum, I can see Daigo having a tough time.
Oh, the
You think he's
perfect
thinking about it?
Parry punish there.
I think Daigo needs to just stop trolling and just pick Ryu.
Corner.
I think that's what most people believe too, though.
Noah.
okay.
Like Daigo should just play Ryu. Like it's not like Ryu's bad or anything like that.
Before me kick, another DP, don't jump back.
I think Akuma suits him, but I think
Ooh, how meaty was that crouch medium punch?
it's Ryu.
Get off of me.
Rago.
Ooh, get off of me.
I definitely think it's Ryu.
You see green on wake up? All right, DP, right?
Fly, let it fly.
I just don't think.
I want to see
I
that
think this is Daigo, but not entirely.
DP the next time with the throw right away to force the DP happen.
Yeah.
Right? That would be really cool to see. Stand heavy punch, expensive.
Daigo has a history of playing Akuma since Alpha 3,
Because he can't do light, right? 'Cause that carries
but
the-
like,
Yeah, of course.
I think for this game,
Pressure. Ooh!
I think Ryu's better for him.
Oh,
Missed
miss.
it.
Good reaction from Daigo.
Personal opinion. Personal opinion is I think Ryu might be better for him.
Right.
Might be.
All the stage to work with. Noah not quite in there, but he does go for the sweep, and this is gonna hurt Daigo.
I think both Ryu and Akuma both delete you for being incorrect,
Just in case,
but I think Ryu might have it better.
Noah again looking for that drive rush cancel to get in.
Yep.
That's it now. It's gone.
Watch out, he's buffering at level 3. Don't throw a fireball. I know it's pretty fast, 14 frames.
With the
My
knee again,
days.
the roundhouse completely whips.
DP.
Oh, that was so late. Well done
We're
from Noah.
Oh, blocks the overhead.
Oh, nice read.
Yeah.
What
It's
a
so
goal.
hard to react
Nice.
to OD fireball from Akuma because he doesn't. There's no.
I don't think he said he hated Ryu. I think he said, to my knowledge, he didn't say he hates Ryu in this game. He thinks he's just boring.
The overhead. It was such an awkward range, like you said, Justin.
That's why he played Ken.
Animation start up, it's almost nothing. That was a great call out. He knew he was going to try and get away.
Okay. Standing medium punch medium.
He could pick Guile,
It's too many.
but he said he didn't like Guile in this game either because he thinks Guile's boring.
Yeah, look, Daigo's preemptively pressing buttons now.
Yeah.
Just trying to slow down. There's no pressure. The delay in the target combo catches him out.
That hits everybody the first time. Okay, what's the pressure? Both dudes
He
jump this
wasn't
time.
sweet.
Oh!
The first one of the
Yeah, but there's a difference since Ryu not being non-existent because he's not. If based on this title, it's because Ryu's not good enough.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, for Noah.
it's not been that kind of game plan. So
I think he's one of the best Shoto players to ever do it. I think. I mean, he picked Ken because Ken had more stylish things.
Yes.
I think for efficiency,
Perfect parry. If a perfect parry happened, it would have been definitely Daigo's favor. But now
I don't know.
Take the throw. Guess for game here. Level 3
This
is
is a horrible situation. With the micro bro.
but I remember this.
Got a stand light kick. He was trying to hit a low 4 from a mile away.
The timing of that
GG's.
back dash, what a punish.
And we're going to set game the
That's true.
Prodigy against the Beast.
Boom.
2 Noah.
4-2.
Daigo has to make this. I mean, Daigo's known for
Yeah,
some-
now he definitely switched it up in Street Fighter 4 when Yun came out.
I can't see
He played that broke ass character.
without losing one to Noah.
He needs to take off the glasses.
I think the strategy from Noah is just extremely effective. I'm not seeing Daigo able to. I know he knows what he has to
Daigo with any form of Shoto or Fireball DP character is going to be pretty scary.
So what I see that Daigo's not, in my personal opinion, is that doing DPOS is pretty stressful for your arm.
Yep.
Trying to do it every single time, especially against Noah, who is constantly in the green, that's where he's suffering right now. Because he's trying to like, okay, I do it here and there, but not every time.
Try to walk forward again, Daigo. This time Noah was ready. He's looking so good right now.
Look at it, he's waiting for the fireball. The buffering for level 1.
What a back down.
Another
Another
throw.
all out.
And he's going to get his drive gauge back.
Oh, that was clean. How's he
Perfect
ready
carry
for that?
out. Giver.
I don't want Noah to look at me if he wins. I don't want Noah to look at me.
Holy shit. Carry out.
And he's going to get his drive gauge back.
Oh,
That was so good.
Another throw.
That was like the perfect spacing.
that was clean. How's he ready?
That's knowledge of your character right there.
Look at me if he wins. I don't want Noah to look at me.
That's knowledge of your character.
4-2.
Set point.
He's about to beat his hero. Miss Brown was wrong this whole time.
Man, those nerves that you're talking about, Justin, I'm still waiting for Logan
Me
called it.
too.
Where are they?
Okay, here it is. But Daigo looking strong this round.
I think even though Daigo likes to change archetypes, I still think you need a strong character.
On the throw, takes another throw. And Noah's-
He'd be really good with Jamie,
He's like, I have
to be real with you.
advantage, and I'm gonna be close to level 3. I'm not-
But I don't think that's something he wants to do either.
right away.
I'm really
I think he plays Akuma just because it's still,
Didn't block low. That
it's kind of like, it fits like the evil Ryu kind of like bill.
No, the scaling was a little bit too much.
But I just genuinely think Ryu just,
Here's a guess. Don't
he'd be
get
broke with that. Oh boy.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Escape. I don't even say anything.
he doesn't. Level 3 gets the job done, and Noah the Prodigy has beaten his hero. Daigo the Beast is out round 1.
Look at this little dude.
Where is he going? Coming over.
Oh, he's coming to Justin. He's coming.
I know that. I know that feeling. I know that feeling. I know that feeling. Nah, it's okay about that. But after this, Daigo did have the interview afterwards. I know that feeling though. I say that because, you know, even I've only beaten Daigo in a long set, but I've never beat him like this. I never beat him in like a tournament. Long set tends to be where he's like most dominant at, but like that's still only in Guilty Gear. If it was in Street Fighter, it'd probably be way more monumental. That's the thing, like that's another reason why I think it's, I mean, you play what you want obviously, but like a lot of the monumental moments are like right here. You know? So, you know. I need to find the clip. Bump these YNs. Oh no, I'm not. We're not worried about Project Justice. We're playing Project Justice. That's okay though. Where is? I had the thing there though. There was also this here, the new tech that Akainu did. I do want to talk about real quick.
Rocco, wake up, flash kick from Rocco.
Yeah, OD fireball. Ooh,
Again.
see, crouch block, baby.
Don't go green, baby. Don't
Like,
go green.
people don't know about this. And I did peep this on Twitter when KB did drop this. So where you pop parry for an additional pushback on OD moves. There is a gap. Looks like it's way more than like a, looks like it's about a 2-frame window, maybe even more. But yeah, KB did put this out there on Twitter. This is the most important one, is when you do the parry then block. Yeah, so it's about a 2-frame gap, maybe 3-frame gap.
Buttons again. Talking about Volano. Rocco, wake up, last kick. Rocco.
Yeah, and that was it. He did post this, right? And as this right here, as far as we know, it only works on Aki and Mai with their fireball. Specifically Fan and obviously Poison Fireball. There could be other ones. There could be others.
Yo, a kind of absolute brick wall in this guy right now.
That might have been the new Architect, actually. Again, the anti-Architect, when you parry the regular fireball, and then you get pushed out.
So, like, yeah, if you're fighting Aki or Mai, this is definitely something you want to know. Slow starting EX fireballs, we'll see. I don't know if that's the case with just that. That kind of remains to be seen. But I'm not sure if they did it with everybody. But I did see that tech on Twitter. So if you guys didn't know about it, I'll put a link in the chat. You guys can check it out for yourselves. We thought I here for the YouTubes. So if you guys in YouTube chat want to take advantage of this yourselves while you're playing Street Fighter 6, feel free. We share tech all the time here on stream. Just want to make sure I share that with y'all there. But I want to get the thing with Ryan Hart. Ryan Hart translated that thing, what was said with Daigo. And it was good. It was good, it was good, it was good. Let me see. Here it is. Found it. Shout out to Ryan Hart. Boom. Here it is right here. So this is what was said.
動きのなんていうか切り替えっていうかそのスピードが速いなって感じますね。はい。でもまあちょっと。まあ、今年から配信とかをやめてスト6を競技として一本で打ち込むつもりなんでまたもう少し時間経った時にリベンジしたいなと思います。はい。
So Noah is half the age of Daigo, 44.
やっぱり動き
So the translation was let's see here. Daigo says, well, actually, I felt that Noah's counterattack response and movement speed was really fast and hard to deal with, which is true. But, well, from this year, I will quit streaming and return to Street Fighter 6 as a sport and compete seriously once more. So with a little bit of time, I'll take my revenge. Whoa. 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 I think Z was just stating that he's, you know.
Of Daigo, 44.
I don't think Daigo was saying anything about his age here. I think that's just Z being Z. So don't do that. This was the actual translation, which is basically this year I will quit streaming and return to Street Fighter 6 as a sport for serious competition once more. Bruh. That's actually huge. So this is Daigo returning to form. I'm very interested in seeing how this turns out. Very much so interested. Because, you know, I ain't gonna hold you. I'm definitely a big Daigo fan. So, you know, he's definitely one of the people that taught me stuff indirectly in fighting games. So him coming back like full time and not like, you know, I'm sure he'll still stream, right? But I don't think like we're not gonna see just like, you know, regular Daigo Umehara. We're gonna see like top 8, top 3, you know what I'm saying, in form, you know, in high form Daigo now. You know, you still gonna get clapped, the future's down. Hey, you know what? That remains to be seen, brother. It's a lot of hot air at that point, you know. Bring back Daigo Yun. No shot. Leave that abomination away from this current Street Fighter. You have that's why Jamie the way that's why Jamie the way he is right now. Damn it. No, leave him there. You go coming back. That's right. Making a comeback, Raigeki. Noah motivated Daigo to complete seriously. I think it puts me in this position, right, where like a lot of the times I give a lot of cadence to Japan, right? But the rest of the world is still cooking. You know, for what it's worth, the rest of the world is still cooking. And normally in long sets, Daigo tends to come out on top. This time, not so much. Not so much. Hurts. It hurts. Mostly for him than it does for me. But it's when I think about it now, it's like, you know, you look into this, and then recently also I think Mena also called out Daigo for the long set too. I'm like, damn. It's finna be this definitely wasn't on my bingo card for sure. Noah beating Daigo, that wasn't on my bingo card. But anything is possible. One can argue at Street Fighter 6 and Street Fighter 6 allows new players to win, blah blah blah, insert salt mine stuff here. But you know, the reality is that's what happened, and yeah. It's only so much you could do there, I feel. The last time Daigo took gaming seriously, oh, the Kenmonichi? Nah. I think Daigo's been playing seriously all the way through 6. I think it's just, he said he wanted to focus more on like community building and stuff like that, which he did for the first 2 years. But like, we're approaching season 3 right now, and like, kind of need that man to stop messing around and start putting, you know, foot to ass. You know, because right now, I'd say now he needs to start playing for real. Wonder if he'll drop Akuma? I think most people want to see him play Ryu. I don't think he will, though. I think Ryu makes the most sense, but I doubt it. I think at this point, there's some characters I think he'd be really good with. But he's too good with fireballs. That's the thing. Like, Daigo as a player, he's too good with fireball. So it's either he's going back to Guile, he magically somehow picks up Ryu. I could sort of see him playing Luke, but I doubt that. He could play Terry. That could be an option. He'd be really good with that too, to be honest with you. He might even be better with Terry than he would be with Akuma, to be honest. But I'm very curious. You should definitely watch it. Daigo Chun? He played Chun in Alpha 3 in some videos I've seen. But nah. Daigo's too good of a fundamental player to play super tricky characters, I don't think. Or super tricky execution-based characters. I don't see it. To me, like, the Akuma and like Yun is like the extent of I could see him kind of going in this current time frame. Yeah, that's about it. low key, like I said, a lot of the Japanese players I could see being really good with Jamie, but they ain't gonna do it. Too much on the line for the competitive. But I think he's got like four Shotos to choose from. I don't think he's going back to Ken. I think he needs a better fireball. Like Daigo as a player needs a better fireball. So I feel like it's either it's Ryu or Guile. And what was that? His statement about the point of tournaments. Refresh my memory. But yeah, with this here, I don't see it. I can't think of anyone else he's playing Street Fighter 6. He's got Shotos, he's got Guile, he's got Terry. I don't see him playing Mai. He can play Mai. But I guess, yeah, he does like Mai. I could see him. I don't see him on Mai personally, but then again, I've watched a recent clip of him saying how he felt about Mai and how like at first he felt she was like the best and now like not so much, and that's how a lot of Japan feels right now. Yeah, a lot of Japan doesn't feel that way anymore. So that might be the thing you're talking about. Where he was chatting with Tokido. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. It might be that clip I'm talking. It might exactly be that one. It might be that one. It might be. It might be. Why are you going on the wrong shit? You're going on the wrong thing. Hello? My alarm? Alarm? Go off. Alarm, please. Sorry, I have music set to my alarm. Tee. But yeah, there was a lot of stuff that was said before Capcom Cup. The Mena call out, amongst many other things. There we go. I don't know, who else could he play? I think it was this video. Is this the one where what's the thing was playing? Ah, that's right. Okay, I remember this. I did watch this. We'll watch this together. Give me a second. Let's knock this out real quick on the phone because my alarm went off. Pause. Let me move this over. Hello, YouTube. Hello. Hello, YouTube. All right, let me grab this. Yeah, I remember this, where he reacted to Mena's challenge. We watched together. Hold up. Boom. All right, let's take a look. You can see me being a video like this with Tokido. We'll see.
トーナメントじゃ多分進化出ないんでしょっていう感じのなんかなるほど。だから文章は丁寧だけど、まあ挑発だと思うし、俺なら勝てるっていう自信もあるだろうし、やる気なんだよね。俺は。先に聞くとあれとどう思いました？来季もリーグ出るんだったら出ますよね。来季出たいと思ってます。はい。ツイート見ました。一番リツイートされててリポストか。あ、そんなに？なんだ。なんか10先お願いしました。俺最初配信中にそれを梅ちゃんメナが10先やりたいらしいよっていうなんかコメントが来て、でこの間クリスティに配信中に大悟が FT10 どうだみたいなのからあいいよ。その流れだと思った。あいいよ今みたいな。たらいやそういうんじゃなくてみたいな感じで見てなんかすごいなんかきちんとなんか言ってんだなって思ってでなんか先に聞くとあれとどう思いました？感想を聞きたいな。でもみんななんかやりたがってんだな
っていう、なんかわかんない。僕の方にも結構そのコメント来るんですけど、なんというかわかんないね。メナがなんか僕だから割とクリスティ的な感じで行ったんじゃないかなと思ってて、
最初ね。
っていうかまああのツイートを見ても多分なんかそういう感じなんじゃないかな。多分わかんないですけど、カプコンカップに来て、まあそのついででやるとかそういうふうに思ってんじゃないのかなっていう感じでした。
でもまあ長文だし、あといつでもいいみたいな感じだったから、なんかそういうことでもないのかなっていうのがまあ大方の見方だよね。
でもいつでもいいっていうのは、今でもいいっていうことになり
でもなんか準備期間がどうたらこうたらみたいな話で、
なるほどなるほ
ど。だから要するにその形式強いんでしょみたいな感じよね、向こうからすると多分ね。でやろうよみたいな。なんかそのトーナメントじゃ多分進化出ないんでしょっていう感じの中さ。
なるほど。
だから文章は丁寧だけど、まあ挑発だと思うし、俺なら勝てるっていう自信もあるだろうし、っていうことだと思うんだよね。だから周りは結構ざわついたっつうか。で
僕の方にもマシュマロを来ますから止めてくれと。まずあなたがメナと10先してそれで勝った方が梅原さんとやるべきですみたいな
マシュマロが来る。いやなんかでもその、いやまあで受けて、いやそんなことに興味あったんだっていう感じ。まずは。
そうそれは思いました。っていうか今の人たちってそのCPT とか SFL がやっぱりその自分たちの存在感を出す場所だから、あんまりその10先とかそういうのってあんまりそういう概念がすでにもうあんまりないのかなっていうふうには思ってたんで、
感想としては、まあ、いろんな感情はあるけども、でもトータルで言うと、まあ、ありがたいなっていう感じよね。そのだってやんなくていいじゃんって思うんだよ、ぶっちゃけ。あんだけねカプコンカップも勝っててとか、まあ毎度思ってるけどね正直。この手のことやるのはシェンもそうだしインフィニもそうだしオトゲドもそうだけど、やんなくていいじゃんっていう。もう十分いただいてね、その勝って輝かしいあれで名誉があってってやんなくていいのになんでやんのっていう。だからメナもなんでやりたいのかなって思ったけど、まあでもなんかありがたいなっつうか。でだからまあやる気なんだよね、俺は。でまあただその結局調整とかがいつ来るか分かんないから。
それ難しいっすよね。
でさすがに CPT の真っ最中ってわけにもいかないし、SFL の真っ最中ってわけにもいかないしで、
来季もリーグ出るんだったら出ますよね。
出たいと思ってます。だから
いい時期でもカップが終わって調整とかあんのか。
だからいつでもいいよっていうから俺の感覚ね、やれる時にやるんだけど、まあスト6中にはじゃあ無理してでもやろうかなっていう感じだね。って思ったよね。でもなんかそれこそまあ俺はさ絶対ルールか、まあもしねまあこういうふうに競技性っていうか競技を歌うんだったらやっぱりルールを変えるべきだなっていうのは、まあそれは
I agree with this. Change the rules.
ゴッツガーデンとかね、ずっと言ってるから。で、まあもちろんじゃあキャラどうすんのとかさ、いろんな問題出てくるとは思うんだけど、こうあるべきだっていうことはあんまり考えないっていうか、こうなんだから対処しなきゃでしょっていうのがめちゃめちゃみんな強いわけ。だってルールがこうなんでしょ、じゃあそれに合わせなきゃダメだよねっていう。で俺はそうじゃなくて、ルール作ってるやつも人間だぞって。神様が言ってる。神様が言ったらトルブスさがごめんなさい。じゃあはいこのルールでやらせていただきますと思うけど、人間がしかもそんなに深く考えたかどうかもわからないっていうか、まあはっきり言うけど深く考えてるわけがない。なんでかというと変わってないんだから。昔の人が適当にこのルールでやろうぜっつったルールがずーっと何十年も続いてて、深く考えたわけがない。でそれをずーっといやでもルールだからって言ってやってるのが俺はなんかそれでいいのって。俺たち。
So real quick, I agree with this. This is the part I agree. Like, I'm definitely tired of like the current tournament rule format. First to two, winners and losers bracket. I think the way Red Bull does it is great, but that's an invitational. I think general tournament should just be 3 out of 5. One more game isn't really gonna hurt a tournament time, in my opinion. I prefer first to 3 as opposed to first to 2. First to 2, traveling for all this money is kind of crazy. I think Capcom Cup definitely proved that you need to not just do first to 2. First to 2 in pools, and then like top 8 is only first to 3. That's kind of bad. Like at that point, it's too much chance. Like the point of a competition is to prove who's the best under the circumstances. That's why I think they should definitely kind of roll it back and go for like first to 3. I think nowadays first to 3 should just be the format. That's why I do agree. I like TNS. TNS is definitely like the way things should be in terms of tournament. And they run a tournament, you know, that's pretty large on a regular basis on a Wednesday for Street Fighter. And it's like, it's not necessarily bad. Like, I think it's good. I think it's good to have a longer set. You can find out, because a lot of this is just to find out who the better player is, right? If the better player comes out on top within the first to 3, it definitely is a lot. It looks better to spectators, in my opinion, and it looks better for the competition. Better for competitors. So I definitely think they should kind of readjust the ruling at some point. How long it's going to take to change that, I don't know. But I think they need to come with that a lot quicker than later. So.
世界だぜって、俺たちが作っていっていいんだよ。これが何百年って歴史だったらそんなすぐにさ変えらんないけど、俺たちまだ変えれる時代にいるよ。まだ柔らかいよこの時代、この世界は。だから俺なんか嫌なのと従ってんの。だって現にその大会勝ったやつらがさスターに慣れてないじゃん。現に。で何のために大会やってんの？賞金あげるだけって。俺思っちゃうから。だから俺はその考えってのは一貫してるんだけど、でも今このルールに対応して目なって勝ってる。
Now this is interesting to me.
やつらがさスターに慣れてる。俺なんか嫌なのと従ってんの。
Right. If you look at the scene now, players that win tournaments aren't becoming stars. That's true. Why we're having tournaments just to hand out prize money? If you're not getting anything else out of it, yeah. I do think this is a point of contention. You know, I do think this is a point of contention. Like it is, I do think it is kind of important for the players to be able to gain a bit more than just the prize money. Like something to come out of it, you know, something that's a little bit more substantial. The prize money is pretty good too, though. Look at Twisted, $1 million, $2 million, still money.
俺思っちゃうから。だから俺はその考えってのは一貫してるんだけど、でも今このルールに対応して目なって勝ってるやつだから、そういう人が別にわざわざその新しいルールを求める必要はないと思ってるんだよね。今のルールで勝ってる人が今この時代一番偉いっていうのは俺も変わんない。勝負の世界だからね。だけどそういう人がやりたいっつうんだったら、もうじゃあなんかじゃあやるっていう感じだよね。だからそのタイミングがね、調整のタイミングとかあるけど、まあスト6中にやるのはまあもう間違いないじゃない。最後の最後は絶対だってどうせタイミング合うしさ、それこそこの間の時々の突破じゃないけど、
最後は
最悪
本当に安心して調整が来ないって分かるんですよ。そう
最悪セブンの直前とかできるし、そうまあでもまあ日に日にね、俺もいつまで生きてられるか分かんないから、極論なんか事故にあってとかもあるからさ、あんま長引かしてもあれだけど、一応そういう気持ちではいるよ。まあちょっと話題になったんで、まあ答えとこうかな。
まあ見たいですけどね。やっぱり僕は今まで梅原さんの試合は正直試合の線は全然分かんなかったんですよ。組み合わせも分かんないし、すごい強いなとしか思わなかったんですけど、インフィール戦は実際にやってもらいましたし、で僕とやってもらった時はまあその対象が僕に向けてくれたっていうので、あれはもうだいぶショッキングな、すごい心を動かされたので、まあ正直だから今またやったら僕は梅原さんが勝つと思ってます。あの経験をしてるので。
いやーなんかちょっとワクワクしたいな。
もうだからもうカプコンさんに行ってち ちょっともうこの期間は梅めなやるから挑戦なしみんなごめんっつって今400万人のストリートファイタープレイヤーごめんここだけ待ってくださいと、やってもらってもいいぐらいなんだけどな僕としては。
まあでもまあなるべくやれるように前向きにちょっと時田さんに怒られないようにちゃんと。
いやもう本当に僕は絶対勝つと思ってます正直。
あそうですね。
Now that's confidence right there.
いやもう本当に僕は絶対勝つと思ってます正直。
あそうですね。
My man says he thinks he gonna beat Mena 100%. Fast forward into the future, my man lost to Noah. Oh no. It might not be all sunshine, rainbows, and lollipops, fella. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see though. We'll see. We'll definitely see. I do not think I can beat Daigo. In my current state, I can't beat Daigo in no first to 10. Not in Street Fighter. I don't think that's possible at this current point in time. No, that's not even me downing myself. I just know where I'm at in this game. I appreciate the, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate the confidence. That I appreciate, but I also can recognize where I'm at. But I appreciate you, big fella. I appreciate you. Trust me, I do. I don't know. I think this is just interesting, like in terms of like how the players are looking at things, even like Daigo's like outlook on formatting. I think fighting and formats need to change for real. I think we need to get out of this first to two nonsense already. Like, we need to get out of first to two. We need to stop. Unfortunately, granted, I mean, we're getting kind of sort of cooked in today's society with the current things that are happening in our society on states. But I don't know. I think changing the format would be good. I can understand how things can take a little bit longer, but that's the point of competition, is to find out who is the strongest. And I guess you could say battle of attrition is part of it too, so I don't know. I don't know. Speaking of entering events, yeah, I might enter TNS this week. Let's see how that goes. Just to do it. I'll enter. See how I do. Hell no, I'm not playing Tekken. Tekken's just for shits and giggles, dog. That's always gonna be Tekken. Tekken's always just for shits and giggles, man. But yeah, I don't know about Tekken. Avengers Endgame. Oh boy. Hope Fatal Fury cooks. I hope there's a RedBull Kumite for Fatal Fury. I think there's that the Fatal Fury exhibition they're doing with Evos coming up pretty soon. That should be pretty cool. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff happening. What I think about Tekken now. Personally, I think it's cool, but the problem is there's too much stuff in the game. The problem with Tekken is like they did an update that should have been gradual. That isn't like a full, like that update shouldn't have been a full, like that's a gradual update for all the characters and all their moves. I think the problem is there's too much stuff to learn. It goes beyond your character. It's your character, and then you gotta fight everyone else's character that all got a bunch of new stuff. So it's a lot of homework. I think I'd say that's the trepidation with that patch. It's too much homework. take the Daigo route, what's that, quit streaming and go play full-time like he is when I get a jersey. Till that time, not gonna happen, bruh. Probably won't happen ever either, at this rate. So, on for it. They overcooked, in a sense. It's because like it's a patch that has all this stuff in it, right? And like people always complain about lack of player expression, yet they give you all this stuff. Now, at the expense of like whatever it is you want to call it, or as they say, at what cost? You know? I don't know, man. The stream winning showdown at Fatal Fury. Maybe. If I'm even still here, dude. That all depends. If I move, I won't be here to do that. I'm more so crossing my fingers about moving than I am just playing in Texas Showdown. But yeah. Moving where? We'll see. Potentially the land of the rising sun. We'll see. I will celebrate as the first time Rey Mysterio won a world championship. Got you. But yeah, I definitely have been talking about moving. Mostly because, you know, people have brought it to my attention since like every other Evo I go to. So I'm like, you know, what if I just commit? And so I've just been looking into that actually to see if that's going to be a thing. Permanently? Permanently. Yeah, man, I'm finna go do some streams with Obama and shit like that. Once I get everything situated, we'll see. I'm like, I got a lot of stuff to do regarding that. The fighting game Mecca and Japan life. Well, I think, yeah, all right, I'll speak about it since maybe YouTube doesn't know about it, but the biggest thing is just more like, I'm just looking at what to do with the remaining, like what do I want to do in terms of content and like the rest of like, maybe the rest of my life? Maybe if that's the way to look at it. I don't think the rest of my life is a good way to look at it. But like what I want to do moving forward, essentially. And it's been suggested countless times. So I'm like, well, maybe, why don't I just take heed to it? What happens? You know, like what actually happens? So it's either it works out or it doesn't, one or the other. But I won't know until I try, right? So it's been putting forth the effort to do that. Yeah, the next step, basically. So like, we'll see. Yeah, I mean, now going back to Tekken. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I think the patch is like, it's just, it feels like it's a new game as opposed to like a patch. So like, it's like all the stuff done should have been done through gradual patchwork. Japan is a full-time commitment. It is. It also gets me away from the United States. Which, for the record, you know, I've been not wanting to live in Texas for a while. This isn't like something that just popped up radically. It's just Japan is just the most suggested thing. So I'm like, why not? Fuck it. If you're over there, you could host casual tournaments for other games. I would probably do more like, I'd look into maybe helping like Jazz. I'd look more into helping them out as opposed to not, if at all possible. But there's no promises with that either. But we'll see. Everything's all, it's not fully up in the air, just there's things in motion. I'll say that. But I think the idea also from a content perspective is just to bring more. Maybe some other perspectives that you're not getting. No extreme battle tournaments? Nah, that's not up to me. I don't think, based on what I've seen from Japan and their populace when it comes to Street Fighter 6, they care more about like the regular game, which isn't too different from here. So we'll see how that kind of pans out. But yeah. What else is this? Real fans, real Fatal Fury fans know what this OST is. Real fans, only real Fatal Fury fans know what this is. Tee hee hee. This is Duck King's theme, by the way. It's in Street Fighter 6. Just don't worry about me. I'm being silly. Don't take me serious. I'm being completely silly. But let's see here. I think, how long have we been going here? Like 4 hours? Yeah, it's Duck King's theme, 100%. Whoa. Where'd you find this? I'm a real fan. Are you? Ooh. This is interesting. I promise, Showbiz, you just be clicking on stuff. But all right, we're gonna take a look at it. But why not? I swear, bro, you just be finding shit. For the record, you guys, Showbiz, I swear, this guy just clicks on things and finds stuff on the internet. I swear to you. So this is Daigo's opinion on the old KOF games and Fatal Fury. Okay, let's see what my man had to say. Let's see what my man had to say. Maybe something bad, maybe something good. Either way it goes, we're gonna find out. It's not like he didn't play them back then.
対戦ゲームとアクションゲームというかっていうのはやっぱねちゃんと分けなきゃいけないなって思ってて、ガローデンススペシャルとか初期の KOF って対戦ゲームとしてはもうかなり厳しいんですよ、正直。理由は、ライン移動と避け攻撃。ライン移動っていうのは、突進技だったり、ジャンプ攻撃だったり、
That's true.
飛び道具だったりっていうものの効果を全部なくしちゃう。
It does nullify the effectiveness of those moves.
もう違う軸に行っちゃうから。で、その違う軸に行くには、じゃあどんなペナルティがあるんですかって言ったら、ペナルティないんですよ。そう。全くペナルティがない。そのライン移動って1フレーム敵だし、敵がいない方に行くから、1フレーム敵でもうピョーンってどっか行っちゃうわけ。だからこれって対戦ゲームとしては、まあはっきり言って、まあ俺ガロスペ、本当にやり込んでる人たちの試合って見たことないからわかんないけど、多分成立してないんじゃないかと思うんだよね。そのライン移動でひたすら逃げるやつを追っかける方法とかあんのかな。まあわかんない。とにかくそういうゲームだから、 本気で勝ちに行くと
For the record, you can't hit people out of lane.
っていうのがガロスペとかで KOF の94も俺結構やってたんだけど、あれも避け攻撃が、まあ、ライン移動に比べるとマシなんだよ。なんでかっていうと一応投げれるから、確か、投げれるからライン移動に比べると弱いんだけど、まあとはいえ飛び道具意味ありません。通常技も、まあ、全部何でもかんでも避けれます。で突進技もまあ、かわせますというゲームなんですよ。だから、まあ、当時俺スト2とかまあ94年だからヴァンパイハンターももう出てたかな。でやってたから、ヴァンパイハンターまだ出てないかな。まあいいや。とにかくスト2はもうあったから、対戦ゲームとして成立しなくねみたいなのは、当時ね、中学校1年生ぐらいだったと思うんだけど、分かったんだよ、俺。で、95、KF95 が出て、でね、なんかいろいろと追加されて、ゲームとしては、幅ができてたんだけど、やっぱり根本にある、その、避けどうすんねんっていう、避け攻撃どうすんねんっていうのがあったからやんなかった。で、そこで俺はもう KOF シリーズっていうのはそういうゲームなんだなと思って、もうシャットアウトしちゃったんだよね、完全に。で、その頃まだヴァンパイハンターとかスト2とか、いろいろあって、カプコンゲームもまだまだ、カプコン各ゲームまだまだいっぱい出てたから、あれも KOF も俺いいや、みたいな感じだったの。で、その後に出てきた KOF の98とか2002とかがすごい面白いって話は、まあみんな口を揃えて言ってるから、すごくいい方向に進化したんだなっていうのは今は思ってるんだけど、まあ、当時としては、これガチで対戦するゲームじゃねえなと俺は思ってしまった。まあ、あんまりやってないからね、うかつに言えないけど、でもまあそういうふうに思った。で、ただね、ガロスペも KOF94 も実は俺一人用は結構やったんですよ。一人用はね、結構やった。つまり、アクションゲームとしては面白かったんだよ。ガロスペも KOF もアクションゲームとしては面白かったの。だからライト層というか、格ゲーそこまでガチじゃない人たちが、気軽に自分の好きなキャラ使って、まあ、連続技やったり、なんかこう、動いてるのを見て楽しむっていう意味で言うと、まあ、よくできてたんですよ。ガロスペも、KOF も。だから俺は一人用すごい楽しんでやってたしね。だからここがね、一緒になって評価しちゃうと、いいゲームっていうのを言ってったときに、いや、そのゲームいいゲームじゃないでしょ。いや、あのゲームいいゲームだったでしょ。っていうところで、ちょっとこう、なんていうのかな。食い違いが出てきちゃうんだよね。多分ね、例えばスト4とかで言うと、スト4ってアクションゲームとしては、まあ、確かにスト5より面白いのかもしれない。アクションゲームとしては。ただ、何度も言うように、対戦としては、その密着というか、近距離の攻防が、もう絶望的に受けが強いんで、対戦としてはそこすごい、まあ、大きな欠陥なんだけど、
You don't say.
まあ、アクションゲームとして見ると、まあ面白かったかなっていう気はする。セミキャンもあったし、動きもまあもうちょっとキビキビしてたし、そうだ、そこはね、一緒にしちゃいけないんだよね。で、俺は、一つの答えとして、みんなが割と納得いきやすいんじゃないかなって思うのは、やっぱ画面端だと思うんだよね。スト5って画面中央から画面端までの距離が結構長いから、なかなか画面端に行くのって、まあ大変、まあキャラによっては簡単に端に持っていけちゃうけど、でも端がすごく強ければ、割とみんな納得だと思うんだよ。そこで、前に出ていった、メリットあったよねっていう。でも走って普通はそんなに簡単にいかないから、まあ、いろんなことがあって、地上戦があったり、飛び道具打ったり、前ジャンプを通したり、前捨てを通したりして、いろいろあって端まで持ってきました。どうにかこうにか。はい、じゃあこっからはあなたの時間ですよっていうのが、なんか納得いく形なんじゃないかなと。まだ一つがね、一つのありようとして。俺やっぱ子供の時に将棋とかをやってたから、まあ、でもガチでやってたわけじゃないけど、感覚として、
王様やっつけるっていうのは、そんなすぐにはいかないんだよっていうのが多分あるんだよ。いきなりさ、1手目で王手とかできねえじゃん、将棋って。ね、ちょっとずつ相手の陣地に攻め入っていってさ、ちょっとずつ相手の王がさ、窮地に立たされていってさ、で、ようやく詰まされるわけじゃん。そのちょっとずつなんか積み重ねていって相手をやっつけるっていうところに俺は快感を感じるしね、面白いなと思うし、だから、それがなんかまあ格闘ゲームで言うと画面端とかが分かりやすいのかなと。別にそれだけに限定する必要はないと思うんだけど。
It's true.
そう。梅ちゃん、橋が住所みたいな戦闘スタイルだけどね。いや、これね、そう、誤解というか、受けの強いゲームの方が多分俺は勝ちやすいんだよ。退屈なことを我慢すれば、受けが強いゲームの方が俺は勝ちやすいと思う。もともと攻めるのがすごい好きだったけど、スト4とスト5で使ってるキャラが、受けキャラだったから、年数で言うともう受けてる時間の方が多分長いんだよ。長いから、多分受けが強いゲームの方が勝ちやすいとは思う。受けが強くて、強キャラと言われてるキャラがいたら、多分そっちの方が勝ちやすいとは思うんだけど、なんかね、これは俺の性格なんだけど、もっと激しい攻めをしのぎたいのよ。うわ、激しいみたいな。でもなんかその攻めさばいたら気持ちいいみたいなさ、エキサイティングなさばきをしたいわけ。ガンガン敵が来るのを、こう、さばいてってしたいわけよ。
I feel it. Yeah. Yeah. I think I understand the point of view of like KOF and Fatal Fury. I think I liked those games back then because I liked the idea of escaping those situations. Like I didn't enjoy like the older games where like you're kind of stuck on this linear path of kind of moving back and forward, and you can't really gain. I won't say you can't really gain, but like there's a difference. There's a clear balance and difference between good and bad characters in fighting games, especially back then. And so like when you have a system mechanic like lane switching, it does affect the tier list. It does affect how strong certain characters are, but how do you put it? I think it's just difficult. Like in regards to like what's competitive and what's not, I think some mechanics of the past are very like, I won't say cumbersome, but like in retrospect, these were mechanics designed to kind of blow past what was the status quo, which was Street Fighter. So it did make sense to have them there. Me personally, that's why I think Fatal Fury Real Bout 2 is the best Fatal Fury game, hands down. They did everything. They did pretty much everything right. The way lane switching is handled, the way combos are a little, I can't say weird. It's the first Fatal Fury to have like the feint stuff, if I recall right. The Real Bout series in general, I believe, had feints, but I think the feint pressure is like even more interesting in like Real Bout 2. I mean, other than Mark of the Wolves, I think Real Bout 2 is the best. I'd say probably Fatal Fury Special, and then Fatal Fury Special, Real Bout 2, and then Mark of the Wolves. I think those are like the best games. Boss also calls Street Fighter 4 an action game. He doesn't touch anything older than CVS 2. Yeah. Or rather newer than CVS 2. I think he played 4 and 5 for a little bit and said no. I think he did. He just didn't like those games, if I recall right. I remember asking him about that at some point. But I think it was during the time I was playing CVS 2 a lot on stream. I think I asked him in his stream if he tried them, and he was like, yeah, I did, but I don't really like those. That's what happens when you make a game like CVS2, man. And even CVS2 has its flaws. Even CVS2 has its flaws. I think... I guess for me... Street Fighter has always been a very limiting game. And I wasn't always a fan of how offense worked in the games. Because it always felt like offense was pretty linear. And while I felt that way, I still, like, I'm still an offensive player, truly. I'm still a hella offensive player, but like, I've turned into more of like, I realize I'm slowly pushing more into like space control. I won't say neutral, but just space control. Because like, I don't like not having control of the screen. So I've been gravitating more towards those characters a little bit more. And it's also kind of sort of game dependent, I feel. You know? I don't know. Including Street Fighter 6 what? Linear offense? Yes and no. It would appear that way because of Drive Rush. Or rather, it would appear that way because low for a Drive Rush. That's like your standard kind of sort of bread and butter if you have it. But I think how every character tackles the game is still different. Previous Street Fighters felt linear. I think like that's why my favorites are Alpha 3 and like the 3 series in general. Because it lets you do more. Like I always felt it was like whack that you couldn't leave the ground. Like what was the purpose of the jump? Just to jump over the fireball? Like it just kind of sort of just felt like you're just forced to stay grounded and just trying to play like a battle with characters with way better normals than yours. And some characters just had better jumping normals, so it felt like, what are you supposed to do here? Why? That's why I enjoyed C Viper. I enjoyed C Viper because she's stylish. That character's cool as shit. C Viper is one of the coolest characters ever to be put into Street Fighter. That's why I like C Viper. Viper is just cool. She's just a cool character, man. I think C Viper is one of the coolest things that ever happened to Street Fighter. Like some of the other characters don't really like, they just don't do it for me. Even as someone that like likes characters like Akuma. I do like Akuma, but like I've never liked the way that they've made him over time. You know what I mean? Like I didn't. Oh my god, this is so old. God. This is hella old, bruh. Why you bring up these old. This is so long ago. But alright, I guess this is cool for YouTube. Alright, YouTube, you get to get a blast from the past. Definitely me playing Street Fighter 4 freaking a millennia ago. Holy. Stun. Shoot. Teehee. Oh, I missed my TK. Damn. Man, this is so old, bruh. That would have been a sick ass air throw. I think about it, I could have just blocked and like They just die. No. Ooh. I could have ultraed. So long ago, dude. Viper is a ripoff of Terry Bogard. Please exit stage left of my chat. Please exit stage left of my chat. Go on ahead and exit stage left, bruh. Oh, Mike Lou. Oh my god, yo, Mikey. Oh my god, this is so old, bruh. Why did I hate Street Fighter 4? I think I just didn't like the way this game was played. My favorites are still Alpha 3 and like Street Fighter 3. Oops. I felt this matchup was kind of hard back then too. Shoto's. This one I was playing in the beginning. Like at some point you're gonna fall into that Seismo. But I would say like at this point, like I don't know, like Street Fighter 4, like I said, I don't know what else to say other than like I enjoyed the competition. That was the fun part of this game for me. The competition was fun. Like I'm just a competitive person. I like to challenge myself in places. I don't really care. Like in some cases, I don't care if the game is the worst game. As long as people are playing it, I'll play. You know, but I can't play everything, especially now. I could have punished right there. No, I'm terrible. Ooh, he dropped. He could have won that. Yeah, these were weeklies, and these things had like 200 plus people here on one machine for this damn game. It took way too long. You like fire? No, it's not it. Alpha 3 has tons of strong fireballs. That's not it. Like, bruh, Alpha 3, like Akuma? It has nothing to do with that. Strong fireball neutral is like the least of my worries. It's very much so the least of my worries. It's more like I just felt that neutral overall was just kind of like boring. Like if I was to show you Alpha 3 and you see like what I was used to and what I enjoyed, it's Alpha 3 and the 3 series games are like really fun because you can jump. Regular Street Fighter is just kind of, to me, boring, mostly because it's super grounded. You don't really, you use your jumps just to get around projectiles. And some characters just weren't really good. Like, in my opinion, a lot of characters that didn't have fireballs struggled very heavily because they had no way to combat it other than walk and block. So the characters with fireballs in older Street Fighter to me always held like pretty heavy advantages. That doesn't mean it's in full, like all non-fireball characters were whack or they couldn't fight. That's not the case. They can. But it just felt very like, it just felt weak to me. So like this is my, like when you see Alpha 3, it's like everything matters in this game. Like you have a guard gauge now, you have to think about how you attack people. Granted, Vism is definitely strong. You can argue Vism is broken. That's totally okay. Don't really care about arguing that, but like, you're rewarded for offense. You're way more rewarded for offense in this game. Also, this is why I tell you guys, like, Daigo playing Akuma isn't like unheard of. This game has so many system mechanics, bro. That aerial tech. It's like all the stuff that's in anime fighting games, this game has it. And it's Street Fighter. This game is just mad fun, dude. I don't know. Even when getting hit by Crouch Cancel Infinites, it's still a fun game. I just found this game just super fucking fun. So like, this dude was like my hero for the longest time because of this. Like, I had to scour like the internet at one point to see this shit, man. Like, that's why, I don't know, I just love this game. And even if you take Vism out and watch the game and at its high level, even now, it's fucking sick. Look at that, he got rewarded for using guard crush setups. This character is insanely stupid. Sodom. This game has like just defending. It has like the way tech throws work. It has aerial techs. It has unblockables, yeah. Crouch Cancel Infinite, sure. But you can say, oh man, it's broke. But like, before you get to any kind of Crouch Cancel Infinite, you still gotta play the game. Yeah. And mind you, this is his favorite Street Fighter. I don't know. I played this game way too much, dude. This game is sick. And this was first of 3 rounds, bruh. This was first. Damn. At the time, he was like the best character in the game, other than like Dalsine. That's what I'm saying. Like, when you watch this game, like it's a very active game. Even though jumping still wasn't the greatest, you could still activate and use Vism. Granted, whiffing throws gave a lot of meter in this game. There's definitely like a lot of design choices that are kind of like sussy. Sodom, Dalsim, and Akuma run the show. Recent times, it's mostly Sodom. Like, I still watch Alpha 3 tournaments from time to time. Just to peek in and see how it's been. Remember they did an all Ryu exhibition. That was pretty sick. With the Zism. It's pretty cool. Nope, reactivate. Get off me. Unblockable. Chip damage. Let's go. Street Fighter 3, while grounded, Parry lets you leave the ground. It's all because of Parry. Is why I find it more interesting. Yep. And then this is when he came to the US and played, after he won the championship, he played Valle. Got the unblockable. So the irony is, like, Akuma is really good, but so is Ryu. Ryu's pretty good in this game too. Nope, get off me. Tech? Oh, I didn't show the tech trap. Yeah, Ryu hitting low short in the Tatsu was so good in this game. This game was so sick, dude. Oh no, I love this game. This game is fire. Nope, reactivating the DP. Let's go. That's so sick, dude. I mean, for me to say that this is one of my favorite Street Fighter games from back then, you'd imagine I'm kind of old, bruh. Yup. It's crazy. Daigo's got rivals all across the Street Fighter realm. Best stage, by the way. I got the chip damage. Nice alpha counter. Also, if you alpha countered, you lost a bit of your guard gauge in this game too, so you have to know how to alpha counter properly. Or you just take the chip, which still hurts, man. Unblockable. Because light punch activation. Like, the activation in the game had 3 different types, light, mediums, and heavies with different shadows. Game is sick, dude. Like I said, so you can see, like, I really enjoyed, like, the more, like, combo heavy. Like, it's active, bro. Like, hey, you still throw fireballs and still be lazy, and when I say lazy, you still throw your fireballs and play your fireball neutral, but, like, it's still, like, playing shoulders in this game is fun. Because you have a custom combo. I forgot about that cheese. Teleport in the corner, Tatsu, quickly as possible. That was so sick. They don't make them what they used to. I wouldn't say that's it entirely. Caught him with the tech trap. Like, imagine Street Fighter having tech traps, man. Like, so this is a tech trap with Ryu in this game. When you get your, like, Tatsu, barring how they tech, you can air throw them. But Daigo down teched, and Alex tried to air throw him, and they got air thrown instead. This is like standard, bruh. It's standard mix-ups. He didn't. That's a medium activation. Yeah, that's medium's activation. Yup. Time. Now, granted, Akuma is definitely a problem in this game. They flew Capcom and them. They flew that man out from Japan to freaking California to go compete in this. And this is one of the main like pages I'll watch for like Alpha 3 stuff. As you can see, they still update, bruh. Like, man, this dude's Nash. Like, And this is from 2006. That's when this compilation starts. And Nash is pretty sick in this game too. Both these characters are sick. Nash and Cody, they're really good. Ooh. And he's playing Z-ism Nash. If I recall, he also played V-ism Nash too. I think he mostly plays this now. I don't know. This shit was fire to me. Man, Cody's so cheap in this game. Throw mids at this guy, he just walks past and just dodge. Like literally, like he pretty much hard counters Guy in this game. Just because of that, because all of Guy's good pokes are all mid. It's that medium punch, that medium kick, mids. It's pretty bad. Crouch medium punch. Literally like all his mids, they all Cody just sways them shits and you can just punish. It's a terrible matchup. It's doable, you can fight it though, but it's not fun. Oh, he missed it. Guard crush. Guard crush. I get guard crushed again, dog. Like, this is what I mean about being rewarded for like offense. Like you get to crush their guard like that. Oh man. Please, let's not talk about ducking in that game. I remember this. I'm just pointing out that like I still watch a lot of Alpha 3. Like there's times I'll get like super nostalgic and just go back and watch this shit. Just cause it's cool. But KOF 11, freaking that Ash Kula Oswald, Jesus, Jazzy Duck King Malin. Shaking my head. I dropped the custom. Nice. Oh, he definitely did. He mash that shit? Hold on, let me see. Did he mash for Cody against the super? Saw the flash though. Looked like he tried to mash on it. Because there is a little bit of a way you can like take a little bit of reduced damage by like pressing buttons. But I forget whether it's on block or on hit. Look at that mid dispenser right there, Guy. All mids, baby. Complete mid dispenser. Cool stage though, by the way. Should bring the stage back. Put it in Street Fighter 6 for no reason. And don't include Guy. That'd be sick. I'm kidding, it would suck. Look, where's the freaking shoulders at? Come on now. Good air throw. Yeah, you can't just throw that fireball. Gotta catch that elbow. He tried it. Missed. Mr. Mid Dispenser. Let's go. Only 3 lows, baby. Only 3. Wow, I'm shocked he didn't go for it. I thought I'd go for an air throw off of that reset. Meaty buttons on the tech, so you don't press shit on the way down. And that hurt. Ooh, overhead elbow. Oh, Garfin get broke. Rip. Be like that. Meanwhile, not in interviews. What I'm talking about? Nah, man. Get these things out of here. Nah, man. Interrupting my Alpha 3, dog. Plus, it's also like another reason why I like the game is because, like, as I mentioned before, it's a lot more fast-paced. A lot of characters have faster walk speeds. They're not super slow like later Street Fighters. Guy's greater than Kim. Don't say that. Don't say that. Damn, dude. That's right. Nash had a dash specific to him in this game. But yeah, I mean, even though you play Zism, you could still do a lot of cool shit. Most of the other isms are mostly just like heavy hitters and like tech traps. But you still mostly just play Street Fighter when you play, obviously, as you can see clearly. My 80th birthday, Elena trailers drop. They still ain't dropped their trailer yet, bruh. Oh, he fights in Akuma. I'm curious about this. Get cooked. This is actually. Oh, no, that's counter hit. That's counter hit. Yeah, that's counter hit. Dang. How'd you get that? That's how the counter hit come up. Oh, you didn't want to tech? That's cool. Tech trap. Oof. What a flash kick read. Also, these games, you don't just die for using your uppercut. Newer fighting games, like you do an uppercut, it's like goodbye. They added way too much risk to DP in newer games, which makes sense. But like, the risk reward for it is like, come on, you know. I guess also because of the damage output. How fast they recover is kind of like a problem. Oof. You got guard broken there, buddy. Chicken block. It's kind of crazy looking at Akuma now. You are probably gonna die. Yep. Play for that super. That's pretty much it. This is 2020, dude. Damn. Oh. 2023? We got my boy, big guy. Oh man, right side audio only. Painful. Air blocking Street Fighter is a weird thing. Hey man, air guard crush is hilarious in this game. 2+. Oh, you still pressed? You're insane. Oh, he could have Bushin flipped and scooped. Nice, there we go. We get to those fireballs. Hard read. Nice fair throw. Tech. Ooh. Like tech. Okay, good. Hey, you see who's scouting that shit. There we go. Oh, no tech? This is also a tech trap. So when you tech, like, guy can see you tech and you can't air block the super. Or he can combo in the super. So either way it goes, you could die. But it's a hard read. Do you feel like 3S lacks a lot of what Beta Alpha 3 good? Nah. I think they're just, I like them because they're different. Like, my thing is, I like the games that are different. Like, I wasn't a big fan of Street Fighter 2, to be honest with you. I could play it, but I wasn't ranting and raving about it. Like, I like the alpha games. I like games that let you do more. Games to me that are limiting are kind of boring. Like, they're cool, but they're like, all right, so what else can I do? You know? That's how I feel. Like, so what else can I do in this game? If the only thing I can do in this game is just walk back and forth, it's just kind of boring. It doesn't make for a fun time when just trying to play. It's like I have to adhere to this boring, and I'm gonna say it very harshly. It's like a boring, like, it makes, I don't know, it's just super boring. Like, what else do you want me to do? What else am I supposed to do here? Walk back and forth. All right, cool. It just doesn't make for a good time, in my opinion. Rolento. I have to watch. And I think, like, when people are watching a game, they want to see stuff happen. And I could argue it doesn't need to be like random mashing. It just needs to be like, you know, like when you're playing, like, it should be good. Like, it should feel good to play. Yo, my man is getting cooked. And I clicked this because of my man's Rolento. Get off me. Jump jab. Oh, nice alpha counter. Nice. Baited. Nice. See, this is like the technical side of the game. Like, knowing how to do these things in trade. Because, like, this is just a jab. And the alpha counter, while it hurts, it doesn't kill, you know? But that's a good trade for him. Right? Because the alpha counter damage isn't, like, significant. But that is, and that's a level 1. Nice. Do you enjoy Darkstalkers as well? Yeah. I pretty much like all the Capcom fighting games. It's just Street Fighter 2 is just boring. So I'm like, give me the Street Fighter games that let me do more. That's why I like Street Fighter 6. But like Street Fighter 5 was a little like, I don't want to say it's too much, but like there was something weird to me about that game. There were parts of Street Fighter 5 I liked, but then like others are like, ooh, good tech. But like you'll never get a character like Rolento ever again in Street Fighter, man, and it sucks. Cause I've really liked this character. This is the coolest. This is like, this character made me appreciate movement. Because the way you move with him is super fun. Stinger. Dead. So it's like when you take away those things, it makes it like not fun. At least not for me. I know there's people that enjoy the walking back and forth and pressing 2 buttons at a time. I get you. But like, you know, there's like different playstyles in this game. Freaking Rolento he's the only character with a super jump. Like, it's fucking sick. But I get it, you know. You just like that stuff because you just like moving around, bro. That's not real Street Fighter. It's like, the irony is like people like talk about real Street Fighter and then you look at this game and it's like, bruh, this game like broke all the traditional rules of Street Fighter. Literally. And these guys are playing like the fair-ism, you know? They're playing freaking Z-ism. They're not playing V-ism. If they play V-ism, both these characters, Akuma wins. Pretty bad. Rolento can fight, but Rolento's arguably better in V-ism than Z-ism. Because, you know, custom activation is stronger than supers. Falk and Relento is not even close, but that's part of the reason why I picked her up. Like, every time a new character came out in Street Fighter V, ooh, for real? You teched into Super? You're crazy. I respect it, though. You don't want to deal with the tech trap. I don't blame you. So, yeah, he tried to meaty him with close fierce on his tech. He just barely mistimed it. But also, there's a timing where you can catch the block and kind of hit them at the same time. But it's hard as shit. Because that's close fierce. Good, it stands strong, but it's not special cancelable. Ooh. Yeah, it should delay the tech. But if he delayed the tech, he could have got comboed. You gotta make choices. But like, I don't know. When you look at Street Fighter 3 though, like we can look at Street Fighter 3, right? What's a good semblance of Street Fighter 3? Maybe Evo? Like this, right? Oh, this finna be rough. Cause this a hella.
Watch the greatest that ever played inducted into the inaugural Hall of Fame. This is the return of John Joy.
These two players,
Like, yeah, so like,
they know the matchup. They know Issei knows Chun-Li. She already knows.
fun fact, he used to stay in Houston for a little while. Issei, he went to University of Houston for a little while. And then he went to Canada, I want to say. And then he's representing the US, so that means he must live in Cali then at this point now. He was in New York for a while too. I don't know, he traveled a lot for school and played a lot.
How to fight against Yun. But
The definitive version of what we can say.
So Issei was the best Yun in Japan.
Yun versus Chun-Li. We're gonna finalize who actually matter is again. It could go either.
Was. Well, he was up there rather. It was him, it was Issei, Issei and KO.
Yun is are gonna see
more damage. Is that Chun-Li has somewhat of a wider hurt.
That boy tried Ritty.
For some of the more
It's been a minute. That's the old man coming out.
right here.
we are gonna see it because it's so hard to avoid.
But like,
Let's get it. Third strike.
when you watch this game,
Run away, build some bar.
like most people don't like most like traditional quote unquote Street Fighter heads don't like this because the most vulnerable place for you to be ever in Street Fighter that doesn't have system mechanics is the air. So the fact that the air can be challenged, not fans of that. It wasn't up until they started adding like dive kick characters and stuff like that is when like the air became a bit more prominent, like where you could actually use it. And for what it's worth, like Yun and Yang are like two of the first dive kick characters I think ever in Street Fighter. Because Cammy didn't get her dive kick till like later Street Fighters. She didn't get her dive kick until maybe like X-Men vs Street Fighter or like Alpha 2 Gold. But you had characters like Guy that had elbow drops that functioned like dive kicks that could kind of help bait, you know, anti-airs. Nah, Cammy didn't get her dive kick I think until she had a dive kick in X-Men vs Street Fighter, which means that she must have had it in Alpha 2 Gold, because that's where she was first introduced with the Killer Bee, with the Killer Bee outfit, or whatever it's called, the other leotard. So like the average Street Fighter head doesn't like this part of Street Fighter. Like they don't like the fact that you can challenge them in the air. I don't like air parry, and like why don't you like air parry? Oh, because you know when you jump you should take damage, and it's like, so what you're telling me is without a dive kick you're gonna take damage. Now there are ways to like jump. That's right, Akuma got dive kicks. I forgot Akuma as well had dive kicks. So like Guy, Akuma, like it went up until maybe the Alpha Cast where they got moves that kind of readjusted like aerial momentum. So it made like the air was always a weak spot in Street Fighter. Not that jumping was like horrible, but like it was very polarizing to jump in the older Street Fighters, especially like if you're playing like characters like Honda. It's literally like bad matchups for you in like Super Turbo. You get trip guarded for jumping, all kinds of shit. Except for Relentum movement got toned down hard. Tell me about it. I know. Sucked. Gotta show the YouTube love too. You know it. What's up, Spartan? Sorry I'm hitting y'all up late. I don't have my chat up. But it's just this part makes the game more fun. When aerial combat becomes now part of like the game, it makes the game more fun as far as I'm concerned. So Alpha, like you can challenge the air, but like you can counter activate, which made it fun. So they can anti-air you with activation, you can counter activate, or if they try to anti-air you, you can counter their anti-air but by activating. And you had to do the combo, right? It wasn't like, yo, I activate into like a guaranteed. It's not like you had an air super to call it out, right? You had to execute the combo to beat them, right? So even if you were right and you started it up and you didn't finish, is just in a lot of ways useless if you didn't maximize the damage off the reversal, right? It's the anti-air. I'm thinking Elena by the end of the month and Alex for next season Street Fighter 6. I have no clue. That boy Yun. I'm definitely a Yang player in this game. Like Yang and I play a lot of characters in the game. But I say like for money, probably like Yang, Ken. But everyone has a Ken. Eventually I started to learn Yun. Just because he just fit. If Ibuki was better, I probably would have kept playing her more. But she's weaker in this game in comparison to Second Impact. Oof. Nice.
The most important thing too, look at the bars down below. Issei might have the advantage close to Canadian. Chiriki looking at one bar. He has to let that activate.
That is a combo.
What a challenge! Look at that. Oh, we pressing buttons, so we're too fast. Look at that. Even though we didn't get the Genijin damage, we got some. Misses the carrot throw right there, standing heavy kick. Where you jump in, stop jumping. Again with the mashing heavy kick. It works so well against airborne characters.
I don't know. My Yun arc was very fun, but very hard at the same time. People already knew how to fight him. Oh man, when people know how to fight Yun, is hard. And characters like Chun, they do a lot of damage with like SA2. So all your decision making needs to be pretty solid. Getting anti-air is one part, but then when Chun anti-airs you into like a 50-50 dash mix-up, parry right or die. So I was so glad her freaking super meter was so long. That's a very powerful super. If her SA2 was like a short bar like Yoon, oh man. But like you can see like the neutral in this game is like, you could argue it's quote unquote chaotic, but it's not. It's just knowing where you can get away with stuff. Because one thing's for certain, if this game's ground game, let me rephrase that. If this game's air game wasn't the way it was, Chun-Li would just dominate this game. Chun-Li and Ken would just be like just way too good. Like if Yun didn't exist, Chun and Ken would just dominate this game. There was a time where non-Street Fighter 3 players called the game random and chaotic. Sort of. Yeah, just people don't like Parry. That's really it. People just don't like Parry. Oh boy. That was huge. I had like two or three interactions right there that were like pretty much in Chiriti's favor. That was rough. It's rough. But I don't think he could have burned the meter. Just came across the Street Fighter 6 Season 3 leak post. Oh yeah? That bad, huh?
But it makes it work. Uh-oh. Oh, he gets hit. Big conversion.
And she was caught crouching, by the way.
Look at that.
A lot of extra damage on the table.
Nice. Neutral jump, trying to bait again. Good jump out. Taking the hit. Uh-oh, here we go. You can't take this. Confirm.
Super jump can't
Hey.
pull off of that round. Hurt. Fierce.
Nice.
Heavy punch to check Issei one more time.
The stop Mayday sign.
The perfect pair of complaints is watching 22-year-olds complain like the old heads used to. Something like that. Would I agree that Mark of the Wolves is more busted than this game? They're about the same. High level Mark of the Wolves is about the same as this. It's pretty much the same. I wouldn't say it's more busted. The weak characters in Mark of the Wolves are definitely weak though. The weak characters in this game, they're weak too, but then again, I guess in this game, same with Mark of the Wolves, a lot of characters have won tournaments.
He's already got so much, and another.
It's always bad, especially when you get hit by the end of it. I'd rather get hit by the beginning of a Gennaijin over the end of the Gennaijin.
But as for that Season 3 leak post, yikes.
Funny enough, some people kind of would say the beginning is the same as the end because if he hits you once, he's linking everything into a combo.
That's true. Either way, you're in a bad. You're in a sitting duck position, right?
It's pretty good. Character's pretty good.
It was on shoulder right there. Good crouching jab, 2 frames.
And this opportunity from Shin Ricky.
This one, talk about that.
You can link it.
Look at the damage it's not.
You might have to send it to me though, like direct.
Lightning legs right there as well.
But like as you see like the difference between like the alpha games and then this, it's like alpha games you have options, this game you have options. Not to mention I love the visual style of this game too. Like the 3 series, I love the visual style of these games. I love the animations, the super art selection made for like more unique interactions, unique character choices, etc., etc. So yeah, I'm more interested in these kinds of games. I guess that's really it at the end of the day. I just prefer. Whoa.
I told you that big hurt box. That's why she gets hit by standing medium kick.
You are actually not kidding.
Dang.
She was running away from danger, and she thought she escaped. She got the no, Ricky, and right in the back, man.
It's actually insane. I actually have.
Let me
Yun, neutral jump, fierce, hitting Chun-Li like that.
Actually, you know what? I can solve that thing, Kiva. Don't worry.
You know what? We're at the final game though.
Now we can call it.
Yes, now we can call it officially. Unless they want to make it a 4 out of 7, keep it really old school.
Yeah, you wanted to do it that far back.
Nice again. Uh-oh.
That's a great way to go into it, right? Block spring as well. The overhead.
Hey. Oh, drops the combo right there. Was really greedy about the damage right there. I like the walk up too to get the setup.
Just send it to me.
Yeah, it's actually tough there. It's actually tough because you think you're negative. He is negative, but the thing is you can hold up.
Negative is only a state of mind.
Yeah, it is. Especially in third strike.
No. I got you.
He has to chase. He has to.
It's funny.
Just DM it.
Are essentially on one hit.
Oh my! What? Crossed up. Come on.
That hit the back of her outfit.
It did.
I want to hear your reaction, but don't say nothing though.
Right at the flat.
I want to hear your reaction, but don't say nothing though. Right?
I like the tempo of the anti-air. Lunge punch so fast.
Hold on to it. Hold on for dear life. Really? Yo, you caught the medium kick?
I think maybe that might have been Kara command throw.
Wait, just send it.
That was so deep, but it's fine.
Oh my god.
I'm saying just send it.
Look at the meter. Look at the meter advantage right here. It's going to be so big.
It's in my Discord already? Is it?
Just built it also.
Wait, what?
On the offensive, another command grab, standing medium kick, the usual, right?
Wait, what?
Into the lunge.
Nice. Good defense. Oh.
That's very, very tricky.
Oh,
activation again?
Yeah, I told you it's cheap. Oh, that might be it. Taking it
Oh.
over Chi right there. 3-2, final game, final round right there. I mean, that was a nail biter. I feel like when you think about Yun versus Chun, we talk about Yin
I
versus
see.
Yang. The highest level.
Okay,
right there,
I see.
We just saw it
Well,
in the first match of 26. Literally, fight to the wire. How can it might as well be a 5-5 matchup right there.
That's fair. That's pretty fair. Considering how far it had gone to, like I wouldn't really disagree with you. And you talk about the tactics as well involved with the meter coming into the next couple of rounds, right? Having Chun-Li stocked up on any Super Art 2, any Hoyokusen, that is so difficult to manage because you have to kind of tread softly. Issei, he's been familiar with that for so long, so he already had somewhat of a game plan, but the adaptation from Chiruthi is just, it's so unpredictable, right? Because he's already looking for the air, he's already made the adjustment there. He's seen you trying to activate mid-screen on the ground, he's tried to make that adjustment as well. Towards the end of it, Issei having the full melting pot, of all the strategies was a little bit too
Oh,
much for Chiruthi to
it is in my Discord.
pretty much comprehend.
You know it is. That's kind of what you're saying. The Genai Jin, it's really hard to guess right every single time.
Wait.
The one thing that was catching him the most, universal overhead on whiff into command throw, right? Because you're literally Superman in that mode, you can do anything. You can whiff cancel, you can dash cancel. So the fact that universal overhead, you're thinking about, oh, block the overhead. If you don't block the overhead, he gets crouching light kick. Issei's reacting that, oh, it's whiffing, let me go into command throw. Because how are you really going to counter that?
That's true, that's true. In fact, let's take a look at the highlights specifically coming in from PlayStation tournaments as to what happened between Issei
Well then.
and Chiruthi, and some of the moments that evolved into the big W for the Yun main.
Ooh, look at this. Look at the damage right here. Building
Clues?
Oh, I love that jump
That
back
was
fierce.
such a clutch jump back fierce.
Because he just built the meter on hit there. Okay, look at this activate. Crouching jab, 2 frames. But even then, you just can't stop it. You saw that universal overhead in the command throw?
Yeah.
Look at the meter builds he got there, too.
With how much activity that Chiruthi was trying to utilize on defense, you saw the crouching jab. It's just so difficult to even try to contest that.
Okay.
Especially when he whiffs that universal overhead right in
The
front of you.
clues?
The fact that Issei had Chiruthi shook towards the end and was able to get those consistent command grabs, that is a feat.
Wait. We'll talk about it a bit. Let me finish streaming and I'll come back and talk with y'all about it. I just wanted the thing.
At least 7 times he landed.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'm gonna come back in a bit.
Into command throw, right? But Chiruthi, I think he played so good because he was just reacting to everything. Every dive kick,
Okay.
parried, standing
Well.
kick, right? Everything he tried
All right.
was parried. But the thing about Yun, even though you have SA2 stocked up, which Chiruthi had so many times in the final game, final round type of scenario, round 3.
Okay. That's. Yes, buddy. Yes, buddy. Yes. Okay. Yeah, we'll just say, okay, that's cool. We'll see what the dealio is regarding that as time goes by, because that might not even be real. But, you know, I'm hoping one day we'll see if any of this is real at all. But, it is what it is. At the end of the day, I just want you guys to kind of just see what I was into in terms of Street Fighter. And I do think, like, still, at the end of the day, like, at the end of the day, I still think Street Fighter is cool, but, like, characters need to be, like, so much, like, I don't know. I guess Street Fighter 6 to me is extremely fun. I might not be playing it right now at the moment, but I don't, like, think it's not fun. I do think it's a fun game. I do hope that at some point, literally at some point, everyone gets the characters that, like, they want in the game. I doubt it. To be completely honest with you, I doubt it. I completely doubt everyone's going to get what they want. But even if you don't get what you want, I hope it's at least fun. Whoa. You know? Oh God. Tired. It's finna be time to go to the gym actually, because it is 5 o'clock. It's time to go to the gym. Yeah, to me, leaks are always, it's all speculatory. I'll look at a leak, I don't trust leaks. I don't talk about leaks, mostly because they're not real. So you won't ever get any leak content from me on YouTube, because like if it's not real, I don't want to talk about it. I like speculating. Speculatory content is fun, but like actual like leaks, nah. We won't cover that. We won't cover that. So, either way, it's been fun. It's been fun. I think it's time though. It's time. Spent way too much time on Fatal Fury again, but just know Fatal Fury is still cool. We'll still be playing it. We'll still be trying to see what we can do at it, make content. I hope that the content space for it will be good. You know, I definitely hope that the content space for Street Fighter will be good. Definitely hope so. But that remains to be seen. But that's gonna do it for me. I'm done. I'm done. It's time.
That's an addiction at that point. You're addicted to this game. Maybe you really need to stop.
Oh, I'm saying over to Tricky.
I'm not being facetious. I'm not exaggerating. You truly may need to stop. You might actually have a problem.
All right, YouTube.
Why are you playing?
I'm heading out. I'll catch you guys hopefully the next one. Another coffee talk. Maybe I'll slice up some of this stuff and have it as separate individual things here for the YouTube.
Okay, fine. You get a pass.
But for my Twitch people, I'm gonna send you over to Tricky. YouTube has been fun. Twitch has been fun. You know the vibes. So, gotta hope stream was good. Maybe I'll come back and play some Assassin's Creed after the gym. But I gotta go work out. Gotta get back on the grind. So I'll catch y'all later. Y'all be good. See y'all later. Go have fun with Tricky. I'm out of here.
Play the old versions. Play the ones you liked.
Later, YouTube.
Because if you don't stop, it will never get better.